battles on the track. Speed that pushes the limits. Racing against the clock. This is where drivers test their skill, endurance, and courage. Welcome to the heart-pounding world of auto racing, where every second counts. This is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, bringing real, affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing, AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Hello, everyone, and welcome to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. This weekend's race, it's the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio, presented by Parts Badger. And now taking a look at Mid-Ohio sports car course, courtesy of Google Earth. This clockwise circuit, about 2.4 miles the distance, as we head down the front straightaway here. Medium speed going through turn number 1, under the bridge and into turn number 1, and then onto this short section which takes us into the bus stop chicane for the club course, the pro course, straight on, taking us into the keyhole and downhill. Now onto that long back stretch with a bit of a dog leg there in the middle. There's the flag stand for the pro drivers. And then it's down to turn number 4 with China Beach directly ahead to catch the cars who don't make the corner, up a steep hill towards 5, then plunging downhill into turn 6, back up the hill again as we head into the section of the course called Madness. And it's a steep climb up turn number 9 to crest with maybe a little bit of wheel spin there as the cars get a little loose, heading down through Thunder Valley into that high commitment corner 11. Then it's round turn 12, the carousel, as the track tightens up towards 13, takes us back onto the front straightaway. And that is a lap around Mid-Ohio sports car course. 2.4 miles is the distance, 13 corners, and that's what Champ Car teams will be enjoying this weekend. And good morning, everybody. Welcome to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We are prepared. We are ready. 7 hours of endurance road racing about to begin here for the Fast Parts Mid-Ohio Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Welcome to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, with Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps. We're calling the race for you today. Kyle, good morning.
Good morning, Paulie. Good morning, Champ Car Faithful Nation. You guys are in for a good 7 hours today.
Yeah, it's going to be great racing on tap here. Parts Badger. Not such a great day for them yesterday, Kyle. What are we looking at for Parts Badger today?
Well, I put the camera in this morning in both the cars and had a brief conversation with Roy as he was coming out, and he didn't have a lot to say other than just, I want it to be better today. He could tell the disappointment from yesterday, but other than just a little sleepy-eyed, he seemed ready to go for today. His guys seemed pretty jacked up. I think they just realized that they had to get some of the bugs out, and I think the 630 and the 414 are ready to go.
Yeah, it looks like they're lined up behind one of the 630 car, which is kind of my favorite car, the original. I don't know if it's the original. It's the second. This is the second gen. The first one was pretty hacked up, wasn't it?
If I remember correctly, the 630 was from when we did Road Atlanta at the beginning of the year. I believe the 630 was the primary ride.
Yeah.
And then the 414 originally was an F-Class car, and they did some stuff to it, and they elevated it to C-Class.
Yeah.
And it put on a great showing yesterday.
Yeah, they changed
until they had the until the mechanicals.
It was an engine swap that he did, but the 630, there was a 630 before this one, I think, that they did a lot of chopping on, or it could be the same car. I don't know, but wow, this has been a successful car for them. We'll see what they can do with it today. GPU, some transmission trouble yesterday. We talked to Bill Riley. He came on the show. If you didn't see that interview, you should go back and watch it. It was pretty cool. And they said they're going to change the transmission out in that Corvette amongst everything else that he said. yesterday, and so they should have a little bit easier time of it in the EC class.
Yeah, hopefully it'll be a little easier for Bill and Jim Matthews and Russ to get that thing into gear today. It sounds like they were already had it diagnosed. Bill said his guys were going to get the transmission swapped out last night and be ready to go today.
So lots of cars ready to go here. Quite a race yesterday, but it's kind of Salen's just had the lock on it. A slight misstep by 90racing.com, and that gave them the upper hand. And so they were able to come out ahead today, but we'll see. This is day 2, and anything's possible. Anybody's got a chance to win it, Kyle.
Yeah, we saw some players yesterday that we really didn't expect. We knew TCR was up there at one point. I talked to Dan a little bit this morning. I know he was a little frustrated with some stuff and felt like that they could see it, had a grasp on it, and it just fell out of their reach. So I think they're optimistic today. On board here with Race Right in the Silver Bullet. I know Andy and Dale are ready to rock and roll. Once again, Patrick and his wife Patricia and everybody at Race Right have brought them another solid machine. They had a solid showing yesterday. I know they had a trip into the kitty litter over in 4, but I think other than that, it was a solid race for them, and we'll look for more of the same today. But yeah, it was pretty much the Team Salen show yesterday, but it was also 90racing.com. I mean, they put on a dominant performance for a chunk of the race, and it was back and forth. And the last hour, we were really watching to see if 90 Racing could reel Team Salen's in. And unfortunately, I think Team Salen's just kind of had it on cruise control, where they were able to keep them at bay, let's say, because they were matched pretty well with lap times. We'd see one pick up, then the other, and I think they were just closely monitoring it, and I think they just kind of ran out of time. So we'll see what happens, though. Sunday is always a new day. Sunday is not always a guarantee. Yes, Team Salen did have a successful sweep of the weekend when we were at Watkins Glen, but Mid-Ohio is always one place that can throw you a curveball very, very quickly.
And Hero Time Racing showed up at the front of the pack yesterday, and that was kind of a surprise. Didn't expect to see them up there, but I don't know. I think Les kind of called it. He said, "Hey, this Acura is going to be quick."
Well, he knows, and I know. I didn't realize that as we see the field rolling off of pit road on the access road. We'll talk a little bit about the blend line here in just a moment, because we want to make sure we put a good emphasis on that today. But really quick to close out the Hero Time story. So Brian Vang, who's involved with that team, he is a lead mechanic for a driving experience out of the Midwest in Illinois, and Les and I have both worked or previously worked for that organization, and we know Brian very well. He's a very genius mechanic when it comes to these things, and very good with Hondas and Acuras. So no surprise to see why the car was running so well, plus their driver lineup. So Les made another, exceptional call and recommended putting the camera in the car, and they put on a show for us.
Yeah, the cars are just for the first time taking to the track today. A little bit colder today, and saw some fog that had accumulated on the kind of on the backside of the course this morning as I was turning on the cameras, but by now that looks like that's pretty much cooked away. So just getting ready to get started here. The cars will do this reconnaissance lap, and then they will bring in the pace car. Maybe this lap, maybe the next one, and it might take a couple laps here. We're getting started at 8:15 is the go time for the event. That's when it's scheduled anyway. So we'll do 7 hours of racing today. So we're going to check her at 3:15. Just slow down a little bit to make sure I said that right.
That quarter hour has been throwing everybody off all weekend long. It's just so different. Usually we start at the top of the hour or the bottom of the hour, but kind of the quarter hour is a little bit of a different thing. So I think it's got some teams thrown off their rhythm a little bit because they think they have more time and they really don't. So, but I think it'll be good. It'll be nice that we're ending early enough, and it'll allow teams a good opportunity to get loaded up and at the end of the day be able to get home at a decent time. Because, I mean, a lot of us that do this, and I would say almost everybody has a day job Monday through Friday, and they probably either aren't necessarily taking leave tomorrow to do it. So it'll be nice for everybody to get home and see their families and get ready for the work week ahead.
Yeah, that was something that always bugged my dad. It's like, why do we have to race? Why don't we just race on Saturday? Why do we have to wait all the way to Sunday to race? Because then you got to drive home. But
then we're sitting at home on Sunday going, I could have been racing today. You're watching the pro guys on Sundays going, I want to do that too.
Yeah,
So
I don't know.
We're happy when we are, and we're not happy when we're not. So we're still trying to figure it out. But as you see the cars walking through, essentially going through 5 and 6, that combination, and then headed toward Madness, you're seeing the cars. For those of you that didn't join us yesterday, or maybe new to Champ Car Racing or new to racing in general, if you see the cars moving back and forth, what they're doing is they're getting heat in the tires, moving around, getting heat all the way across the contact patch, ensuring they've got the grip that they need. You'll see the car lunge forward a little bit and then come to a stop. Almost what they're doing is if you're a rear-wheel drive car, they're spinning the tires to get heat in them, and then they'll get on the brake pedal to generate heat to make sure that the pads get to the rotor, make sure the optimal temperatures are there so they have what they need when we go green here very shortly.
Yep. A little bit of tire scrub. There was they went out and cleaned up the track today, so we're all ready to go here pretty much for another 7 hours of racing here. Parts Badger really getting that steering rack warmed up. And
as cold as it is, folks, you might think, why? He's doing that really aggressively, but you kind of have to. You really want to make sure you're getting those tires scrubbed in. I mean, you only have a couple laps to do this. You don't want to go into turn 1 and not know what you've got. And if you have an opportunity to do it, you really just want to make sure, and especially if the teams have the air pressures lowered quite a bit, you want to generate that heat to make sure it builds up a little bit so it doesn't accidentally roll off the rim or something like that. So it's kind of a balance as we see the field coming by us here. So they'll do a transponder check at the line, make sure we got all of our timing and scoring ready to rock and roll. Mm-hmm. And then as we approach that quarter-hour mark, we should be going green here momentarily. So thank you to everybody that's tuning in so far. Thank you to TireRack.com for continuing to sponsor the series. Thank you to AutoZone for allowing Paulie and myself and the Less is More cam with Les Epps on pit road to do what we love and bring this amazing action to you fans.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Kyle, but I'm ready to talk.
Yeah, I'm ready to talk as well. I'm ready to call a good race. I'm ready to call a good race today. I'm ready for some good action, some good side by side. We saw a lot of battles yesterday. I know we talked about a lot of teams that were getting caught, having to work through the traffic. The theme of the weekend has been patience, 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 using your head. I know the gauntlet was laid down this morning, not by a team, not by a crew guy. It was by Jackie Sides, race control.
Yeah, I mean, the problem was we just had way too much contact yesterday, and Jackie just said, look, this is what we're going to do. If we have contact, we get the numbers between the cars, we're just going to penalize both teams 1 lap, and that's just the way it's going to be throughout the rest of the day. We don't need to have contact in the sport. We can manage it. We know how to stay off of each other, and it's just, this isn't, no one's career is going to get destroyed because you missed a pass or something. So just be patient out there. Stay off of each other.
7 hours.
Give
guys.
each other's
7
room.
hours.
And don't put your car in a situation where it's sketchy. Like if you see a crowd of people, don't stuff your car into that corner with them. Hang back, wait. If you're the faster car, you're going to get by. So just be patient with them and get by where it's safe. So we don't have that. Mid-Ohio is a tight track. It's fast, and there's a lot of guardrails around, and we're just going to tear up cars, and nobody wants that because we don't have, a pro garage, pro teams. Not most of us here don't. It's just going to fix the car. We don't have to worry about the cost. So just think about all the hours that people spend in their garage putting these cars together. You guys work your tails off getting your cars ready. Think about how hard everybody else does, and what it's like when their cars get torn up. It's just not cool. So
have respect for the guys and think about the guys that have to fix it, and think about your co-drivers and giving them a car to hand off to when you get out of the car for their stint.
Sure.
Just a little bit of common sense, a little bit of courtesy, a little bit of respect, and it's going to be a great 7 hours of racing today. Just got word from race control, 57 cars will take the green flag today. 65 cars entered of 6 classes for the weekend. Unfortunately, some failures and incidents that have taken a few of our competitors and friends off the racetrack, but a solid 57 car field to look forward to 7 hours here very shortly.
And that wasn't my fault. I didn't take him out. I've been up here in the booth.
There is no camera curse. There is no camera curse.
That's right. All those people probably had cameras in their cars. No, all those people probably didn't have cameras in their cars.
Well, they missed out on 10 horsepower.
They missed out on 10 horsepower and all the fortune and glory that goes along with it. Although I must say, folks, can we just, I mean, how many fan clubs does a man need? I really, it's the accolades, they have begun to get a little tiresome. But, yeah, pace car working its way around the racetrack here through turn 11. And then they'll come through the carousel here, and we'll get ready to get started here shortly. Pace car is coming in, which means we're going to be going green here shortly. And the cars are spooling up, and there's the green flag waving high, starting 7 hours of racing here. It's the Fast Parts Mid-Ohio Grand Prix.
Already some side-by-side action. Brew Crew Racing just popped by both of the Rad Air cars headed to turn 1. Nice job getting a jump on the start there. The Gourds as well, in line with Bavarian Mustache, trying to get a few here on the start. Good time to get by drivers before most everybody gets into their rhythm. Good opportunity to make up and take advantage of that start.
Yeah, but be patient. We got 7 hours of racing. If you're faster, you're going to get by.
Nice spread out start. I like it. It looks like the message may have been very well received this morning. I'm seeing plenty of room, a little bit extra car lengths given during these passes. Everybody seems to be doing some give and take coming down this front straightaway. So nice job, guys. Good start. Let's keep it up. And 6 hours and 59 minutes to go.
Yeah, so the catch-up car won yesterday. They'll have the MOV. Of course, Salen's brings 2 cars to the race.
They do, and usually they bring 2 strong horses. That was their 4th win of the season, which puts them at the most in the overall. Currently leading Eddie Vedder, Rockwell Autosport. There's no Z in Mazda and Black Flag Sarcoma. with 2 wins, and then that also moved the C-Class guys up to 10 overall wins on the season, and that also gave Porsche another win as well.
Yeah, Kyle's had a full 2 minutes of sleep since yesterday. So
I have. It's about 58 seconds more than I got on Friday, so we'll take it because they come by to complete the first lap. The GBU, good, bad, and ugly, out front early here. Now, just remember, that is an EC car. They are scored separately in their own class, so that would put Parts Badger Fastlane, the 414, out to an early lead here at Mid-Ohio over There's No Z in Mazda, Cargo Racing, and the sister Parts Badger car, the 630. So right now we have that is a B-class party. Okay.
Yeah, and it's nice to see Parts Badger leading the race that they struggled with so much yesterday. They're headlining, they've sponsored this race, and so it's great to see them out front, at least for the beginning. Ooh, got a little crossed up there under braking as he heads into the keyhole behind GBU. Nice exit there. Here comes 4th gear, and we'll see how they do as they lead the field. They bring such a fast race car. They're totally capable of leading this field.
You'll see him coming down the back straightaway here, just moving his fingers around, keeping a light grip on that steering wheel, downshift into 4th. Keeping in 4th with those Miatas, you can roll the corner pretty well. A little bit of curb right there. Now you come through turn 5, you'll see he runs a little bit of a more shallow line. Tires aren't up to full temperature yet. Track's still a little bit slick with the cooler temperatures. Just going to have to work through that for the first maybe 30 minutes till we get a little more ambient.
Down through madness.
Yep. Nice smooth line there. I like seeing what it is. Hits 3rd gear right there. A little bit of a pop as he rolled off the clutch there.
Yep, and down through Thunder Valley now, under the bridge, setting up for turn 11. That's really where his mind is right now. I want to get this brake, turn in, get to the curb, back to power.
And with that Miata, you notice he just gave it a good stab. He set the nose. It let him get right back to the power. And then he sets himself up right where that old bump would have been right there.
Yeah, touches the curb and back to power.
Grabbing fourth gear as he comes onto the front straightaway. And
checking his belts, good idea.
That's a driver thing a lot of times where you just, as you go along during your run, they'll start to loosen a little bit. And if you get a chance, the fact that you can do that under green is impressive. But you got a long enough straightaway, take your hand off the wheel, stretch those fingers out, give that belt a good courtesy tug, and into another brake zone back to the keyhole.
Yep, Les Epps down in the pits with
we have a pass
Cruise
for the overall lead here, Paulie. There's no Z in Mazda. Just pulled a nice pass maneuver there through the keyhole and was able to get by Parts Badger. Not letting them get away, though, about a car length back. Get in their draft here down the back straightaway and see if they might try to pass them back. Pops the nose out. He's going to try it. Down the third
he's in
gear
the
this time.
primo spot here to get this done.
Great side-by-side racing, and he clears them into 5.
Yeah, nice try, guys.
Big catch right there.
Yeah, he's pushing it up over the top of that hill, but the car gets so light, you got to be really careful. You come over that brow too quickly, you're going to slide right off the racetrack as the car gets light. Looks like one of the Rad Air cars already in the pits.
Yeah, that
Les is down there.
975. They've had a rough weekend with that car, and I know they've been fighting issues. I talked to Joe and Matt Harbert and Dylan yesterday briefly, and they said they were kind of fighting some of the same issues they had at VIR, and I think it's just more of the same this weekend, unfortunately. But knowing those guys, the tenacity they have, they'll get it back on.
So back to power here for Parts Badger. Let's see if he has trouble. And we can see in that rear view mirror right where No Z is at as they head down to the front straightaway. Let's see where he's catching him here. Nice power move there. Nicely hanging out there. And he's got yellow gloves. So really he's got everything he needs to stay ahead. But now look how the Miata catches up to him in the rear view mirror. He's lined up to the left. So courtesy gave him room. Coming off the corner there. Picked up a little bit. Let's see who had the better exit, though.
You'll notice there's no Z in Mazda. Got to go run off the corner.
Here comes the draft.
Yep, here it comes.
He's coming around the outside, so you can see the Parts Badger hugs that right side. Even clips the inside curbing just a touch where the grass is at to give him the inside line. And now he's going to let No Z take this turn for safety. Not going to stuff the nose down there. He could have done it, but he chose not to. That time nice and clean through 5.
I like what he did right there. He just let him have it. He's staying right within a few car lengths of him. And instead of just wearing the equipment out at this point, he's going to pull away a little bit, let the tires come back up to temperature, then go back after him.
Yeah, I'm not sure he really has the legs for that other Miata, so it's a long race, so just do what we can with this.
Well, it's early. I mean, take care of those brakes, take care of those tires. We saw a lot of teams looking at tire wear yesterday, looking to make sure the camber wasn't too aggressive, making sure they didn't overinflate the tires to where they were possibly doing any damage to them. I think teams were reevaluating the strategy based on the temperatures and what we were looking at today. And then I think they wanted to adjust to the cooler temperatures this morning. As you can see, Parts Badger pulls back within a couple car lengths of him, and he just stays right in his slipstream. As long as he keeps him in sight, I think he's going to be okay. Ate him up a little bit under braking right there. Got back within about a car length or two. Coming up on a little bit of traffic here on the right. I believe that is the should have bought a Civic, guys. Yes, car 20.
So thanks for joining us, everybody. If you're just tuning in, it's the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course presented by Parts Badger on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone.
Oh, look at that. Used as a pick right there. Nice move.
Oh, careful through the 944 there.
Fighting that car a little bit. Yep. Looks like he might have been making a little bit of might have been calling in saying, boys, might want to bump those pressures up on the first stop. So
he's talking to him all right.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, no. Did he get hit?
I wonder if something broke.
Maybe that's why he was talking to
Might
him.
have been.
No, he's full power here.
I wonder if he might have a flat tire. I wonder if he has a tire going down. Just the way the car's moving around quite a bit, he might have a flat tire. I wonder if might have run over something.
Yeah, there's 90 Racing going by.
Yeah, he's pointing at something. There's something going on that he doesn't like, and I think the way the car moved there into madness, yeah, he's bringing it into the pits here. So we'll have to get less on it and see if we can find out. Man, these guys cannot catch a break this weekend.
Yeah. Well, the other 630, the other car, the 630 has continued on the way, so.
Well, pull down pit road and to the attention of his crew, and we'll have to find out a little bit more what's going on. But meanwhile, back up at the front of the field, that gives, there's no Z and Mazda the lead by a little bit over Brew Crew. And then behind them, Hero Time Racing, another one of our camera cars, is rolled up into third place. 90racing.com leads the A-Class currently and is in fourth overall. And we just talked about the sister car, the Parts Badger 630, is in fifth overall. So that rounds out your top five. Cone Crushers with a good showing early here, second in C-Class. In sixth, Cargo Racing. We didn't see a ton of them yesterday, but they're out to an early top 10 run here in B class and currently running fourth. And our winner in D class yesterday, American Express, the Grand Funk Prix, still leads the D class again today, but is ninth overall. It looks like they may have gotten some of those bugs worked out. And then Bavarian Mustache in ninth in their BMW. I know Ben and Evan were very optimistic for today, plus they're doing a little bit of that testing we talked about today. And then TCR, the 97 car, talked to Dan a little bit this morning. I know that they were excited, a little bummed out about yesterday, but I believe that they were looking forward to it. Darren is at the wheel to start, so he rounds out your top 10.
Well, they may have some kind of leakage here. It looks like Parts Badger, they're cleaning the windshield and they're under the hood. Oh, I'm seeing smoke.
That might explain why he was sliding. I'll bet you that was getting right on the tires.
He was in his own juice.
Absolutely.
So, there looks like there's either a cover or a hose that they're pulling off. So that would explain with the steam. It looks like they might have some overheat issue or a cooling system issue, which is just terrible. That's too bad.
Well, hopefully it's a quick fix, maybe just something minor, and they can get it fixed and get back out into the fight.
Yep. Meanwhile, back at the ranch.
So right now, there's no Z, and Mazda has about a 7-second lead over Brew Crew. We're getting a report from Les here. As we see the field working down the back straightaway, there's the 630 Parts Badger car with Team Salins in tow. Cone Crushers behind them. The Hurry Racing Neon there as well. See the field coming at us. There's Bavarian Mustache, American Express. Little 3-wide right back there. Looked like Goldie from Open Throttle. And the sister car, I believe that's the 943 right there from Team Salin. You really see as they come down that back straightaway the speed they're carrying. You saw one of the cars pop out to make a pass. When you get past that kink, if you get a good run and get to the bumper of a guy, it's a good place to go ahead and pop out or present the nose. And then you really just want to find out where they get on the brakes and then just try to get on just a touch further into the brake zone to outbrake them into the corner. It's a great opportunity, plenty of room to pass. And as we saw for the battle for the lead there before Parts Badger's issue, you can really go back and forth, and it makes it a fun place to race.
Lots of fun racing ahead on tap, too, Kyle, as we head to commercial break. Stay with us, folks. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We are at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course this weekend for the Fast Parts Grand Prix. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George and Junior are fed up. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps them find a deal on the right parts.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at partsbadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Dave's Twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live. We got a car that got twisted up and is off the track on the left side again, same as yesterday. Find them off there at turn 4, so the caution's out in that area of the racetrack. And a little bit of dust got kicked up, might be in the pea gravel, so if that's the case, they'll have to go get him, unfortunately. And then we'll get him pulled out of there. Looks like impact with the wall. Stop, turn 4, car number 528, which is the Fetterham Sports guys.
Oh, man, what a bummer for those guys.
Yeah, he's deep into it, isn't he, Kyle?
Yeah, he's way down there, which leads me to believe something must have happened under maybe a brake lockup, maybe he might have gotten hit. We'll have to see if we can get a little bit more of a story on that one. It looks like that may be Sean at the wheel to start. So unfortunate for those guys. Again, we talked about yesterday, they're from the Phoenix area, and they hauled all the way out here because they wanted to do Mid-Ohio, and they were very excited about it. they miss some of the racing that we do on the West Coast, but hopefully they can get pulled out of there. The car doesn't look too bad from this angle, so maybe they just gently might have popped it, maybe a little cosmetic, but hopefully nothing that'll keep them from getting back into the fight.
According to the logs, they did hit the wall, but yeah, hopefully, like you said, it still looks like a car from this angle, so hopefully everything's all right, and he'll be able to just pull him out of there and get him going again. But for right now, he's stranded out there until the tow truck shows up to pull him back. Average Joe's Race Team, good morning, Justin and Timo. Oh, that's Kyle. That's Kyle typing that out. Yeah, good morning, Average Joe's Race Team. Good morning, Justin. Ta-da! So emergency vehicle on track, and we got Les in the pits, catching the action as the cars head down finish the carousel through turn 13.
I popped my head out of the booth, Paulie.
You did?
And yeah, I did, just momentarily during commercial. And I never realized this just from this side of the track, because usually over being in the paddock, how much of a dip when you come out of turn 13. Those cars just kind of drop down, and you just kind of pop and then come straight up out of the hole there. As you said, the car just come down, and then it just hits down on the straightaway, come out, and it's almost like it gives you a launch down the straightaway. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. A little character to the track there.
It definitely gives you a little something to just kind of help get you out of the corner. And I noticed a lot of guys are putting their left sides like right on the edge of the curb, because with that rubber buildup when it gets there, it just gives you that little bit of extra grip to get out of the corner, and just helps get you some what we call forward bite and let you be able to stay moving, let's say.
Yeah. That's a fun racetrack.
Yeah. A lot of character to this place, and it has bullring tendencies, but yet it races like a lot of the big boy tracks that we go to, and it does have some VIR into it. It definitely has a little bit of Watkins Glen with the Armco barrier so close and some of the elevation changes. It definitely has a lot of characteristics of places that we go to on the tour.
So we'll go track car rental. Oops. Wrong one. We had it. And 90racing.com doesn't have their cameras spooled up yet either, so just having all kinds of problems here. There we go. Back to race right.
So Andy at the wheel for the start. So that is it looks like we got the local yellow down here. So it looks like they are still continuing to do the hot pulls this weekend. Again, I know that was for those of you that may not have joined us yesterday. I jinxed that one. So chalk another one up to Kyle misspeaking in the booth.
How do you do that?
I have a talent for misspeaking. Apparently,
you have a talent.
It's a skill. Apparently, it's not driving. So,
and you guys running these Yi 4K action cameras, send me a note if you have the watermark like that on your camera. Your live feed, I can send you the firmware update that'll get rid of that. It'll also make your camera more reliable for the live stream. I'll be happy to send you the firmware update, and I'll give you some instruction how to install it. Super easy.
So now that we are under a code 35,
yes,
what you will see the drivers doing on occasion is you will see them again scrubbing the tires, just trying to generate heat to ensure that once we go back green, they'll be able to still have maximum traction and the optimal temperature for the brakes and equipment to work the way they needed. On board with TCR right now, looks like they may have gotten the feed back up and going. Doesn't look like this is violating any YouTube standards. So
no, that was
maybe it was the best lap. Maybe they violated the YouTube standard with the 142.1. You never know.
No, I've got my broadcasting software is overloaded with feeds, and that wasn't an actual feed. This is actually the real
I'm
thing.
Just teasing. So anyway, but right now best lap is a 142.1. Last lap was a 145.05. Obviously, probably when the 35 came out, pending where they were on the timing line is. They probably backed off there, but good early showing for these guys.
Oh,
currently in 8th overall.
Here comes the heavy equipment.
Yep.
Maybe they're not gonna forklift that car and pick it up, will they?
Well, I did get word from somebody over in Tower that based on the video, they were suspecting something maybe a little bit locked up that may be preventing it. So I wonder if they're trying to maybe get it pulled to a point where they can get it out of there.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, well, they could put a strap on the mover and then use that to pull it out of there if they don't think the truck can do it. The grass is a little wet over there.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah,
a chopper flyover. Huh?
Yeah, it looks like some military helicopters flying over top the racetrack. So getting our own invocation here, and we're already green. But, yeah, unfortunately, what you see there back on board with Fetterhund as they're working to get them out of the kitty litter, usually when there's a piece of front fascia in the car with you, that's not a good – I mean, one, it's good that – it's nice of them to give it back to you.
Here's the rest of your car.
Yeah, here's the rest of your car, but this doesn't go there, sir. So, unfortunately, that's never good when they – yeah, you can see Sean trying to get the wheels straightened out so they can get them out of here.
I would never make it in safety.
No.
Because every time you agree? Because every time I would come to somebody in this situation, the first thing I would ask them is, "Are you okay?" "Yeah." "Okay, well, you can't park here."
Right, yeah. And then they just give you that look like,
they wouldn't like me very much. Not that they like me that much right now, but especially if I did that. "Dude, you can't park here." "Yeah, I know. Just tug me out, will you? I want to get going." So, yep, they're pulling them out, and there's several cutouts there in the guardrail. So they have this equipment sitting back there. They can maneuver around the backside of the racetrack and pull them out. So this is part of the new China Beach, Kyle. They have all that pea gravel, and it's leveled up a little bit, so you don't kind of take a launch off of turn 4. You know, it's kind of just like you just drive right into it.
Yeah, it was a good move on their part. I mean, so many cars were getting airborne because of the old configuration. And there was nothing wrong with the old configuration, but unfortunately when things would go wrong, it would just multiply the situation. And that was, and it just less of a risk, and it scrubs the speed off. It looks like they're just about out of it. It scrubs the speed off rather than letting the car get elevated, because as we all know, when these things get any type of air underneath of them, just like any type of aerodynamic piece of machinery, they're going to want to start to go airborne, and we don't need that, and we don't want that. So it looks like if that is Sean at the wheel, he's trying to grab first gear. Looks like he may be able. Yep, he is going here.
Yeah, and I was going to say something, but some incredible.
So what he's doing there, you'll notice like he's shaking the wheel. What he's doing is we talked yesterday. He talked yesterday that peat gravel is very fine, and it's very small, and it can get up into some of the important components of your car. So what he was trying to do was move the car around and shake it a little bit to get some of that gravel out. So it won't, as he gets up to speed, he doesn't want to spin the wheel like we said yesterday and get it up into those important parts and end up taking something out unnecessarily. This isn't the day that they were hoping for, and they don't want it to compound. So that's why he's going at a slow pace, and you always just have to be careful and want to make sure it's out of there. We saw a few cars get in there and then were able to continue on, but you just got to be careful. Looks like the 518 is on pit road here. They're up underneath of it. Looks like they're checking something in the front suspension, so we'll have to get a story on that.
Yeah, they've got that right side up, so they're looking at that right now. And then should be going back to green here shortly, as the stricken Fetterhund car is now remotivated and going. And got a camera inside the American Express Pontiac today, that Grand Funk Prix. I'm having trouble with that. As we go back up to power here, the 414 of Parts Badger on the racetrack now. And boy, it's great to see those guys back out here and up at the front of the pack. Hopefully that one will hold together for them, and they'll be able to stay with it today. They got the yellow gloves, Kyle. I mean, that's the fast secret right there.
Absolutely. That's always 5 horsepower right there. But, I mean, it's not a camera. It's not 10 horsepower, but any advantage you can get.
Oh, yeah. Well, they kind of brought their own camera. I don't know if that counts.
It does.
Really.
Oh, it does. But then that just gives you 15 horsepower, so then it's a win.
Whoa.
Got on that outside there. He's working by Velocity Motorsports Club in the 412 in their Honda Civic SI. So probably out there, still a little bit slick as we're in the early portion of this race, approaching the 30-minute mark. So might have been a little bit of what you were hearing where he just got a little bit sideways.
So it's GBU leading the EC class, Brew Crew actually leading overall, and leading C class. B class being led by There's No Z and Mazda, and they're in second overall. The 90racing.com leading A class. They're third overall. So we have an EC car, a C class car, a B class car, and an A class car in front of the field.
So as we're on board here with the 414, it looks like Roy and the boys have gotten the car back out there. Looks like everything's back up to speed here. It was just a minor issue. I believe something radiator related. Might have been some fluid or coolant that may have gotten on the tires, and did a masterful job of keeping it under control and not making the situation worse. So good job. Lost a little bit of time, but got 6.5 hours to make it up.
Fetterhuns pulled their car into their garage spot, so they are behind the wall, and they're pulling the bumper cover out of the inside of the car. So it looks like they've got maybe some cosmetic work to be done, but there doesn't look like a lot of urgency here, and so it looks like they're just going to take their time and maybe get it back together and get back out there. Drivers getting out of the car.
Well, important to take their time as we are under a red flag here, red flag condition here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio, presented by Parts Badger. We're not sure what's going on yet, folks, so just hang tight. Once we get a final confirmation of everything and we know everything is okay, we'll get it to you.
Yeah, we'll let you know what we know as we know it. Of course, it's all unofficial. And so the cars, the way these red flags work in Champ Car is different than some of the other series out there. What a red flag is all of the drivers that are on the racetrack come to a safe, controlled stop, hopefully off center. You want to pull to the right or pull to the left, and that allows room for the emergency vehicles to get to a stricken car quickly. And so that's the purpose of it. And the teams are just to wait. The cars are just to wait in that position until they're signaled, and they'll take them back to yellow so they can begin circulating again, and then get up to speed. They'll go to green. So that's what happens in Champ Car. We just bring all the cars to a stop, and then if there's something going on with the track, there's some issue there, then what they'll do is they'll bring the cars in and they'll black flag them. So they'll get them rolling again with a black flag and bring them into the pits. So they'd bring them in nose to tail, and then just wait until they get the track repaired, and then take them back out. So that's what's going on. So a little bit of information. Looks like it's not a fire issue, but one of the cars, they're working on that now. I hear Jackie on the talking over the intercom there. I'm not sure what the story is there, but
so while we have a few minutes, Paulie,
yes.
Why don't we update everybody on what's going on until we get official word? So GBU, Good, Bad, and Ugly, Bill Riley's guys who won yesterday in the EC class are on their way to possibly pulling a weekend sweep as they currently lead the EC class. Brew Crew Racing has taken an early lead here at the 30-minute mark of this race for the C class and the overall. 90racing.com has worked themselves up into the lead of A class and is second in the overall. Your B class leader is There's No Z in Mazda, and they are also third in the overall and leading B class, as I stated. Hero Time Racing right behind them in fourth and second in B class. And then you have C class cars 5th through 7th, 901 Motorsport in the 901, Cone Crushers and TCR with the 97 car. Parts Badger with the 630 is in 8th. Bavarian Mustache Works in 9th. And Hurry Trade Racing is up to 10th position, and they have gained 54 spots since the beginning of the race and 8 in the B class so far. So, guys, great job. And, yes, Neons can go fast and do have speed. So, nice job, fellas, and very, very well executed early on. American Express and the Grand Funk Prix is currently leading the D class, hopefully on their way to a weekend sweep. I'm sure they're looking forward to that.
If you guys want to come to me for some soda, I got
And then Loose Lugs Racing is leading the F class currently. We're getting some information from Les in the background of everything that's going on. Once we know anything's official, we'll pass it on. But out of respect for any situation, we don't like to speculate, so we want to make sure we have full information before we pass it along. So good thoughts so far. Everything seems to be okay, and we'll let you know further. But let's see here. And then I believe that should be everybody at this point. Tough
We're going to
break.
go to Les here, so he's got someone to talk to.
All right.
Okay, Les, go ahead. Sorry about the beeping on my radio.
And we appreciate the fact that he's checking ChampCar.Live. So, like the hero time, guys.
All right, well, here I got Andy of Hero Time Racing.
Hi.
So you were a rock star in the car yesterday. Just tell us about your race.
Well, the race was actually going quite well. We were kind of found a strategy that worked well for us, and it up until, make a long story short, it led into the last hour, and we lost an axle. So
okay.
it took us out of the race, but I think we were sitting P2 in a pretty good, maybe it was P3. We were definitely in the top 3, and it was looking good. All we had to do is bring it home, but
heck yeah. Is that something that's kind of indicative of these front-wheel drive cars, like inside of the axles, you know?
They can, yeah. I mean, it's an endurance race, so like, this isn't a car that was really meant for endurance racing. It's a TSX. It's meant to go to the grocery store on the weekends. So,
I think you guys are doing pretty good though, right?
Yeah. So there's learning issues, trying to figure out what works, how to keep these things alive, and yeah, I'm sure. I mean, they're gonna figure it out. And when they do, you guys need to watch out.
For sure. And you're, I would say, you're kind of like the king of swaps in Minnesota. I know that from
we do a lot of K swaps and stuff. Yeah, mostly in like S2. It wasn't even a K swap. This is what it came with.
It came with the swap, right?
Yep. So there's no swap stuff needed, but the car's it's a strong car. It's going to be once we figure out the reliability stuff, I think it's going to be a really good contender.
Good stuff. Well, hope it turns out real good for you guys in the end, and it should be nice and smooth. And I'm really proud of you.
It's been good so far today, and I mean we're only
I think everyone knows at home that I love Hondas too. So it's like my VTEC goes blind. And good luck to you guys. Once we get underway, it'll be nice and good.
Thanks.
All right.
Yep. Thanks, Les.
All right, so that was Andy of the Hero Time Racing. Got the guys, and they seem like they're very optimistic about their race coming up. So back to you guys in the booth.
Sweet. Thanks, Les. Appreciate you, man.
So Steve Jaworski from Rat Air Racing. Les is Morecam with a big heart. So, yep, we love the Les is Morecam too, Steve. Good luck to you and the Rat Air guys today, and give Les a little love down there in the pits for us and from everybody in the Champ Car paddock. So,
yep, Hero Time Racing. Everybody's just kind of in that parked mode right now as they're waiting for the officials to give us the okie dokie and go back to racing. So at this time, a lot of the teams, they might turn their cars off. They might leave it running. If you're going to leave it running, make sure you know that you have a fan that's working, so you don't overheat your car. A lot of the BMW owners, they'll take those fans out.
Yeah, and then if you do turn it off, make sure to turn everything back on. So make sure to. So make.
I'll get with you.
Alrighty, so. What we were, sorry about that, we were just confirming something for race control. They just wanted to verify that we were going over the running order with you guys, making sure everything was good and that our clock was accurate, even though everything's unofficial. They like to make sure that we give you guys the best in the business. So we were just getting some direction from our race director, Jackie Sides.
Yeah.
And she's always good at that. She keeps us in line, so we'll take it.
So what we do, just so you folks know, Kyle, what we do is when we have a red flag condition, we don't typically show the accident area, and that's because we don't have information. We don't get information on the condition of the driver, and so because although most of the time nobody gets hurt, everybody's fine, we don't want to create a situation where someone might get worried or anything like that, and so we just, by policy, we just don't show it, and that just turns out to be the better way. If we get any information back, which is rarely, because we're just the broadcast guys, the medic team that's down there is completely disconnected from us. They may talk to the track worker down there, and that track worker may choose to send information up to race control that the driver's okay, but that wouldn't really be something that would typically then be transferred back to us for any reason, because it's kind of funny. Back in the I remember I'm seeing like television shows back in the 60s are like, is he going to make it? And they're like, oh yeah, he's going to make it. And I'm like, how can you say that? Nowadays doctors never say, oh yeah, he's going to be fine. They say, well, these are the conditions, and he should be this and that. But they won't actually say, what's going on, because you don't really know. I mean, you got to be checked out, and time has to take place, and all of that kind of stuff. But the nice thing about Champ Car racing is that we race on these bucket list tracks, Kyle, but this is a Grand Prix track. This is a track where very powerful, fast race cars race here. So when we come here with our cars that don't have nearly the power that those cars do, we're racing on an extremely safe facility that's really designed to slow down and any cars that get off the track and bring them to a safe stop. So it's sort of over-engineered, really, for our safety.
I forgot my code in the car, and I'm like, race is going to start. I'm like, it's a little cool.
This is down there just talking to some of the guys in the pits. So it's very safe. It's very safe racing here in Champ Car. And I think Mid-Ohio is pretty safe, too.
Oh, absolutely.
Guardrails are protected.
It's a very safe facility. I mean, it's world renowned for that reason. It's safe. That's a reason a lot of the pro guys come here, and that's why the series look at running at places like that and they make sure that it's safe. They carefully work with the safety teams. We have a friend that actually works for the maintenance team here, and in conjunction with the safety team here at Mid-Ohio, Spencer Prill. We had dinner with him last night. Hi to Spencer and Adrena, if you're watching this morning. But yeah, Spencer was giving us some insight with working for Green Savory, their organization, and he was telling us a little bit about what they go through, and with the different organizations that run, they have to go through very deep checklists, making sure that there's certain boxes that are checked before the series can even put a wheel on the racetrack. So we appreciate that standard and precedent set, and we appreciate it, and I think it makes all the families and friends of watching feel a little bit more comfortable knowing that we are well taken care of in these machines. We're on board with Parts Badger here as they're on the back straightaway. Should be going back to yellow here very shortly. It looks like they have almost gotten the incident cleaned up, and we're just waiting to let them release and be able to go back to yellow. So in an incident like this, usually the driver will sit there. This is a good opportunity for the driver to think about what the car did, communicate with the crew if they need to make any changes on the first pit stop, get an idea of anything that the track is doing, relay that to the crew, possibly relay some information for the driver that'll be getting in for the second stint. It's a good information download. It's not something that always happens. We don't want these situations to happen, but when they do, it's a good opportunity for teams to take advantage of it. So hopefully every team is able to communicate, and that'll just give an opportunity for great racing later on today.
Yeah, looks like they're about done cleaning things up over there. So.
And want to give an attaboy to the guys and girls out there racing today. It looks like everybody did a great job getting to one side of the track or the other, letting the safety teams get to where they needed to. So nice job, guys. Way to go, making sure you're letting them get to where they need to get to.
Oh, man, I see brake rotors on the ground there, Kyle. Their brakes early on here for that Miata team. It's rough.
Yeah, that's never a good sign when you're already having to work on brakes less than an hour into the race. But things happen.
guys want to talk about your race? Get some screen time.
Derek, come talk about
your race. Tell us about the Batman car.
It's fun. It's fast. Yeah, you got that right.
Got everything here for you.
There's a little bit of a delay between when I give them the signal and they're able to
so
go
who do
ahead.
I got here with me?
I'm Derek Benzer, racing the E30 Batman car, number 790. Wonderful Rick Hill is our car sponsor and owner.
Okay.
But car's great, it's fast, it's fun, track's very tedious and technical, but it's a good challenge to have.
Heck yeah. So this is your second race with us this year, or?
This is our third this year. We went to Harris Hill in March.
Oh, excellent. Heck yeah, man. We'll keep coming back. What's your next race then?
I don't know yet. Maybe something in December, maybe Harris Hill in September, so we'll see.
Okay, so maybe see you at the championship, see you on the top step. How about that? Good stuff, man. Well, thank you guys for coming out. I appreciate you guys. I love seeing the Batman car.
Thanks,
So
sir.
cool.
I do too.
You guys' pit stops are like you're in and out, and I'm like at the back of the pit. I'm like, let me get down there.
We try to do as fast as we can. We try and keep it to the 5-minute rule.
For sure.
As best as we can. But, yeah.
Heck yeah. Well, we'll see you soon.
All right.
Thanks, sir.
All right.
A lot of smiling faces and optimistic for the race. It just started, so, as you guys can tell, it's sunny out here. Everyone's smiling at Mid-Ohio, and we're going to go back to racing here in just a little bit.
Yep.
Be all good.
Got to keep smiling. That's Les's rule. We're going to head to break. I'll be back in just a few minutes and get back to Green Flag Racing here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast Gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Back to caution here. Getting ready to go back to green racing. So that was one of the MDR cars that was in that accident. And so that car is going to be out of the race now. So we have a report, parts falling off the 901 car of 901 Motorsports. And 974, looks like they've got a fluid spill. On the one of the Rad Air cars, the John car. So
had an eventful morning so far for some of these teams, Polly.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I think the full moon effect is still rolling in here at Mid-Ohio from last
it was
night.
a gorgeous moon this morning.
It was a beautiful moon, but when we saw that, I was like, that explains what's going on this weekend.
Does it?
Well, I mean, you could ask anybody that races a short track on Saturday night, and
yeah.
I mean, Jackie, our race director, Jackie Side, she's a school teacher, and she even said full moon is, that pretty much explains a lot when kids go crazy and race car drivers lose their minds. So.
Well, it looks like there's another, they're still holding the caution. Looks like they're working on a car that's stopped track left on the back stretch there, Kyle. So.
I'm seeing, the black, they've got the 901.
Is it a car or is it just?
Well, everybody's kind of going down the back straightaway as they've got the field behind the pace car, so I think it's a little hard to tell at this point.
That? I can't quite see what he's working on there, but...
So it looks like there's one of the Honda safety trucks is off to the right at the kink, and we can't tell if there's a car behind it. They may be checking, because if there were pieces falling off one of the cars, as you stated, they might have found something, and they may just be doing a courtesy check based on what the flag station reported in based on location. Which is, it's better to be safe than sorry, folks, because of the speed you carry. You do not want a small piece of metal that can cut one of these tires down, and then that can just lead to bigger problems. So, an attaboy to the safety team. We appreciate everybody from Mid-Ohio checking it out, and the Honda safety team does a great job here.
Yeah, when Kyle and I are out setting up the cameras on Fridays, we kind of scan the track and we're looking for debris, and we'll pick up anything we see too, even though the cleanup crew hasn't been out there yet. So we try to be careful of that, even as drivers. Like, ooh, I wouldn't want that to be on the track. We stop and pick them up. We find all kinds of weird stuff too.
We found a ton of stuff at VIR when we were getting everything ready to go. It was like, holy cow! You thought you were at we thought you were at a Sanford and Son junkyard for a second. It was like, wow. We hadn't even taken the green yet, but I mean, it was after the practice day, and but that's what those days are for. I mean, it's better that those things happen at a practice day rather than under green flag racing.
Yeah, I found a piece of an alternator adjustment bracket. So it was the adjuster part that was laying on the track.
I mean, then we found just little pieces of metal from things that had fallen off. We'd found little pieces of splitters of cars that might have caught curbs and might have just sheared part of it off. But, I mean, anything like that can cut down a tire very quickly, and it's good to find it, get it off the racetrack, and then you don't have a risk of anything.
Just ruin your day.
Yeah, and you don't want that. And, I mean, it's hard enough to finish and win these endurance races, and it's always those little – you don't need those little 50-cent parts ruining your weekend.
Well, thanks, Timothy. I appreciate that. Something I work on to try and bring you better and better coverage every time, better cameras, angles, and every time. So appreciate that. It's one of the few jobs in the world that thousands of people get to see and evaluate. Oh, you did. Can you imagine working every day like that? It'd be awful.
Yeah, but then you get to hang out at racetracks all the time too. So I mean, it's kind of
the fortune and glory. You know,
what do you want?
The accolades.
Maybe one day you'll have the Emmy that you're looking for there.
It could happen. And
Paul Veltum Enterprises for ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, present you with this Emmy. I'd like to thank my team and everybody for helping with these amazing camera angles.
Thank you.
And there you go. Exactly. He's already working on his speech. We're helping him write it as we speak. So on board here with Parts Badger as they're circulating under the caution flag. They've gotten the field racked up behind the safety car, making sure that they have everything where they need it to be. The track is completely clear, and hopefully we'll get back to some green flag racing here very shortly. Now, with a 7-hour race, and as we approach the end of the first hour, I would be communicating to these teams as we see the legitimate guys in the Mustang are headed back out onto the racetrack from the garage area. But as I was saying, what I would recommend to these teams would be, and probably their crew guys, is start short shifting a little bit in some spots and run a higher gear under caution. Yes, you have to stop every 2 hours, but you may not have to put as much fuel in it. And with getting as close as we are, maybe you could eliminate a stop. Maybe you can catch a 35.
Right.
There's always something to be had here.
Yeah, there's so many cool strategies and angles here as we go back to green now. Here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, we can get a waving green. All right. I like that. Maybe that's policy coming off of red. I don't know. But
might be.
That's always nice to see. It's more exciting than just pulling the yellows out.
Might be that quarter-hour start reminding us, wake up, guys, put the loud pedal to the floor.
Oh, yeah, we're going to do this again.
So we see them
crushers
coming down the front straightaway here. K2, their Camaro just got a spot on one of the BMWs there.
And everybody's getting the green flag. This is nice.
They treat us well when we come to Mid-Ohio, so it's nice.
I can't say I really noticed this dip. It's like the front straightaway's got a little bit of elevation change as you go through it.
You kind of go a little bit uphill.
You kind of come out of the last corner, you come up, crest near the bridge, and you go back down. Then you go back up as you approach turn 1. This camera is situated right at the bridge. And then they go rushing through turn 1.
Cone Crusher's late break on the right there. Got him. Nice move. 2 for 1 right there. Looked like he may have gotten one of the Rod Air cars as well. Beautifully executed move. Tough way to go down there because you really pinched the corner off. But he did a nice job. Used a bit of curb there. Got through. No harm, no foul. And picked off 2 of them. We see American Express, your D-Class leader, going by. They are 13th in the overall right now and hoping for a weekend sweep here. Such a cool car.
Yeah, thanks, Kyle, for putting that camera in this morning and in the big Pontiac. Down to turn number 9 here. Squares up with the corner nicely, which is a great idea. And over the top.
Tell you what, that thing, for as big as that thing is, it handles very well. And I think they just have it set up really well too, to where you don't see the car rolling over really hard.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it looks very easy to drive. I mean, it might just be from our vantage point, but you don't see them fighting it too much, and it looks, I mean, it just looks cool, and they're really showing some speed today. I know they were fighting some gremlins yesterday, but it's amazing to think what that speed got. It'd be cool to see that thing at Road America. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. We got to get him out there at Road America, Timothy. We got to get him out there.
Maybe they could drag race Turtle down the straightaway. Give Timmy a run for his money. See him coming down the straight here, headed to the keyhole.
But you're right. How flat this car is. Obviously, they've done some work on the suspension. These cars did not handle like that back then. But, yeah, this thing's working pretty good through the corners.
Yeah. And you can hear him just gingerly getting into it, just really taking care of it and getting ready to grab some fourth gear right there. And it's got some really good speed down that back straightaway.
Dropped gear. He says, I've got F1 on one screen, Mid-Ohio on the other, coffee in hand. It's a good morning. It is.
There you go.
It's a great day for a motor race. Where's Doc at?
Bye. It's a great
there we
day
go.
for a motor race.
On board with American Express here.
Keeping Doc's memory alive and well.
Yeah, we got our sound bites.
So as you see him work up over 7, headed down to Madness, may try to, well, he thought about outbraking. There he goes. May try to squeeze in there. Nice move. Up over 9, headed through Thunder Valley. He showed really good patience right there. In those bigger cars, in the technical section, you really have to be patient, knowing you have the legs on the straightaway. So you have to tell yourself, okay, be patient. I know I can get them on the straightaway, but you also have to find that opening too. You don't want to have to continually get in and out of the accelerator, knowing that those things are a little bit heavier, because then you're having to modulate and move the weight around. So very, very, very good patience shown. Looked like there's a car that was going by there. That's GBU with Bill Riley's guys that continue to lead the EC class right now, as we are just about 1 hour already into today's race.
Now, prior to the red flag, there was car-to-car contact between Cone Crushers and yesterday's winner, Team Salem Ketchup. Both cars, as promised, have been given 1-lap penalties each.
Well, race control, Jackie was not playing with that today. She was very adamant about it and wanted to make sure there was respect shown across the board, and was pretty much saying, look, if contact happens, you're both at fault, and we're not playing any blame games, and it's going to cost you a race today if you're not careful. So, guys, just a friendly reminder, stay off of each other. There's plenty of room out there. A little bit of smoke there under. Not sure if that's a little bit of brake lockup or.
Yeah.
Not sure. We'll have to maybe try to get some clarification.
Track car rental cars. We've got cameras, both of their feeds. Dan sent to me this morning, and yeah, he actually sent them to me yesterday too, but I dropped the ball and didn't get those brought up.
Looking out of our booth here, big 3-wide move there by GBU down the front straightaway. Just picked off 2 of them. Nicely done. See it there on our camera.
We might have already come through. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not
There's
sure.
The Pontiac. Yeah, we spent several years not racing here, and now we're back to racing. I think there was always a scheduling issue, and now we've got really a primo time of year to be racing out here. I think the weather is just perfect this time of year as the cars come through the keyhole, plunging down into turn 2. And again, at the exit of 2, they've added some curbing. They've added some material there. And I noticed also they added material at the exit of turn 9. So that run down the hill there, on the left side there's also a nice large red pad off to the left of that yellow curbing there. So lots of room for runoff there to keep the car under control. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, it's just another one of those safety innovations they think about. It gives the driver enough time to collect the car and go again.
Yeah. Looks like they put some gravel down there too.
Well, it's such a fast section through that. As you come up over that hill, you don't realize how much speed you're carrying until the car gets very light. And as you come through 9, it just, you got to really watch it because the car can step out on you very, very quickly.
Timothy says, cameras are not a curse. LOL. Bill putting it in? Maybe. That's funny.
So Brew Crew Racing continues to lead this race for the overall right now and is your C-Class leader,
Nice.
followed by 90 Racing, not too far behind.
Hey, we got their camera up now.
There we go.
Man, they had such a valiant effort yesterday, and, that's my pick. But couldn't quite get it done. Just a little misstep in the pits, and that set them back. So let's see what they can do today. They'll have every opportunity to show their mettle here again at Mid-Ohio. They've had quite a bit of success here over the years as 90 Racing.
Currently chasing down Brew Crew Racing for the overall lead, about 6.1 seconds back as we see 90 Racing off of turn number 13, headed back to the line to complete another lap. Nice last lap for them. 41.7. Brew Crew's last lap, 40.9. So pretty even right now, but again, early, we just passed the 1 hour mark. May just be taking their time, and we know 90 Racing was pushing it hard yesterday, but I think they know they've got the pace, and we'll have to just continue to see how it goes as they work off of the keyhole and head down the back straightaway. Gotta love listening to that Honda ring that thing out.
It's great, isn't it?
You can beat on those Hondas and Acuras all day long, man.
See, my wife doesn't understand that. I grew up around this sound. She likes the V8 sound.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, but you just don't understand.
It's just that you gotta love it. There's just such a different. It's that IndyCar pitch to it, probably from growing up with the Midwest. It sounds like those old Indy cars from the '90s.
Well, this is, I grew up around this. My dad raced Datsuns. It was always the 4-cylinder of that thing just hammering around the racetrack. For me, I love it. I like the V8 sound, but I love this too. On board with the leader of the race, Brew Crew Racing.
Yep, looks like Matt took the start today. Whoop, a little bit of catch and
big
catch
there's
and
another
release
one
there. He's always after it when he gets in that car. Arjun, when they come to the track, man, they just bring these guys that just hammer on these things.
Well, he got wide there at the carousel, which is always a bad idea. That's going to cause you to get loose. There's some marbles out there as you head towards
39.5 last lap. That is a pretty good lap rate there.
Timothy's like, high revving fours sounds so cool. I think so. I think they sound good.
So that was their best time of the day so far. Now break a little bit into the corner. I mean, these guys just drive so hard. It's fun to watch. Using up all that extra right there, getting behind one of the BMWs in front, getting a little bit of draft down the back straightaway here.
Yeah, he's tucked in good. I'm digging the helmet too.
Yeah, I like that. I like the American flag on the front of it. It's cool.
Swings
nice
out
brake
for TCR. He actually pops in front of him for the braking. Easy on the throttler. Okay, now he's to full power. You see he's right back off the gas here for the lefty.
A little bit of tire
protest.
Yeah.
Now the right, where you get that compression, lots of grip down there, and then to the left hand, a little curb. I try to stay a little bit to the left here so the car's lined up, squared up good for turn 9. Back on the power, no shifting, he's just all brake and power, brake and power, brake and power.
And it's a modulation too. You'll hear him get back to it, then he'll have to roll out of it a little bit.
Oop. Okay.
11 is hard to get through, and you don't have the grip sometimes you think you do through there.
You heard a little tire bark there on the downshift. Oh, a little trouble getting into gear there, Kyle. Took his time with to make sure he got it. Oh, and did we go caution in that part of the track?
Yeah,
he's backed off.
might.
Yeah, actually, we have gone caution back there.
Take a look here. And
all the way to the keyhole.
Looks like the 151 car. Oh no, that's Loose Lugs. Our F-Class winner from yesterday is off just at the exit of the chicane, just before the keyhole. We'll have to see what's going on. Hopefully it might just be something minor and then get the car back running, but tough break for our F-Class winner from yesterday.
Oh man.
So the way it works with local yellows, if you're not familiar with the Honda, the whole Macho safety team is rolling here. So the way local yellows work in Champ Car is they will, and with doing these hot pulls that we do, what you do is you keep the track green most of the way around, and then you put yellows out, local yellows as they call it, in certain sections to slow the pace of the field down to a certain percentage, enough for the safety team to get to the stranded car, get it pulled to safety, and then once they deem everything's okay, they'll put those sections back under green. It prevents from having to go to the virtual safety car situation, as we see Matt continuing to work through some more traffic here as he comes up out of Madness over 9, headed through Thunder Valley. But it just allows for more green flag racing and less time behind the safety car. And appreciate Mid-Ohio being so willing to work with us to do the hot pulls. We don't get to do that everywhere. And want to just a friendly reminder to the guys, make sure when those guys are out there, please do not buzz the safety crew. They work very hard to do this, and their respect is something we need to continue to race.
Yeah, if they feel threatened, then we're going to have to go back to 35ing everything that happens. And they actually did get buzzed yesterday, I heard, so that's got to be scary.
Yeah, and it's not fun. Again, we have some friends that do towing and pulls at Sebring that actually work a few of our races, and it upsets them and really is frustrating when they get buzzed like that, guys, because you're putting their safety and not in the forefront of your mind, and they've got families they want to go home to as well. Looks like
TCR is getting pulled over.
Yeah, it looks like TCR maybe not sure if it's mechanical or not sure if they're going to be sitting in the penalty box for a second here. We'll have to get some clarification. Sounds like there's a fan running, so don't see anything yet there on the log, so
no,
might be a mechanical thing. We'll have to get clarification. Once we do that, we'll let you know.
Most likely. No promises.
So Brew Crew Racing continues to lead up front over by about 14 and change over 90racing.com. So that is your C-Class leader with Brew Crew, A-Class leader with 90racing.com. There's no Z, and Mazda continues to lead B-Class over Hero Time Racing. That's your third and fourth in the overall. EC is continuing to be led by GBU with Good, Bad, and Ugly, but Riley's guys, that is your EC winner from yesterday. And then Sent from the Gourds, the Canadians continue to run really, really well. That's second in the C-Class at this point. And Bavarian Mustache Works is in sixth. That's your top three between three BMWs right there leading the C-Class. And then there's an EC Open Throttle to 69 of Goldie mixed in there. Then MP Racing B-Class car. Those guys didn't have the day they wanted yesterday, but on the charge today. And then Team Salem Mustard, I believe, is leading the charge, the 943 car in ninth. And then Hurry Trade Racing is in 10th. So another strong showing for another Neon organization.
On board with Parts Badger Fast Lane. This is the Parts Badger presenting Fast Lane. Is it Fast Lane or Fast Parts?
The Fast Parts Grand Prix presented by the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio presented by Parts Badger.
Yeah, I wonder why it says Fast Lane in there. Well,
I think that's the name. I think that's the name of the car. So
that makes sense. Well, they've gone back to no, have they? Yeah, it looks like they've cleared that car, so they're back to green over there in that section heading down to the keyhole. So Les is in the pits with one of the Salem's cars, the catch-up car. Got that penalty for contact, and now they're in the pits with that machine. Yesterday's winner. And it looks like a fire extinguisher, so maybe they're getting queued up here to put fuel in the car. I'm not sure. We'll keep an eye on them as we go back to the racing action here. This is a Hurry Racing team. We can go back to Parts Badger here. We'll do a PIP here for that Salem stop.
Yeah, a little early for a pit stop, but I wonder if maybe they're trying to get off sequence a little bit. We saw that yesterday where some teams were pitting at some different times, trying to not pretty much stay in line with their competitors. So they might be trying to something a little bit different. Your winner from yesterday. So they may be trying to do what they need to do to be in contention for a weekend sweep.
Yeah, it looks like they were working on tire pressures there. They had the air tank out. And not seeing a lot of urgency, but it looks like they're looking at that right front. Parts Badger on the attack here. GBU leads EC and at the pointy end of the field, so it's Brew Crew Racing leading the race over 90racing.com, followed by Hero Time Racing. Then there's Nosy and Mazda, sent from the Gourds, Bavarian Mustache Works, Team Salem Mustard, Hurry Trade Racing, Parts Badger in the 630. 12th, I've got MP Racing, and then it's American Express in that Pontiac in 13th. And let's see, we've got 1, 2 EC cars up ahead. They're almost in the top 10 with that Pontiac. Then it's Last Minute Racing, K2 Autosport, MDR Motorsports, and the Porsche, Misco Motorsports, Marathon TLM, Kart-Go Racing, Cone Crushers, Team Oversteer in 21st, and it's Race Right, Silver Bullet, the EC team of Velocity Motorsports, Sennhauser Racing, Stroke and Checks, Lay and Pipe, and the list continues to go on. As we reach the bottom of the hour, we're going to take a quick commercial break and be back in just a few minutes, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Mid-Ohio this weekend for the Fast Parts Mid-Ohio Grand Prix. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's Zero 360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back to ChampCar.Live. Still green flag racing out here with Kyle Lockrow, Les Epps, and your humble host, Paul Velton, calling the race for you this weekend. Thanks everybody for joining us. Hope you're having a fantastic weekend. And I hope you can come out and join us for one of these great races here in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series.
We have a lot of great races coming up, Paulie. We are into the latter part of the season, but ironically for us, this is one of our busier parts of the season where we cover, I want to say, 4 out of the last 7 races. Mm-hmm. So we've got a busy, 6 races remaining after this. We're covering 3 out of the last 6, but 4 including today. So we'll cover them here at Mid-Ohio. And then don't forget about the Gauntlet Come and Take It presented by Race Right, who is out there in competition today. There's still space available, so if you'd like to race Harris Hill, there is room to sign up. And thank you to Race Right, Patrick and Patricia and everybody over there for sponsoring that event. And then from there, we move on to the Beaver River Grand Prix at Pit Race, and that'll be our next Beaver River.
Still call it that.
Yep, that'll be our next event that we cover, the doubleheader, the 8+7, as we see one of our EC cars on pit road. I think that's the 790 car. And then from there, a few weeks after that, will be for the Landjager Cup up at Road America for that doubleheader 8+7 weekend. And then on the same weekend, if you don't feel like going to Road America and you feel like doing something down south, AMP has the Amped Up Duels at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and you can visit our friends from Discovery Parts and say hi to those guys. And I'm having a brain fart again.
Yeah, no,
today.
that's their headquarters. Their facility is actually inside the racetrack there. And but yeah, we race both weekends. We have both tracks at the same time. We have the Amped Up Duels and the Land Jaeger Cup up there at Road America. So yeah, if you want to come up to Road America up in Wisconsin, and you can race with Timothy, the famous turtle, on the racetrack, or you can, if you're down in the Atlanta area, you can race at the Amped Up Duels.
Absolutely. You got the best of both worlds that weekend. And then from there, we take the month of November off and celebrate Thanksgiving, get all fat and happy, and then we get ready to crown a 2025 champion for the 8-7 weekend, the 15-hour Park Firm format at VIR, and not the North Course this year, Paulie. The full course layout to determine the champion. And then after that, we're going to ring in the new year down at Sebring, but instead of a doubleheader, we will run a 14 hours on December 28th to round out 2025, and then before we know it, we'll probably be headed to Road Atlanta and other places in 2026.
Big news, Kyle. Big news. Yesterday's winner, Salen's Ketchup, has pulled their car behind the wall.
Oh, no.
So, obviously, something mechanical on that car has lost interest in this race, and they've taken it behind the wall for now, at least. They may get it fixed and get back out there. They have a lot of parts. They got a lot of crew. Maybe they can get back out there, but they are behind the wall right now.
Yeah, it's a shame for those guys. The good thing is, though, at least they have a second dog in the fight with the 943, so hopefully they can take that car back to the front. I know they really wanted a weekend sweep. This is one of their 2 home tracks outside of Nelson Ledges, so I think for them, a little disappointing. And that was the 240 car. I misspoke. The 790 I saw go by us here in the booth, as I just saw. Thank you, Les, for that shot there. So that was the 240 car that was on pit road, that BMW. So I misspoke before the commercial. Back on board with Matt from Brew Crew Racing. Thank you to Kate, Arjun's wife, for sending me and verifying that we had the correct feed. Hopefully we weren't showing you yesterday's race by accident there, but
No.
Thank you again for getting us clarification. And Matt continues to hammer down and go get him some.
Yep, 90racing.com. Just got passed by There's No Z in Mazda. They're looking to get back here. Kyle, is they've got a lot of cars in their sights up ahead.
See if 90 dives in here. Thought better of it, but staying at the bumper. Now let's see if 90 Racing wants to use. Whoa, a little bit of a pick there from the Focus. I don't think he saw him coming.
Swings wide, and
now
now
let's see if 90 is going to dive in here. May not be close enough. Those Mazdas are hard to beat under the braking.
Well, and I think too, the driver's being a little more careful here.
Yeah, but he had a little bit of a hiccup there.
Down the middle.
He knew he had to go to the left to get around that lap traffic, but then he wanted to stay off the BMW. Heads up driving by everybody right there, but that's a little bit of a Code Brown moment, Paulie.
Yeah, this is tight through here, and 3 wide. There's room, but there's not a whole lot more. So head down into 4.
Got all of it and then some right there.
I just noticed 90 Racing being careful not to stick the nose down in there and try to, bomb anybody, because we got to be careful not to have contact.
Well, and remember, 90 Racing, our yesterday's winner, is now in the garage area, and they're going continual laps down at this point. I'll guarantee you, knowing Andrew, he's relaying that message saying, we have a good shot at this today. Don't do anything foolish. So at this point, as we're just approaching the 90-minute mark, just follow them and find your spot.
So it's Brew Crew Racing leading the race over There's No Z in Mazda, followed by 90racing.com, Hero Time Racing, Sent from the Gourds, Bavarian Mustache Works, Team Salem Mustard, MP Racing, Parts Badger, looks like, and then Hurry Trade Racing. Looks like that's your top 10.
54 spots for those guys today. That is incredible. In less than 90 minutes.
And working lap 38 is your leader, Brew Crew Racing. As we check in with Parts Badger and see how things are going for them today in the 414 car. And Parts Badger bringing a 2-car effort. Their 630 car is shown in 11th place overall, with a couple EC cars up ahead.
They're working by Cone Crushers there on the right side. Well executed pass going into turn 1, and that's how you do it. you really have to get up beside him and make sure you're presented before you try to make a pass.
Yeah.
It's hard to stick the nose in there just because that corner's so off camber, and there's not a lot of grip, and the chances of sliding out to the right are very increased due to that. So you really want to make sure the car's under control as they work past that EC car there, the 240 team. On board with 90 Racing as they work through 6 and 7 and headed to madness.
You got a caution being thrown on the back part of the track again, so we'll bring you that information as we get it. Looking at the logs, looks like car 651 is the accused. 651 goes back to Hero Time Racing. And looks like we've got them. Oh no, there looks like there was two cars that got twisted up. And this is right at the top of turn 5, it looks like, Kyle.
That's not a good day.
And somehow these guys, both of them,
it looked like he's trying to get it going.
Maybe that's one of the worker cars that's to the left there. And
oh, look at it, just the frustration and disappointment. The hands on there. It's so hard. It's such a helpless feeling when you're in there. You're trying to get it fired. It looks like he's trying to see if he's got a gear. I think he's trying to find something. And I think that might be his problem, is he may not have any gears.
It seems that way, doesn't it? Because he keeps going back to that shift lever.
It's like he's trying to find at least one gear to get the car fired up and get rolling, and just the frustration. These guys were on pace for such a good weekend. As I looked out of our booth, Comb Crushers taking advantage of this, knowing we may be going to code 35.
Yeah,
is coming to get some fuel. Good heads-up move on their part. Looks like the Should Have Bought a Civic guys are headed to their pit stall as well. So a lot of teams may be taking advantage of this, and it looks like it may be feeding time at the zoo. It looks like Goldie is headed in from Open Throttle.
Parts Badger.
Yep.
They've come in with one of their cars. So everybody taking advantage of this moment. And it's the 630 car. Actually, the
Brew Crew looks like they may be in as well. 901 Motorsport. Yeah, it's feeding time at the zoo, guys.
Yep, Les is down there in the pits getting all the action for us.
No, there's like no gates, no nothing. It's just clock.
There's no gauges, no nothing?
Like I said, such a helpless feeling. You're out there and you just... It's so hard because you know you're going to have to get towed in, and you're just trying to find some glimpse of hope, looking to see if it'll fire up or some type of traction to get it back. And it's frustrating and tough break for those guys. But I tell you what, they have nothing to be ashamed about. They brought in a great group this weekend and put on a great showing, and they'll be back. Brew Crew Racing with their first pit stop of the day here. You'll see the fire bottle. So for those of you that are new to Champ Car or may not have joined us, so the way pit stops work in Champ Car is you must be on pit road for 5 minutes if you're taking fuel. Looks like Matt is getting out of the car. That should be Derek getting in the car with the yellow helmet. Starting to recognize those guys a little bit. They seem to be the two regular drivers that are running that car on a regular basis. So you'll have the two drivers getting in. There usually can be a crew guy that's helping, but these two are pretty experienced. And then you have your fueler and your fire bottle individual as well, and they have to be within about 7 to 9 feet away from the fueler just to make sure nothing goes wrong. And then once the fueling is done and the cap is on and the equipment is back over the wall, then you'll see the rest of the service, tires, oil check, all that, etc.
Yep.
If you don't take fuel on a stop, Polly, you don't have to stay the 5 minutes.
Right.
But if you do take fuel and you try to get around that, Jackie and Bill are pretty good at saying, no, we see you. We know you took fuel. You got to serve your 5 minutes. So.
Well, it's actually Troy and Steve. They're running timing and scoring, and they'll see it, and then the boom shall be lowered. Unfortunately, you'll get penalized. But it's a very interesting part of the Champ Car strategy, culling strategy, that 5 minutes for taking fuel and no minimum stop for if you're just going to like do a driver change or take a look at something on the car, fix it. So it's I just love the combination. It seems that the other teams that I've spent time with, they all feel the same way. They really like that. The combination of rules and the way the rule set's laid out really makes it very interesting for racing, and I think it makes it fair in other ways too. So it's good.
Yeah, 90 Racing, MDR taking advantage of this. Looks like the 758 car is in. Just a lot of cars are in. The 132, the Focus is in with the hood up. Not sure. They've been in for a little while. Looks like they're checking, trying to get something rolling again. The Gourds, sent from the Gourds, the Canadians have come down pit road. Your 4th place car for some service. Bavarian Mustache Works is on pit road as well. So we'll have to see what happens as the order cycles out. K2 Autosport has worked themselves up into 11th, gained 6 spots on the day so far. Last Minute Racing in the 790, another C-Class car, up 36 spots and 13 spots in the C-Class already. So nice early run by these guys. Marathon and TLM with David Twatty's guys up 19 on the day, up to 14th overall and 7 in class to this point in the day. So good early run by them.
And John pointing out 99 watching and only 20 likes. Yeah. Well, we've actually had nearly 600 people watch, and so it's, yeah. But TCR, the BMW is behind the wall, and Kyle talked about that a little bit. Their other car, though, is out there on the track, so still circulating under this code 35 for a car that was stranded. Looks like they're just bringing it in now. I see one of the safety vehicles. If it's not on the tow strap, at least I see the safety vehicle coming in. So we're probably going to be going back to green here shortly.
Yep, got him behind the wall. Should be going back here shortly. Looks like the 727 Hurry Racing is in. The 383, the Nosy and Mazda guys are in for some service as well. We see the 21 Race Right decided to come in and get some service. And honestly, this makes sense. For a 7-hour race, the 90-minute mark is pretty much about what you're running to.
Yeah.
And at this point, that makes it to where you could pretty much do this on 2 more stops if you can get closer to 2 hours.
As we go back to caution, Kyle, looks like we're getting ready to go back to green. So perfect timing for Brew Crew as they're just finishing up their pit stop, and they're having a little trouble with traffic.
Looks like they're getting blocked in a little bit
We've
there.
got so many people.
I think that's Silver Martini Racing in the 57 car. Got an update from those guys. They were behind the wall for a little while, or they were working on something. Yep, they were in the garage for a clutch adjustment. They were hoping to be back out there, and they're back out, so good to go. Or no, I'm sorry, that's Mark behind the wheel, not Derek. I got to learn those helmets of these guys.
Missed a shift there, but back up to speed. Now we're up to green. So Green Flag Racing again here at Mid-Ohio. Still a lot of teams on Les's cam still in the pits, finishing up their pit stops, taking advantage of that purple 35. There's the number 44.
Dipstick Racing. Up 21 spots on the day so far. Nice job, guys.
Hey.
10 on the C-Class so far as they're in for their first stop of the day.
Great job.
Looks normal. Driver change, fuel, few adjustments, and headed back out to the fight. Back on board with the fast lane, past Parts Badger 414 entry, the B-Class, one of their B-Class cars. I said C-Class earlier. I apologize, guys. I meant B-Class.
You upgraded them.
I guess, yeah.
So.
Ooh, big hands there. Big hands. Catch and release. One thing you can say about Parts Badger drivers is they're never just out there on a Sunday drive.
They do seem to be on the attack.
They are always on the attack. And I happened to see Marvin in the paddock the other day. It was during practice, and he was getting ready to go out just to get some laps here. And he was the one that Roy was so complimentary of for one of his first starts when they were in the championship fight at NCM. And I just wanted to say to him, thank you for how well you drove, and congratulations on just that stint you put in, because I remember that what he did in the rain fighting with, I think it was Rockwell, and it was just masterful driving. So I wanted him to know we appreciated the what he was doing, and he seemed very, very thrilled about it. It seemed like it gave him a little extra pep in his step. So.
Yeah, on board with Race Right, Silver Bullet, those folks from, I don't know, should I say the West? They're out of Texas. Is Texas West? Or is it Midwest? Or is it mid? I don't know what it is.
I don't know. Texas,
Texas
is such a big. Yeah, we'll have to.
Patricia, let us know. What do you guys consider Central, or are you West? They're probably, if you're in Texas, you're not on Pacific time, are you?
I believe they're.
Are you Central or Mountain?
Might depend on where you're at in the state
Pacific.
too. I think they're Central time at least at a minimum. I don't know. It may be toward the west part of the state. You might fall into Mountain time, but I would think that'd be a little closer to the New Mexico side.
Yeah, I don't know. To find out. This is the kind of hard-hitting news that we will bring to you folks.
Or if somebody wants to Google it and let us know, then that would be awesome.
Okay, so Drop Gear says Texas is in Central Time and Mountain Time. There's just fancy like that. Timothy's like, it's almost a country of its own.
Yep, there he is exactly right. I just checked it out for myself. The far western portion, including El Paso, is in Mountain Time, and then most of the state is in Central Time. And I believe where they're at, where Harris Hill would be, I believe that is Central Time Zone, but we'll get a confirmation from the Race Right team themselves. Silver Martini wanted to let me know that Ryan Ward is in the car, so good luck to Ryan in your stint, and good luck to Silver Martini guys. You guys are having a solid race so far. Sounds like the little hiccup from earlier you've gotten situated, so have fun.
Yeah, we'll revisit the standings here, folks. So it's MP Racing leading the race in their Honda Civic. Parts Badger in the number 630 is in second. Team Salem Mustard has moved to third. Last Minute Racing shown in fourth. K2 Autosport in their Chevrolet is fifth. Brew Crew Racing has slipped to sixth with that pit stop. The American Express Pontiac has moved into seventh place.
What a run for these guys today.
Yeah, they got to feel pretty excited about this. I
Up
mean,
5 spots on the overall from where they started and continuing to lead the D class. These guys have come out of nowhere.
it's a great Sunday to be at the racetrack, and especially at Mid-Ohio with the Champ Car guys.
I know we're through a cycle of pit stops here, so we'll kind of have to see. There's still some cars that'll probably have to pit here. We got some new players up front, like you said, MP Racing leading, B-Class leader and overall leader, and then we've got the sister car for Team Salem leading the C-Class currently, and then third overall. Last Minute Racing has snuck up there, K2 Autosport. American Express Cargo Racing's inside the top 10 now, and they're 236, they're B-Class. They round out the podium on the B-Class side of things, so good run for those guys. I remember watching them a couple years ago, racing against them actually at, we were trying to chase them down at Nelson Ledges when I was running for Rad Air, and I mean that car was just on a rail that day, so it looks like it's much of the same today.
Now there's a look at your A-Class standings right now.
Williams Racing Group, your A-Class winner from the 24 is up to the second position overall. Animal Speed Works, that band they were talking about, and then Misco, is it Misco Motorsports? How you say it? Misco Motorsports.
B-Class, you got MP Racing, Parts Badger, and Cargo Racing. And then we take a look at C-Class.
Looks like the Fat Boy guys. I saw them 6 in the B-Class there, 262. Their Honda Civic. They're having a much better day. Got a fun story about that one. So I was talking to the Fat Boy guys, and so that Civic that they're racing actually was one of the guys, it was his son's car. I'll get clarification on a little bit. I'll check my notes in a little bit. But that was his son's car, and the reason being was he had a truck that was unfortunately stolen, and the Civic was kind of a replacement so they could either find it or determine it was lost. And luckily they found the truck, and when he didn't need the car anymore, they said, well, let's turn it into a Champ car, and it's out here running 6 in the B-Class. And they've run with us before, so great job, guys. I know you didn't have the day you wanted yesterday, but looks like that backup car is serving you well.
Yeah, we haven't spent much time behind the wheel of the Bavarian Mustache Works car. They're having a good day of it, though, and trying to work their way up to the front of the pack, just like everybody else.
Yeah, through this cycle of pit stops here, again, we're waiting on some folks that haven't come in yet or maybe came in a little earlier, just trying to get off sequence. It's the only way you can really get an advantage on some of these guys. The field has just been so even this weekend, and we saw that yesterday with the fight between Team Salem Ketchup and 90 Racing. It was pretty much neck and neck the last hour in the times.
Yeah, so, I mean, the leader of the race, MP Racing, this was their first time leading today in their Honda Civic. They haven't pitted yet, but Parts Badger in second place has pitted. And then Team Salem Mustard and the Last Minute Racing teams holding down third and fourth, they haven't pitted yet. But Brew Crew has pitted, who's behind them in fifth. And then K2 and sixth, they have not pitted. But the GBU car, which leads the EC class, has pitted, and they're back out there. So obviously having a better day of it is the GBU team, probably with a better working transmission than what they had yesterday. So they got to be pretty pleased with that.
Yeah, it's probably much better with a fresh transmission to get that thing into gear. I'm sure that's serving those three gentlemen very well right now.
Oh, and I think I'm seeing that 901 has come back into the pits, or excuse me, the 90racing.com car.
Uh-oh, he's waving the hand. I think he's saying, I need a push. Not a good start to the race for yesterday's runner-up.
Yeah, let me make sure this feed is current. Yeah, this is live. They've brought the car into the pits again. This is not planned.
Let's see. It looks like they're trying to. Okay, so he's trying to pop it, get it running. Looks like he might have popped the clutch and got it going.
Question is, what brought them in again?
Not sure. We'll have to get our best people, get the less is more cam to find out. You can hear some frantic on the radio.
Yeah, he's yelling back at him. There must be some issue there, Kyle.
Yeah, well, we apologize
not
for that.
Pleased.
Folks. No, he's not very happy, and rightfully so. These guys know they have a shot at winning and can run well, and
they're bringing it. Looks like they're bringing it. Wait a minute.
Well, I think he might have wanted to go.
I think he went to the wrong stall.
Well, he might have wanted to. He thought he was going to go to the garage. Maybe a little miscommunication. Looks like they've backed him up. And where's he?
Oh, the word is the hood wasn't latched all the way. And so now, oh man, these pit stop woes for 90 Racing yesterday, an oil cap today, hood pins maybe.
Yeah, a little frustrating
devastating
for those guys.
And this is such a seasoned team. This is something that will just totally grind at them.
Well, and it's such a good, experienced team, as you said, and it's these little gremlins they're fighting this weekend. But you have weekends like that in racing where you can do everything right, and it's just maybe it's just kind of the full moon thing. But hopefully, what I'd be doing right now, trust me, I'm one of those drivers. I'm animated in the car. I'm sure you guys have heard it before. You got to just try to calm the driver down, get him focused so he doesn't, compound the situation. The car's fast; they can make up for it. It's a minor situation, so as long as he can just keep his focus about him and work through the traffic, I think he'll be okay. But sometimes it can get you up front driving angry. But
was he passing a Honda Focus when you said he has to keep his focus?
Yeah, he was.
That's amazing.
Driving
Kyle.
a Honda, passing
How do you do it?
We have good production people. That yep, absolutely. I think he heard us talking about it. Or
he must
something.
have.
He must have. He just gave a thumbs up. I'm throwing all the luck to you guys. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so stay with us. You're watching ChampCar.Live. Plenty of broadcast excellence on tap today here at Mid-Ohio on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services. including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Welcome to Parts Badger, where we want to be your online machine shop. Through our online platform, we connect our global manufacturing capacity to your fingertips. You can request a quote, place an order, manage your parts, and even share that information with a colleague right online. If you prefer, you can work with our experienced team of sales representatives who are supported by our design engineers and project managers as well. Whether your project's big or small, simple or complex, Parts Badger can get it done. See if we can help your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
In the zone, AutoZone.
All right. That sigh. testing the battery. So funny. Well, welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. If you missed it yesterday, well, you should have been here. Bill Riley was here, and it came in, gave us an interview, sat down, spent some time with us. It did get a little awkward when Bill first walked in. Kyle kissed his ring. I don't know what that was all about, but and Bill looked a little uncertain too. But we did get some great time with Bill to talk, and so if you haven't seen that or heard that talk, make sure you scroll back through yesterday and
well, he got us
out.
into Daytona with some of his magic, so that was my way of saying thank you for letting us grace the presence of the World Center of Racing. So, just doing my part.
Yeah, and I didn't know that, actually. And Daytona is kind of a jewel in the crown for Champ Car, isn't it? I mean, that's a very special racetrack, and I don't know, that's a really cool thing to carry with you. Say, you know what, I was instrumental in getting Champ Car out there. So appreciate Bill Riley and all that he's done for Champ Car and the sport over the years. And it looks like Fetterhunt might be back on the racetrack. Let me just check something here.
Yeah, Sean texted me a little bit ago. I just didn't get a chance with some of the action we were covering. He texted me and said, we are getting back out there. So congratulations, guys. Actually, we will have our first guest. We haven't had any interviews today. Their driver, CJ, will be coming up very, very shortly. She'll be getting a ride over here to the studio. We'll get her in, and she's going to talk about her Shift Up program and what she's trying to do, where she wants to go in motorsports. And she's also a sergeant in the Army, so we'll stand at attention, and she'll tell us all about her life and the military and then her racing career, so we look forward to that. I did get an update from Dan from TCR. Unfortunately, for those fans, Track Car Rentals, the 97 is out for the day. They dropped the valve, so unfortunate break for those guys, and hopefully we'll see them. I believe we'll see them back again at Road America. Will be their next one.
Yeah, stop dropping those valves.
It's never a good day. I believe from what they said, their race schedule for the remainder of the year should be Road America, obviously the Champ Car Championship at the VIR, and they're on the fence about Sebring. Depends on what they have going on with the haul to get down there. Obviously, with where they're located, it all depends on weather and getting out of the cold north and being able to get down to the sunny south.
Yeah, but they've got this other car on the racetrack, this BMW from Track Car Rental, and so still going strong there. And we talked about them. Was it Open Throttle we talked about yesterday? We had a guest in here, or was it Track Car Rental? We had a guest come up and said he's been racing with them, and he's new to Mid-Ohio.
That was my buddy Camp Teague. He runs for Open Throttle. And then it was also his co-driver and sponsor, Scott, from HPT Autosports, the company out of North Carolina. So they're co-driving for Goldie, which is currently, I believe, your EC leader at the moment. Yes, it is. Currently leading the EC class in Goldie. So good run for those guys today. I believe Camp should be getting in shortly, if not in now. So good luck to him. But yeah, they're both new to Champ Car. Camp's been in for a couple of years and had some good results, but Camp had never been to Mid-Ohio and was very high on the facility and very excited to get out there and get into the fight today.
Wait a minute, Drop Gear is saying, yep, we drive what's this all about? As the broadcasters noted at VIR, Trash Panda is never going to win. I don't think we ever said that. We may have said they haven't won a race. It's a very big deal. We wouldn't say you're never going to win a race. Okay, I get the trick. I get it. This is something they say they never win a race, but they may never win the race, but they're never going to miss a party. Maybe that was something
it's the
you had said.
It's the Del McCallard. For those of you that are from the driver, if it was from Savannah, he always drove the number 0. It's from the Tin Top world, and that, my world. He drove the 0 car. He never won a race because he was a very shoestring budget gentleman. And the way I always talk about Trash Pandas at VIR, these guys have a good time. They drive by. They're always faster than the cars that are broken in the garage, and they drive by them. They may never win a race, but I tell them they'll always, they'll never
miss the party.
They always win a party, or they'll never miss a party.
Got it. Okay.
And that was Delma's thing. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, I got an update from our Should Have Bought a Civic guys. The Modern Office Methods number 20 BMW. They wanted to let us know Nick Smith is driving. Good luck, Nick, and hope you have a good stint, buddy.
So Parts Badger leads the race in the number 630. Congratulations, guys. Great to see you up there. Our sponsor for the race weekend, Parts Badger. It's the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio. Presented by Parts Badger. Team Salem Mustard in second place.
Oh, a little bit of a hiccup there getting that car into third gear. There, I wonder if Brew Crew's starting to have some transmission issues or something. Matt had some issues getting into fourth early in the stint. Mark's having issues getting into third. I wonder if maybe some heat's starting to cause that thing to not want to go into gear with those forks.
So Parts Badger leads. Team Salem Mustard in second. MP Racing is third. Brew Crew's in fourth place right now as we're on board with them. Last Minute Racing's in fifth. Marathon TLM in sixth. Cargo Racing in seventh. K2 Autosport is eighth. Then there's Nosy and Mazda in ninth. And Sent from the Gourds rounding out the top 10.
These Canadian guys have been strong all weekend long.
Yeah, they come down here, they take our trophies and go home.
Well, they borrow them, and then we'll take them back. So, no, we appreciate them coming down. They're very nice guys, very friendly. Can't miss them. They have very distinct accent, very distinct laugh. And I saw them on pit road yesterday as I was verifying with the American Express guys. I could put the camera in this morning. Just wanted to get the okay from them. And I saw some of the Rad Air guys taking a picture of the team in front of the car. They were so proud of that finish yesterday and well-deserved. So glad to have you guys here, and we hope you come back for more. So we're working on getting some information from Les as we watch some cars come down the front straightaway. Pretty calm right now as we are about to approach the 2-hour mark. Looks like everybody's just kind of settled into a rhythm here and just trying to turn laps and continue to get to the halfway point and then toward the finish of this race.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to GBU Charles, but I've asked Les to go check, and so we'll see if we can find out some news what happened to GBU, because they were at full song, they were looking good. And K2 Autosport's coming to the pits in 8th place. Parts Badger 414 in the pits right now, as well as Williams Racing Group and Animal Speedworks. All shown in the pits here at the moment.
Yep, got a few more cars coming down pit road. We can see outside of our booth here. We'll have to get clarification on some of them. Looks like one of them might be Cargo Racing, but this is one of our Parts Badger cars here, 414.
Yep, looks like a standard stop. He's just hustling up, getting disconnected.
Unhooking the
might have had a cool box, yeah.
Yeah, he was unhooking the cool box. So the way that works, folks, is that's a system. There's a cooler that is just below our camera that they fill with ice and water, and then the hose is run through a system where it circulates through your body to keep your temperature down, to keep your heart rate and organs under control so you don't get overheated. So you want to make sure you get that unhooked, just like with your radio cords, belts, and all, etc. And then the co-driver will climb in and be ready to go to work here.
Yeah, he also had a drink bottle, so a lot of stuff to unhook. And that's one of the things about racing I don't like, because I feel like I got all this life support crap I got to carry into the car with me.
It's like being hooked up to an EKG for 2 hours.
Jeez, it's a little much, you know. I like these cooler races. I feel like I don't need all that stuff. I'm just going to get in and drive. Just give me as minimalistic as possible.
Well, it's one less distraction and one more thing you don't have to think about, and it saves a little bit of time. And
looks like both their cars are in.
Yep.
So Les is down there in the pits. So we'll keep an eye on that as they're working through their pit stop. Back up front with the Brew Crew Racing. Parts Badger still shown leading the race in the 630 though. Brew Crew, Team Salem, Last Minute, Marathon, top 5. There's 90 Racing working their way around the TLM car. Cone Crushers. 90 Racing's dropped all the way to 17th place. It's really hurt them in their race today with that extra pit stop with that hood latch issue. So frustrating, must be, for that team. Here's Race Right also negotiating the traffic out here with all these cars that come out to compete in these Champ Car races. As the Pontiac heads down to start another lap here at Mid-Ohio.
On board with the American Express guys in the Pontiac Grand Funk Prix. I think that's still our D-Class leader right there, Paulie. Yep, still out front in D-Class right now. And 5 ECs in front of them, so that will actually put them in 26th overall again. Folks, not discounting our friends in the EC class, but they are counted in a separate division or in their own division, just not in the overall standings. But, Paulie, we have a veteran in our presence. Courtney Casal, Sergeant in the U.S. Army. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be here.
Part of Fender Hunt Motorsports. How's your race going so far?
It's going really good so far. I'm really excited to be here. It's my first out-of-state race, so I've only done this on iRacing, and to have that transition to here has been really exciting. It's very surreal. And yesterday, when I did my first stint, it went really well. I was really happy. And then I did know that I had a spin out, which was really exciting. It was a good experience. And for not being driving for my first time, but driving for a short time, I've learned so much so far. And that's all I could ever want and hope for myself. And I'm having tons of fun.
That's awesome.
Which means that if I'm having a lot of fun, I'm also learning at the same time. That's the best time for me to ever learn anything.
Absolutely. So you said, getting used to being out there for a lot. So I'm assuming you're newer to the endurance side a little bit?
I am. Endurance racing is the first official competitive racing that I've ever done. Before it was just a bunch of track days and a few small karting practices here and there, nothing crazy. And then I had my first race 2024 in November at Thunder Hill. That was my very first endurance race.
That's a tough track to go to for your first time.
Yeah, and it was raining. Practice day was raining.
You got trial by fire.
Yeah, and then Saturday was a little sunny, and then Sunday went back to being cold. So I was like, I got a little bit of everything. I got to experience all the flags, black flag, a rollover.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Everything's being tapped. I'm like, yeah, it was a really good time. And then I did my second endurance race May of this year, and that was at Willow Springs, which is my home track. So I'm from San Diego, California, and that track's 2 hours and 30 minutes away from me. And to be on Big Willow, I did my first track day there, and I did my first ever race there for 2025. So it was it was a cool little full circle for me.
Do you feel like what you learned at Willow Springs and at Thunder Hill, do you feel like it, obviously the prep on the sim is always key, but do you feel like having those track days and getting trained up helped you be prepared to come out here to Mid-Ohio and have a successful weekend?
1000%. Yeah, I just Thunder Hill was a really good one for me just because it was everything. So it was I think it's 4.83 miles or 5 miles. Yeah, it's huge. So there's a lot of things to learn. I can't even tell you how many corners there were or turns, and I was like that. It was the whole thing is just a very complicated track. I couldn't even remember anything. Every time I went out, I was I remembered some areas, but I was always learning something new every single corner.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, as with being a new driver, that information overload, you're taking in so much through a fire hose, and it's hard to really. Looks like we have a 1 second here. Looks like we have a car off. Paulie, I think that looks like Hurry Racing in the. That was a top 10 neon. Yeah, it looks like they may be in the kitty litter here in turn 4. We have another visitor to the beach.
Yeah, this is a popular hangout spot. This is where everybody wants to be.
Apparently.
So they're showing that they're just stopped off track, so they're going to work on getting them pulled out.
They look to be off to the left a bit, and there is that opening right there. We'll have to see if they can do a hot pull and get them out of there. Hopefully they're telling that driver to stay off that accelerator and they don't dig that front end in, because with Dodge Neon's front wheel drive, you don't need to spin those tires and get all those the pea gravel up in there. But back to you, CJ.
Let me just point out, that's the Hurry and Trade Neon, by the way, folks.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So thank you for that, Paulie. Appreciate it. So this is your first Champ Car race, or did you? Okay, so
Correct.
you ran another. Okay, so you ran a different series out there. So, what do you think of Champ Car as a way to really kind of prove yourself?
I actually really like this one. I know like Lucky Dog was the only other one that I've experienced, but ChampCar has been another positive experience for me, and I would recommend it to anyone, especially if they're just entering racing. Especially like endurance racing as well. Like it's also a really good way for you to get seat time, plenty of seat time compared to sprint racing, which I think is like 30 to 35 minutes. ChampCar has been very professional. Race director has been really cool, very professional. Drivers meeting has been really well. Everyone here is really nice. I haven't ran into anybody that's giving me a hard time, which is really cool. So I really like the environment here, and the sportsmanship and the competitiveness is also really, really nice as well. And overall, it's been a good experience. I do like how here we get to actually use the Flagtronics. I know it's like something that's very minor, but we never got to use that in Lucky Dog, and I always see that, but I'm like, how come we don't use it? But now we get to use it here, and it's a really cool way to communicate with the drivers, and it's like right in your peripheral. So I think that's another small thing that makes a huge difference, at least for me, that I've noticed.
Yeah, it's something that
we really pioneered it.
Yeah,
so
they've worked.
I love it.
They've worked really hard. Champ Car's worked in conjunction with Flagtronics and those guys to really use the system, and for a while they've now integrated it into the pit lane and with the 5-minute clock and a lot of the different components on the racetrack. We know where drivers had a tendency to sometimes miss flags with that focus of just being locked into what you're doing. We've noticed that the Flagtronics has really helped the driver respond. So it's good to hear from a newer driver that the Flagtronics is well received, and we appreciate that, and we'll pass that on to our friends over at Flagtronics. If they're listening, positive response, guys. We're on the right track. So you are a veteran from the United States Army. You were a sergeant. So what thank you for your service, by the way, from all of us here at Champ Car and everybody. We are big supporters of the military, everybody that's in there. Oh, big lock up there from Parts Badger. But now, what did you do while you're in the Army? What was your job, and what has that experience been like translating it into racing?
So I was a 91 Bravo, which is a wheeled vehicle mechanic or a diesel mechanic for those that are maybe not familiar. I served 6 years, so I went in at the age of 17, which means my parents had to sign my contract, and I got out at the age of 23 to pursue a career in motorsports. At the time, when I was transitioning going from high school and supposed to be going to college, I didn't get accepted to my dream school, and I know I've always had an interest in the military. So I was like, well, I got denied from all my dream colleges. I was like, I'm just going to go this route instead. It also brings me a lot of benefits at the end of the day. So I ended up going that route, and I knew that one thing that I had loved but never expressed was cars in the automotive industry. I didn't think it was going to be motorsports, so I was like, let's just go explore this route. Ended up really loving it. Stayed in it, and it was me and another girl, and we were the only 2 females in our section or unit that was into the automotive world in a way. So to be the only 2 youngest females going in, it was difficult. It was hard at first. It was weird to get used to, but after some time in a few years, everyone in my unit we all got along, and they got used to us, and the respect was there, and the loyalty was there, and we ended up really enjoying the rest of the 6 years. It was a really good experience for me. I've learned a lot. My main goal is to be independent and to be my own leader, and I wanted that to transition in the racing world, in the motorsport world. And what I am trying to form right now is to be my own leader for other people, whether if they're active duty, reservists, National Guard, retired, or prisoner of war, anyone, military families as well. I want to be able to lead and guide them within their own motorsport career, no matter if they just want to wrench, that's cool. I can lead them in that world. If they want to be a race car mechanic or and then, or if they want to be an engineer, I can help them in that realm as well. I can put them in either direction. Or if they just want to work at a dealership or just rent on cars or just work at a private shop, that's cool too. I want to be able to lead and give them a sense of direction after when they're transitioning out, because that was the most difficult part for me when I was getting out. And so I want to be able to give them a sense of belonging, a safe space and a place where they feel like where they belong, just like how they did in the military. I want to give them that same kind of family and vibe again. So I want to be able to give back.
We've heard that common theme for our friends at Warriors in Motion, Racing for Heroes here on the East Coast. Don't know if you guys have anything like that on the West Coast, but that's their big purpose. They always talk about it's hard to find that purpose and find that next push.
It's difficult.
It's got to be. I mean, just with what you guys go through with the regiment and just the stress you guys are under serving this country and doing what you guys do on a daily basis, it has to be different going back to civilian lifestyle. So I commend you for wanting to be a leader on that. Thank you for doing that. It's good to know that we have a lot of those folks. We're still working on trying to get Hurry Trade Racing out of the kitty litter there. Bruker Racing has taken over the lead as we are still with Miss CJ here in the booth, but so to transition a little bit, knowing that you have that and you found that purpose, you've also gotten hooked up with, as we go to a Code 35, you've gotten hooked up with Shift Up, the foundation. Can you explain a little bit about that and what that's been like? And you guys are on a mission this weekend, in addition for you, but to raise money for helping females get better opportunities, I understand?
Yeah, so I am part of the Shift Up Now Foundation, and that's another reason why I'm here. So we have like our little poster with like a QR code, or you can visit pledge.fetterhundmotorsports.com. And when you visit that link, you can donate anywhere, whatever you feel comfortable with, whether if it's $1 or if you want to go by lap, and you can choose your own amount that you'd like to donate. And that helps go towards women in motorsports as a whole. Like it doesn't just belong to me, and I think that like when I post it, sometimes people might get confused about that, but no, it goes to women as a whole, and they can issue grants and not scholarships, I forget the word for it, but I know for sure that there's grants involved where, we have to kind of go and apply for it and see if we qualify and whatnot, and those can help towards the sponsorships themselves and the funding, so that way women as a whole, like, we can all still continue and thrive in the motorsport world. It's a little bit harder for us to work for the sponsorships and like prove to ourselves and to other companies and brands, like as we're trying to, pitch ourselves, it's difficult. So it helps in that aspect where it gives us a little bit extra funding to move forward and advance in all of our careers. And I think that's really cool. It's something that I've always wanted to be a part of, and I think it's really cool that last year I was able to start being a part of them, and it's transitioning to this year as well, and I hope to keep being a part of that and to eventually be a leader within the Shift Up Now Foundation. So I think that's really cool that we can help raise money and fund women in motorsports so we can all be successful as a whole.
Absolutely. It's very male dominated and has been for a while, but it seems like there's more opportunities becoming available. More opportunities becoming available for females, and it sounds like Shift Up Now is wanting to get females into some more competitive opportunities to where they can showcase what they can do, and not just on the driving side, right? It's opportunities just as a whole, whether it's wrenching, spotting, engineering,
or
across
like
the board, or safety,
anywhere you want to be,
anything in motorsports. So
and I have a Shift
awesome.
Up Now sticker on the back of my van. You'll notice when you leave. I just thought you should know.
That's awesome. Yeah, they have a hat too, and it's like something that's like race like a girl or whatever. Like it's super. I don't even have it, but I saw it and I was like, I need to get one of those and like rep that out here because I have my team hat, but I was like, I need one of those to rep anywhere I go.
Yeah. So I threw it up in there, the Shift Now Foundation. So if somebody wants to donate to the cause or they want to find out about your racing career, where can they find you on social media? Where can they find it? I'll throw it in the chat for our viewership to check it out. And we just got word from Trash Pandas, if you ever want to run for a team that never misses a party and wants to have a good time, you have an open seat anytime. So Jason and team, thank you for that. We'll pass that along to CJ.
Yeah,
but
thank you.
Where can they find you, and how can they maybe help you maybe see you at the pro level at some point?
That would be awesome. That's like one of my main goals for sure. But if anyone wants to find me on social media, my Instagram handle, YouTube handle, TikTok is the same thing, but I'm more so on Instagram and YouTube. It's Courtney Jane Racing, Courtney Jane Jane Racing. And then if anyone wants to email me, I'll throw it out there too, because that's another form of great communication for me, which is my first name Courtney.Jane, my middle name with 3 E's, 98@gmail.com. For Shift Up Now, if they want to donate this weekend, because I believe today is the last day, it's going to be pledge.fetterhundmotorsports.com. And again, they can donate any amount that they feel comfortable with, or even by the lap. You can do like 25 cents a lap if you want. And then on Instagram and their socials, it's going to be Shift Up Now, and then that's where their website is linked. They can visit that, and they can sign up, be a part, and be a member. They can also donate freely there too.
Awesome. So real quick, we don't want to take up too much of your time. We know you got to get back down there to help out your team. So you've had a lot of success in Champ Car. So when will we see you on the Champ Car side? I know you're out west, so it's a little bit harder. When will we see you with us again, and what's your 2026 looking like? And are there any partners that you would like to thank?
I know that my schedule this year with Better Home Motorsports is full, so I don't think I'll be able to do Champ Car for the rest of the 2025. I do want to come out for 2026. Traveling from San Diego, California to anywhere else, in the States is a little bit hard, but I want to make that possible for next year. So that's definitely a goal, to run a lot more races, hopefully more than 2 endurance races. I'd like to go for 3 to 4, somewhere small, but still a win. And what was the other question again? My
other question to you was, are there any important people and sponsors or partners that you would like to thank and give credit to that helped get you to this point? The people that pay the bills.
Yeah. So definitely the first one I would like to thank is BMW USA, BMW North America. I have been working with them since last year and to promote their military programs that they have, which is the domestic military program and the M-STEP program. So working with them has been great. They've been really supportive of not only my military career, but motorsport career as well. So I want to give a huge thanks to them because they've helped change my life like a full 180. And then another one, White Line Performance. Without them, I wouldn't be where I am today, especially building my race cars and stuff. So huge thanks to them. 909 Speed Company, Ghost Wrap, Spira, and then my own, The Overdriven, which is my own merch and apparel company. So if anyone wants to support, they can buy my merch there. And then for 2026, I have no idea where that's leading me yet. But if there's anything, like I always tell myself to take one step forward. So this year I was able to race 2 or 3 times. I will be racing in NASA Spec Miata in SoCal region.
Oh,
so
cool.
I will be entering hopefully my first race with my very first race car that I built with all my friends in October on my birthday. And I should be testing September. Yeah, this month I should be testing at Willow Springs, I believe. And next
one of those
year,
willows.
Yeah, one of those willows. There's so many in California. When I first started learning about racing, I was like, why are there so many willows? And then, next year in 2026, if I can race, honestly, if I can race either like one race more than what I did this year and just stay testing and just stay involved in SCCA, NASA, Champ Car, and Lucky Dog, because now I know I can enter those, that's it. Like, I would be happy with that, and obviously get another sponsorship or 2 on board. So when I first had started in this motorsport industry, I gave myself too big of a goal, and it really stressed me out. But honestly, if I could just take one step forward and, one bite at a time, I'm fully happy with that. And it's going to take time to develop my career, and I have to understand that, especially being a newer driver who got into the motorsport industry really late. And honestly, I'm just lucky and blessed to be able to have this opportunity and to have made this for myself. And now it's cool because now I have other veterans, active duty or not, like they look up to me now, and that makes me feel a lot more whole because now I'm able to give back. So
no, it's awesome that you're inspiring other veterans and service members that want to get involved and have that purpose. So CJ, good luck to you.
Thank you.
We wish you the best. Make sure you guys follow everything that she had said. If you want to look Overdriven, which is her company, make sure you give BMW North America a nod for this type of program. And we look forward to seeing you at Champ Car. Hopefully this 2026 schedule comes out beginning of October. So hopefully there will be maybe some West Coast, maybe something Central, a little more favorable for you to come race with us. But if not, we have plenty of great facilities on the East Coast. We'd love to see you come run it.
Yeah, I definitely want to come out again. It's going to happen next year, and I'm going to make it happen. I'm not going to be like, oh, I don't really know. It's going to happen. I will make sure that happens.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to it. Thank you so much for the time, and good luck the rest of today, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
And Drop Gear just said they made a donation to Shift Up
Awesome.
Now.
There we go.
There we go. That's a win right there.
Way to go, guys. Thank you so much for doing that. Thanks, Trash Panda, guys. They take care of you.
Yeah, thank you. I can't wait. I'll have to talk to them later.
All right, guys. Courtney Cassell, CJ, what was your call sign?
Give me a call sign.
Did you get call sign in the military?
Oh, no, I didn't have. Well,
you didn't have one?
No, they didn't. They never gave. Oh, they called me Casa.
Casa,
because they could never say my last name right. It's Italian.
But you're home. But you're home at Motorsports.
Yeah.
So
it's now
home.
it's translating here.
There you go.
So a lot of people
foreshadowing.
Yeah, that is true. Some people still call me by my last name, and that's like completely normal. When people call me by my first name, it's still a little bit weird, but I'm like, it's all good.
All right. Well, thanks again for coming up and joining us. Good luck the rest of today. Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you for having me.
All right, guys. Awesome interview. Thank you so much. Let's get back to it. Back on board with Mark here in the Brew Crew BMW.
Brew Crew's leading the race right now. With
and the C-Class, man. Look at that.
Yeah, there's no Z in Mazda and Cone Crushers in third. Then we have Sent from the Gourds, Marathon TLM, Bisco Motorsports, Race Right. Just a second here.
A report for GBH. Report.
Yeah, it looks like Les is back in the GBU garage. Looks like the car is in the garage. So they've pulled the Corvette into the garage for some reason. So probably mechanical. So there's your update, Charles. We did figure it out. We got something anyway. And that yellow's been cleared, so now we're back to racing. So back to racing here. Brew Crew Racing up at the front of the pack again. Could this be their day?
It might be. They had their day at CMP, but they are on their way, Paulie. We're almost 2.5 hours in, and they're putting on a strong showing. Matt got out to a good start. Mark is keeping it up and has gotten them into the overall lead and continue to lead that C-Class. So with a healthy gap over Nosy and Mazda.
How about that? There's the other Salins car. Yesterday's winner retired from the race, apparently. So Nosy and Mazda in second place. Cone Crushers in third. Sent from the Gourds in fourth. Misco Motorsports in fifth. Marathon TLM behind them in sixth place. Then it's Race Right Silver, 90racing.com, Bavarian Mustache Works, and Parts Badger. That's the number 630. Parts Badger, sure appreciate those guys. Appreciate Roy and investing in Champ Car this weekend to sponsor this weekend's event. It's the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio, presented by Parts Badger. They produce parts, pieces, metal components, you might say, on mass scale. So for wholesalers, for manufacturing purposes, that's what they do. And so if you have any interest in that and would like to support one of our teams, you can get a hold of Roy or his administrative staff at the Fast Parts operating, facility there.
And they do a lot of good work. I know they've worked with a number of teams here in the paddock and garage area. They work with various businesses around the country, very well involved, very meticulous and careful about what they do. They do quality work here. Ooh, close call there. 90 Racing trying to get by Goldie, that EC car with open throttle. Thought about sticking the nose in, thought better of it. Knew he had the legs on the straightaway, so. But yeah, Roy's people are very, very good, and make sure you check them out. Parts Badger, good people. Paulie, I'm looking through the top 10 here. We got a couple. Misco Motorsports has snuck up into the top 10 and is now leading in the A-Class. Where did these guys come from? We didn't see much of them yesterday. I don't think they had the race they wanted, but they've snuck up on us. And right now, it looks like they're only about a lap behind Sent from the Gourds to be out of the fourth place in the overall. They're running top 5. Marathon TLM in tow. Race Right Silver Bullet second in A-Class, running in the 7th position. There's an EC car mixed in there, a little 3-wide action. Nice move by Mark down to the inside. Working by the 187 car.
Yep. Track car rental. down the front straightaway. They're rocking one of the Sentinel live streaming systems in their car. And you can integrate this stuff with the CAN bus, so you can get a lot of really interesting data on the screen. If that's something you're interested in, you can check out the Sentinel live streaming system on their website. Rolling up through the gears, heading down the backstretch in that BMW M3.
So the 187 that they had just lapped by when we were on board with Mark at Brew Crew was crown victorious. We haven't talked about those guys too much this weekend. They are in a Ford Probe and up 21 positions, or excuse me, down 10 positions from where they started, but just kind of getting into a rhythm. It's a C-Class car. Last lap, best lap was a 149.37, so these guys are continuing to put some laps down, and we wish you guys the best of luck today. Got an update on the 165 Porsche team. The Fickle Bitch guys, they had multiple problems yesterday, but the biggest was the clutch. They got it replaced, and they lost time this morning when the belt for the alternator tensioner broke. So unfortunately having a little bit of a rough weekend, but I appreciate you guys staying after it and keeping going. And now I understand where the team name came from. It's those little problems.
The 45th parallel team being black flagged for speeding on pit lane, so they're going to pay a penalty for that.
So I did get a note from the Brew Crew guys. The Pepe Pombo Memorial Race honors the memory of Pepe Pombo, a beloved figure in motorsports, particularly known for contributions to racing and the relationships built in the sport. The event celebrates the legacy of him by bringing together racers, fans, friends, fostering a sense of community and camaraderie. It's not just a race, it's a tribute that highlights the passion for motorsports and the impact one person can have on the many lives. Matt and Mark are brothers, and those are the co-drivers with Brew Crew. So Matt, Mark, you guys are putting on a heck of a show. Thank you, Brew Crew, for passing that along. We appreciate that information.
Yeah.
And these guys are two heck of a wheelmen put together. So
what you said.
Yeah, I mean, these boys can flat hammer down, and I'd say Dad taught them well if he was a driver, and trying to work through some traffic here. Looking to probably go with the American Express car they did, working by the 316. Nice move, nice patience through traffic there by Mark.
Yeah, Arjun. Oh my gosh. On the Pontiac.
Staying right with him. If he can stay with them, that says a lot. And I mean, but it really shows the speed that Pontiac has down the straightaways. But you can see the BMW eat him up a little bit under braking. And at this point, he knows not to force the issue. He'll just kind of roll the center here, start picking the throttle up. And if he can get on the gas off the corner, may have a run on him here. Not sure if he'll be able to clear him. Probably with the legs the Pontiac has, but if he tucks in behind him, you can just let that Pontiac pull you down the straightaway.
It's like a billboard. It would plow so much air out of the way. It's a gigantic car.
Turns into the corner.
Here we go.
BMW's a little easier under the braking there, a little better at the cornering, and you can see that.
I'm sure.
So that'll give Mark the advantage through the technical part here as they head towards Madness through the 4 to 7 combination. And that's such a tricky part of the track, Paulie, because you change directions 4 times in a short amount of time, and you really have to get into 4 properly to set up, because if you miss one of the corners, it really throws it off. A little bit of dirt from there. Looks like somebody might have dropped a wheel.
Yeah, coming through 9 there. It's easy to do. If you click that apex too soon, of course, you can't see what's on the other side, so it's important to get a good bearing there, that you've squared the car up nicely to crest the hill. Otherwise, you're pointing at the guardrail over there, and there's some dirt over there they must have picked up as they come through the carousel and finish that to start another lap here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
So Brew Crew still leading over Nosy and Mazda, so that's your C-Class leader and your B-Class leaders, and then Cone Crushers in in third overall, second in C-Class. Open throttle, 69, with Goldie still leading on the EC side of things. Unfortunate for our buddies at GBU. Bill Riley and the guys, looks like their day is not going the way they planned. I know Bill said he had little contact right there.
Oh, no.
I think the BMW, he thought that Honda would get going. He didn't. So hopefully that didn't do any damage to the right front. Looks like just might be a little cosmetic.
Hey, Bernie, good morning.
Looks like everything's okay. He's reaching his hand out there, letting him know, hey, thank you for letting me by. Greatly appreciate that.
Might have gone a little early on the downshift there, but you got to be patient for that releasing of the clutch and getting that shifting done.
Yeah, you'll notice he's just kind of trying to set it into gear. I think he just wants to make sure that thing goes right in there. It's so... Sometimes they can just be so finicky. Yeah, you notice he just nice, like you talked about, Paulie, that fingertip shifting, just setting it into gear, letting it do its thing, not trying to force speed shift.
Well, we noticed they were having some trouble with that third gear, too, earlier, Kyle. So, like you had mentioned, maybe they're having a little trouble with that transmission. Maybe the heat's come up in it, and it's just not shifting as well as it did before.
Might be double clutching it a little bit, just kind of making sure it goes in, just doing, and that's not the worst thing. He's not losing a ton of time having to do that. His last lap was a 43.3. So, I mean, and sometimes you slow down to go faster. It's the hardest thing to tell a race car driver, and it sounds so opposite, but it's true. If you slow down, you actually go faster because you're not overdriving the car or overstressing what you're doing. I mean, just in that example right there, it looks like he's having a problem, but he picked up over a second to a 142.2, and that was even fighting a little bit of traffic.
Yeah, he's using one of those solid mount shifters. It's a changeover you can do for the BMWs, the E30s, and the E36s. I mounted one on our E36, and so it really helps tighten up the sloppiness that you get from all the rubber bushings that they put in the factory setup. But the solid mount shifter is really tall, so it's kind of, you feel like you're shifting a semi. It's super tall in the car, but some guys really like that.
Yeah, a lot of that's team preference, driver preference. Like you said, Paulie, some drivers like it, other drivers like different things. It's all just finding what combination works. Looks like the loose lugs guys are back out there running, so it looks like it wasn't anything day ending as they're trying to work by the should have bought a Civic guys in the 20.
Well, congratulations, guys. Getting back out there.
Absolutely. Brew Crew using those guys as a pick to get around the loose lugs. Neon, your F-Class winner from yesterday's race. American Express in the Grand Funk Prix still leading in your D-Class. Tag Racing has now gotten into the lead after the issues with loose lugs. So Tag, I saw Nolan Feathers, one of their drivers, posted last night, so close, frustrating, that they thought they had a win, and unfortunately right at the end they got caught out with that, and loose lugs was able to pick up the victory. So maybe the roles will change today. So good luck to Nolan and everybody on the team, on the Tag team today.
Yeah, as the cars come through the kink here on the back stretch and head down towards turn number 4. Into 4 and then back up the hill towards 5. Funny how 5 comes after 4. And then downhill towards, guess what? 6. You guessed it. And they'll head up the hill.
Racing is such a great way to learn for kids and everything. Look at Scott Pruitt and his wife Judy with the books that they've written and teaching kids how to read over the years. And I mean, it's such a big part. And everybody used to joke, you know, we'd always count 1, 2, Earnhardt, 4, 5. I mean, however it works. I know they talked about that on a Fox broadcast one time, but it's true. And there's a lot of teachers that would use the United States to teach kids about different states and regions because so many different racing series like NASCAR, ChampCar, IMSA, IndyCar, they go to so many different facilities in different parts of the country. It's a good way to teach kids in that environment. They're trying to work around, I think that's K2 there, nice job. But it teaches them geography. And then teaches them the counting with lap counts and things like that. And I mean, we might get our stuff transposed every once in a while, but that's a racer thing. But we're teaching the next generation.
Yeah, I like that pass down the inside going into 9. That's a classic passing location there. So if you're new to driving at Mid-Ohio, make sure your eyes are up for 9 and right here at 11, that left-hander.
And what comes after 11?
I'm going to guess 11A. No, 12, I guess it is. Yeah.
Well, there is a 7B at Road Atlanta. If you ask our friend Samuel, he'll tell you. Samuel, if you're watching, nod to you, buddy.
$100-mile-an-hour at the bridge for 90racing.com as we go on board with the Silver Right Racing team, Silver Bullet, and they are behind the Cone Crushers Porsche, it looks like.
Andy has handed it off to Dale. So it's a two-man lineup in that car this weekend. It tends to be with this team, it tends to be the same, duo of drivers there as he's trying to work through with Cone Crushers. It looks like he's trying to either get around Cone Crushers or trying to just hang back enough for Cone Crushers to poke the hole, and then maybe hoping he can go with him. We'll see if he gets a good run through the corner. Looks like they're trying to work around David Twatty's guys with the TLM BMW. Cone Crushers with a good run right there. And this is all a battle for 7th on the racetrack right here.
Yeah, I think Cone Crushers was trying to get a little room to the outside. It's not going to happen through the keyhole.
Well, if Cone Crushers can poke the hole and Race Right can go with them, that'll change 6th place. Cone Crushers is a 3rd place car, a lap up on these guys. So
2nd in class, 8th overall is the Race Right Silver Bullet team.
And if I remember, Race Right was the A-class winner at NCM, I believe, wasn't it?
Well, I hear you use this term, using someone as a pick. Describe, what does that mean when you say that?
So you hear that a lot in basketball where they set a pick for, to put a player in the way of the opposing player to have somebody go around them. It works the same way in racing. So what you do is you try to use a slower car as a pick. You find a spot where you kind of get up close to him and force him into a situation where he gets stuck, and then you get around him, or he gets held up, and then you can take advantage of an opportunity. It's the same concept of setting a pick in basketball, just doing it with race cars.
Okay.
And it's a strategy move and something you learn with experience, but it comes with that patience and navigating through the traffic. You learn to find the hole, as Mark given a...
Like, hey, what's going on?
Yeah, I don't think he's either too happy about that, or he was saying, hey, I'll forgive you. I'll forgive you if you donate to the foundation.
Brew Crew leading the race here right now. Might have felt like they were getting held up a lot. Nosy and Mazda in 2nd place. Cone Crushers is 3rd. Sent from the Gourds is 4th. 90racing.com is in 6th place. Trying to get back up into the field there.
Misco Motorsports still hanging out in the top 10. Good surprise for these guys. Good to see them up there. Like, we didn't see a ton out of them yesterday. They had some hiccups they were dealing with, but looks like they're having a much better race today. Currently rounding out that A-class podium.
Hurry Trade Racing behind the wall. Sabrin's shown in the pits, as well as GBU. We know they're behind the wall. Fat Boy and MMR involved in that accident earlier today. So, yeah. Looks like 90racing.com as they head down the front straightaway. You heard that in my microphone, I'm sure. They hold the fastest lap time of the day at 1:37.732. My wife said, I saw the fist pump. What was that all about? It's like, it was because Kyle said it's a male-dominated sport. So I was like, yeah. 90racing.com. As I said, trying to work their way back up the field.
They're about 43 seconds behind Sent from the Gourd, so chasing down keeping the Canadian on Americans, or keeping the hardware on American soil is what I meant to say from the Canadians.
Yeah, they've suffered that extra pit stop. Parts Badger in the 630 also has done 2 pit stops, but the rest of the people in that top 10, single pit stops for each. And we just don't have a lot of purple 35s again, Kyle. We just need that. These guys are wanting those purple 35s to slow the field down so they can get into the pits and get their pit stops done. So far, they're just staying green.
It's a nice thing to have, but you can't really rely on it. You've got to find a strategy that works to where you can be competitive and stay in the fight under green. You might just have to you might have to pit a little bit off sequence, maybe pit a little bit early, maybe try to stretch your fuel a little bit closer to the 2-hour mark. There's ways you can do it. You just have to find a way to do it, but you also have to find out what types of driving styles you have in your driver lineup that work, that can execute it accordingly, because you don't want to put your fast guy in there who's going to burn up a ton of fuel. You might want to put one of your smoother guys in there that knows how to save a little bit. Might need a Scott Dixon in that situation, but maybe you have that Dixon where you got a guy that's fast, but he knows how to save fuel.
I drive with a lot of style. I'm very stylish in my driving.
You do. I remember you came off with 13 when we co-drove together 4 years ago. But you were styling. You were a little sideways there at one point. You were styling, profiling.
I thought we weren't going to talk about that.
We weren't. It wasn't. I didn't say it was your fault.
I had
just
to bring
said
up
you were
the style
sideways.
thing.
Yes.
That's where it took us.
Yeah, but in a good way. You were on the gas. She got a little sideways. You got a little love tap from somebody and still picked up the spot. It was in style, and I think they caught it on the broadcast that day.
I got turned around over in the chicane over here, over in the carousel by somebody, but it wasn't really their fault. It was my fault. I came down on the turn. I was trying to get closer to the apex, and there was like 73 cars in the carousel at the same time. So there was no moving to be done.
We had a lot of cars in the field that day, I remember. It was a very, very heavily attended race. So as we're back on board with the race right there, still, you can tell that how evenly matched these cars are with the drivers that are in them right now. Cone Crushers just cannot, they can corner a little better. They just cannot get by that 3 car at the moment. Now they may try to outbrake here. Race Right may try to outbrake Cone Crushers. There we go. There's the move right there. And Race Right's going to try to follow. This is for 6th position, folks. Couldn't get the run off the corner, but if he can tuck in behind, may get a pull down the straightaway. Oh, he was not happy about that one. Feels like he probably got pinched.
Lost the momentum there, and they're getting away from him now.
Not happy about that one.
He spent a lot of time working on that. And this is so frustrating, isn't it? It's like you spend all this time, lap after lap, working on something, and then something little like that happens, and you're starting over again.
Yeah, it throws your rhythm off. Now, there is that BMW up there that's faster.
Wait a minute. Is he going to use him as a pick?
Well, I don't know. That BMW is what passed them. He's kind of pointing
Wait, did he give him the shame?
Yeah, he's giving him a little what for in the mirror there. Yeah, he's giving him some. He's giving him the good one finger, though. Shame. He's not giving him the you're number one. So, because he probably, at least he's not like me. He knows he has a camera in there. So. I always forget I have a camera. Yeah, oh yeah, he's giving him the what for. Definitely won't end up on Dale's Christmas card list, I can tell you that.
Right. So
and it's frustrating. I mean, you can see how he's better than him through the technical section, but the BMW's got the legs down the straightaway, so it's just, it's annoying.
Looks like that catch-up car may be retired for the whole race. I'm still showing them having crossed the pit loop but not gone back out. The car sunk to 54th. Yesterday's winner. That's racing, though. It can be hot one day and cold the next.
Yeah. Last lap for Brew Crew was a 41.1. Looks like they're still putting down some good times there. Mark's still at the wheel, continuing to lead this race by 1 minute 20 seconds over There's No Z and Mazda. Those are the only 2 cars on the lead lap. Here we go, Paulie. Race Right got a little bit better run off of the keyhole that time. Still don't have the legs, but if you can stay in the slipstream draft of that BMW, when he gets on the brakes, probably a little too far back for an outbraking maneuver at this point. But if you can still stay there and force that BMW into a mistake and just mentally mess with them a little bit, that might be your opportunity.
Yeah, the BMW can do him a favor.
Now, here's where the pick can come into play right here.
This is the pick?
This could be where the pick does come into play. Probably not in this section. The BMW is going to poke the hole. If Race Right can get to the gas here, go with him. Dave Tuati's guys are pretty slick, so it takes a lot to get them to make a mistake, but nobody's perfect. Now this is the run up off of 9, got right to the bumper, showing the nose, get him looking in the mirror, and that's a mental game you can play. Pulled him by about 2 car lengths right there, but Race Right will have the momentum through 11. Might try to pop out here. Nope. TLM holds that inside line. He may try to force the issue. Nope. Thought better of it.
Yeah, Timothy, I thought when I read that, I thought it said it's a cheese game for real. I'm like, a cheese game? What's a cheese game?
Oh, no. He was saying cheese as one of the Salen's cars as Mustard goes by. Now here, this will throw the TLM car off a little bit. It's going to put him offline by about a half a car length, which lets Race Right get to the bumper. May try to get to the left.
Now can he? No. The car's got the
TLM
legs.
shuts the door.
He's just too fast.
Well, he just has that top end, and then he pulls him by just enough to where he can't outbrake him.
He just needs to get through.
Now the BMW slipped up right there. He bobbled a little bit where he had to. You heard him.
He's going to get away though.
Yeah, well, not as quick. He bobbled a little bit getting back to the power.
He needs to catch him in the twisties, and he needs to get ahead of him. Hopefully, as they get towards the twisties, and then he might have a chance to get away. But and that BMW is strong.
As they lap past the 944. Now he might be able to get a run here if he can get inside. Still working at it. Still presenting the nose, trying to.
Yeah, he needs to get him a little bit later, but this is where he needs to be.
Well,
ahead.
he's taking his line away because you can see that if he can cut down. The problem is those guys in TLM are pretty experienced and they know how to be defensive without blocking. So what he's doing is a little bobble there.
Yeah, he tried to turn in a little early and couldn't quite do it. A little too much speed.
But he's mentally messing with him, and that's the thing. Oh, he's playing with him now. That's what it is. He's playing with him. That's not that. He's playing with him, getting him to.
Well, he tried to turn, but then the back end slipped out on him. So still working on this.
Yeah, it's a great battle to follow, folks.
Yeah, it really is.
And they're both still lapping by traffic at a pretty good rate. But yeah, he's messing with him. I mean, Dale, you can tell he's not happy. He is not happy. I'll guarantee you he is in there that he's blocking. And I mean, that's defensive driving, but you kind of walk that tightrope where you got to be really, really careful. I mean, you definitely want to defend your position, but you also can't do anything to jeopardize, any integrity. So there's always being careful. Race right with a good run off the corner that time. Now maybe
be able to use the car head to help draft him.
I was getting ready to say that, Paulie. If he can hang with Parts Badger there and stay a little closer this time.
Just can't quite do it. And Parts Badger's having trouble keeping with TLM too.
But if Parts Badger might be able to dive in and poke the hole, throw the TLM car off.
He's off long. He needs to be behind Parts Badger. He needs to be on that bumper. He shouldn't be setting to the left.
Not the worst thing in the world. That gives him a little more
draft,
down. Well, but it gives him a little downforce getting into the corner. But you also may not know who's in that car and where his brake point's at too. Oh, here we go. There's the pick right there. Using it. There we go.
Just
going to race him up the hill.
Now we'll see what happens when they get over here. Now if he can play, he went ahead and took the race line.
Now the question is, can he use Parts Badger to help get away?
Yeah, he really needs to stay behind Parts Badger here.
Staying back a little bit, not a bad thing, just in case he breaks a little early. Don't want to end up with him in the front grille.
Here we go. Well, Parts Badger passed him. He's the faster car, but if he can stick with him, that's going to help him.
Working by that 187 car there, trying to get by the
Now, here's where you have to be careful of the BMW, because now this is where the strength of the BMW comes in. He's going to have him as they go to the keyhole. Oh, no, he got held up here. This isn't good.
Yeah, the 187's got to really watch the mirror. I mean, lap traffic, you need to make sure you're not...
Get to the right quickly here.
Yeah, he's working on it. Knows he can outbrake the coupe, getting into 2 here, rolling the keyhole.
Yep.
Hearing him getting back to the throttle just a little bit. Now back
as soon as you can.
Absolutely. Still second in class. Even with that, a 44.09 last lap. Not a bad lap right there. So Brew Crew Racing still out front. Gained 5 positions on the day. In the overall, they started up front in the class, still continuing to lead, having a good run. Leading over, there's no Z and Mazda. They should be, I believe they're still on the same lap as each other. Haven't seen no Z and Mazda come back by... Well, no, actually, Brew Crew's up by about a lap on those guys. We'll have to see if they come by the line and see if that changes. See race right really
nice
threw up a little dirt there, Parts Badger, but yeah, that was well executed.
He may have gotten away from the BMW. It was really hot there. Going into 4 was critical that he didn't miss a shift on the way up the hill. He got through everything cleanly there. May have gotten away from TLM now.
If he can continue to pick off some of this traffic in some of these spots and not get held up, right here, that might have held him up a little bit.
Yeah.
But you can see him pointing by. Good job by 790 saying, hey, go by.
When you do a point by, let them by, okay? Don't race them down the straight.
43.4 last lap. Still running second in the A class so far, 8th in the overall. Well, actually, no, 8th in the overall at this point.
Okay, with that, we'll take a quick break and be back in a few. Watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Brew Crew Racing leads the way here. Oh, and an accident by Brew Crew. Almost lost it right there. They managed to keep it on the racetrack, though. So, whew, that was a close one. Plenty more racing action coming your way here on Champ Car Live. We'll be back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George and Junior are fed up. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps them find a deal on the right parts.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Dave's Twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Crew Racing leads the way here, working lap 84 is the leader of the race. Hope you're enjoying your weekend as we enjoy more racing here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in Lexington, or
Yep, you're right, Lexington, Ohio.
whatever you want to call it. Yeah, Lexington or Maine. What is it? Mainsville, or I don't know.
Mansfield. Right,
Mansfield's right around the corner.
Yep.
So anyway, with that out of the way, welcome everybody.
The Brew Crew Racing continues to lead this race over There's No Z in Mazda. So since we're back, as we always advertise and promise lately, let's give you an update on the running order. So Brew Crew Racing out front, leading the C class in the overall. Over There's No Z in Mazda, which leads the B class in his second overall. Behind them is Cone Crushers in the 917 Boxster. And Sent from the Gourds, the Canadian presence, still strong here at Mid-Ohio today and this weekend. Successful day yesterday for those guys, another one today. Bottom step of the podium in C-Class at this point, fourth in the overall. 90 Racing, your second place overall winner and A-Class winner yesterday, leads the A-Class today with Team Salem Mustard running sixth. The sister car, it looks like it may be out for a while. We're not sure if they're done for the day completely, which was yesterday's winner. Parts Badger in the 630, a little bit of a rough day yesterday, but a much better showing today in seventh. Race Right continues to run in eighth. TLM Marathon put on a heck of a battle before we went to commercial. That is in ninth. And Misco Motorsports rounds out your top 10 here at Mid-Ohio. EC class leader is Open Throttle Racing, the 69 car of Goldie. They continue to lead. Velocity Motorsports Club runs second in the EC class, a lap behind those guys. And D class, the American Express, the Grand Funk Prix continues to lead their big three-wide move all the way to the right by 90 Racing. Picks off two of them under braking, headed into the keyhole. And don't want to forget about our F-Class buddies. Tag Racing continues to lead over Loose Lugs Racing. Your winner yesterday looks like maybe swapping roles as of today, but we'll have to see what happens. Yeah, big close move right there. But that Honda, you can hear it just kicking up down the straightaway, has the legs. 120 plus, 125 miles an hour before under braking. Whoa.
Nice.
Heavy downshift right there. I know I said you can sling those Honda motors, but there is a point. But that car is so fast, Molly. I mean, you've had the pleasure of driving that car. We've raced against them for a long time. So here's the patience factor right here, having to find that hole. Working with the Miata to get by our buddies from should have bought a Civic.
One of my favorite Champ Car team names, though, is What's the Rush?
Yeah.
Fantastic team name. I think it's a Ford Escort or something like that. Fantastic.
Yeah. We get some great teams in here that as they work by one of the BMWs there. We got some great teams that have some awesome names and very unique. I mean, just Misco Motorsports, fickle bitch. I mean, with the issues they've had, that pretty much sums that up, where that name probably came from. And Last Minute Racing, it just tells you a lot about the personalities of the teams. And Hero Time Racing, Dipstick Racing. I mean, just the personality you get in the garage and the characters, it's fun. It just,
Never Start.
Yeah, Never Start. Ironically, though, Never Start's had a few good runs this year, and we've seen them battle for some good finishes. So it does start. It never starts. That's a double negative. But. Ooh, big outbraking maneuver there by Parts Badger. It worked out. That's a risky move there into one. Tight quarters, but they were able to get it done. The 414 making up some time. Right now, they are showing in 29th overall. Mind you, there are 4 EC cars in front, so that should move them or classify them in the 25th overall. And they are 4th in the B class right now. So, so far, 2nd and 4th for Parts Badger. Much better day than yesterday for them in their Grand Prix here at Mid-Ohio.
It's going to be tough for 90racing.com, but they have moved the car up into 3rd place. Still trying to aim for a win. It's going to be there's a hill to climb with these 2 cars up ahead. But there's so many things that can happen. We've seen Brew Crew do really well early in the race and then falter mechanically. So that could change the complexion of this race quite a bit.
And in situations right here where he is in a gaggle of cars, this is sometimes where you can get caught up in stuff not of your own making.
Yeah.
Well, got a car right there to spin in front. The 11 car just spun out going into 9 under braking there. That was the MP Racing car, I believe, and it looked like there was a car off to the left that may not have been able to avoid him. And you saw it live here on the ChampCar.Live broadcast.
Instantaneous, instant replay.
It looks like
cars going left, cars going right.
So you'll see the yellow Miata right there trying to work by. Right there, not sure if there was contact. Looks like the 11 just locked up under braking. It looks like the Miata might have gotten by, but great job there by Mark of being patient in traffic. That pretty much sums up the point we've been making on the broadcast all weekend long, Paulie.
It is officially summed.
It is.
So there you have that.
Should we close it out? Close it out, yeah.
Call it a day?
Maybe.
No, I don't think so, because I came here for one purpose and one purpose only, Kyle. You know what that is?
The trackside food?
To talk.
Oh, okay.
I'm here to talk. By golly, I got up this morning and I said, I feel like talking today. That's what I'm going to do.
So, Paulie, I'm looking. It looks like there is a local yellow over there. The 11 car may not have gotten running to this point, and it looks like I don't know if maybe now they might have just stalled out. It didn't look like from the vantage point we had that there may be any damage.
Oh, where's that camera? There it is.
Yep. See, he's in the litter. Uh-oh.
Oh, he backed into the litter.
Now the only thing is though, that's a front-wheel drive car. Can he get enough traction to get out of there and it pull you?
Oh, but the wing's pushing it in there.
Yeah.
It's the arrow. There's a breeze. There's a 3-mile-degree breeze coming over the top of that hill.
So as we're going to, looks like well, we're still under a local yellow over there.
Yeah, they're gonna have to come get him. I think he, like you said, he's probably mechanically fine, but he probably just doesn't have the grip to get out of that kitty litter. So
we're going to code 35. Looks like they're gonna have to give him a little help, and in that situation you have to give him. Because he's facing the opposite direction, and that portion you have to throw a code 35.
Fake it till you make it. Thanks,
Yeah.
Timothy.
Yeah.
Dude, you can't park there.
Yeah.
Thanks. A million lizards out of work, and you have to be a chameleon.
Yeah. So, but again, not the end of the day for those guys with MP Racing. Just trying to, they just got to get unstuck, and then they should be able to get going. But again, with the front wheel drive, you got to be really careful. You don't want to spin those wheels too hard to throw that pea gravel up and take your day from bad to worse. I think Timothy's rolling on the floor laughing.
Oh, I'm sure he is. So, full course caution as the crew works to get to that.
Hey, guess what?
Machine.
One camera that finally caught it on in-car, and we know where they're sitting on camera. We're doing better.
Yeah, we've bathed the racetrack in cameras, so we should be able to get something.
How's our digger camera?
That one.
How's that one working out?
That one really wasn't up to the task today, so it's taking the day off. There's a shot of turn 11 as the cars come up the hill. Hope you folks are having a fantastic day today and this weekend as we're at Mid-Ohio this weekend. If you're just tuning in, it's the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio presented by Parts Badger.
Thank you, Timothy. We appreciate that we're entertaining. We set the expectation very low with dad jokes and poorly timed comedy, but I know.
Poorly timed?
Well, at least
on
my part. So we have a guest with us in the booth here who is a relatively new driver, another relatively new driver. I mean it in a good way. My poorly timed jokes, and you've got dad jokes. I have a stepdaughter, but I mean, either way. So we have a guest in the booth, Mr. Jason Deal, who is a local here from Ohio in the Akron area. Jason, you're relatively new to Champ Car. You've run a few races with us, so welcome to the booth. And how's your weekend been so far?
It has been pretty good. We were doing some short track racing yesterday. Didn't get to make it here, but I've been here for today, and it's been a fun event so far.
Now, you drove last year with Rad Air at Mid-Ohio. You were in the 974, which is today. It was the 999 last year.
Yes.
And that was your first Champ Car race, right?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Because you typically come from the tin top roundy round world, as they call it. So, but you've primarily come from the asphalt short tracks of Northeast Ohio, and you fell into loving road racing. And how's that transition been, learning this side of it?
It's definitely been a whole different world compared to what I'm used to, but in a good way. It's just some of the most fun I've had racing in over a decade of racing now.
So you've run rear-wheel drive and front-wheel drive on short tracks. What was the hardest thing, maybe the top three, from going from the short tracks and then coming to road courses like Mid-Ohio? What did you have to do to adjust and figure out how to be fast here at Mid-Ohio pretty quick?
Well, a lot of it came to simulator training, and we used iRacing a lot. Just learning how to handle the car a little bit differently from what I'm used to. Like on asphalt short tracks, we're used to pitching the car into the turns. You can't really do that here. We use a lot more camber in our right side wheels, stuff like that. So car control was a big thing for me to overcome. And so we use a simulator a lot to work with it and try to get used to just handling things differently. You're constantly making lefts to going and making rights and lefts, silly as that sounds, but it's a big transition.
It really is. I mean, you and I kind of came from a similar background, and look at the donut. Oh, that's my wife in the background. Guys, yeah. She's having a late breakfast. Tanya's working as taxi to get our guests over here this weekend. So now
those donuts are
the
from
Trash Panda guys want a donut. Yeah,
those donuts, you can get them down the street here. They're at the Dutch restaurant, the Der Kommissar, as I call it. It's not what it's called.
Der Dutchman.
But it's the Der Dutchman, and they've had these donuts down there you can get. Pastries, pies.
All kinds of good stuff. We had a team dinner there the other night. It was really, really good.
I spent $45 on pastries, pies, and it's all my wife's fault.
We didn't get any Krispy Kremes this weekend, so we kind of had to rough it.
They have sugar cookies. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah. As a fat boy, it was not good to be in there the other night. But Jason, it's hard to come from that background a little bit. It's such an adjustment. I had to get used to that when I did it as well. And iRacing has been such a key. We've heard that from so many people. So what all did you do on the simulator? How did that translate to when you got here last year? And how do you feel like that's really helped your road racing game?
It translated really good. The laser stands that they do with these tracks are so accurate. It helped me just to be able to identify, different problems that I was having on the sim with handling different turns. I discovered I was kind of having the same issues here at first, but being that I was able to get on the sim and do it, it really helped me be able to learn how to handle it better, prior to getting here.
So we talked to a couple other people, and they kind of had the same sentiment to where you're getting at. Was the references were great because you knew where you were going, and it helped you figure out line of sight and things like that.
Yeah.
But the feeling until you got here and felt those elevation changes and saw how the car felt in different sections, that kind of seemed to be the common theme. And can you concur on that?
Oh, absolutely. You can learn a lot off of a simulator, but nothing's ever going to beat actually, being here and getting the experience. I mean, you get a good idea from the simulator of what you're going to be dealing with, but it's always different when you actually get in the car.
Back to yellow.
Absolutely. So we should be going back green here. Brew Crew still leading this race in your C-Class and your overall. There's no Z and Mazda still looking to chase these guys down. So, Jason, you're not driving this weekend, but you're wrenching, helping the Rad Air boys out with the 975 and 974, correct?
Yeah, I was down there a little bit ago. They've got a pretty good program put together here. I kind of jumped in late this weekend, helping with the short track stuff yesterday. But here for moral support and some help if they need me. And it's been fun being able to go through the garage and just talk to a few of these teams that are out here today and just kind of learn and gain some more experience as well.
Now, you're looking to possibly race with us again. Where would you possibly be back with ChampCar?
I am hoping when we go to Pit Race.
Okay. So hopefully we'll see you on our next broadcast here in about a month or so, and we'll look forward to that. But I want to share something kind of cool. So you're also partnered with a group called Stray Dog Racing, which is local to the Akron area.
Yeah.
And one of your guys you mentor and one of your kind of co-drivers, in a sense, on the oval side, had an accomplishment last night. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, he's been going for about 3.5 years now. He was only 14 when we got him started. He actually just took his first points championship last night, which is what pulled me away from being here. But
that's awesome.
It was a great accomplishment for him. I had to be there for him for that, and yeah, I'm super proud of him for everything he's accomplished up to this point.
Absolutely. And I've met him before, but just so the viewership knows, he's local to Akron area. What was his name that won the championship?
Jordan Greathouse.
Jordan Greathouse, okay. And he's a member of Stray Dog Racing? And
well, he's Jordan's actually through his own
okay.
He kind of does his own thing now, but we are all associated with the Stray Dog organization. They've helped us out a lot over the years.
Okay. Well, congratulations to Jordan on that championship, and that was at Norton Raceway Park?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And that is formerly the Barberton Speedway, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, Jason, you're starting to make that transition into a little bit of road racing, mixing with the ovals, diversifying your portfolio. So what's next for you? Where do you want to go in your career following using Champ Car as a springboard?
Honestly, as well as I do, the world of racing is unpredictable. You never know where you're going to end up or what you're going to do next, but I'm kind of just going with the wind on it, seeing where it takes me. I'm not opposed to doing more road racing at maybe a higher level at some point down the road if I can get some more experience with it, or staying on the asphalt short tracks. It just depends right now.
So keeping your options open.
Keeping options open. Yep.
Anybody that you'd like to thank that's helped you get to this point, is continuing to further your career, and want to make sure they get some love here on the broadcast?
Absolutely. Really just everybody out at Norton Raceway Park, all the people that I've worked with out there over the years that have helped me out. You're with these guys enough over a course of a season. Some of them turn into family and friends, and all the work that they do to help me, and we all help each other. So really for them, my former crew chief down in Florida, his name's Glenn. He's since passed away, but him and his family had a lot to do with my being able to get to this point now. So to his daughter Amanda and all the team down there that's been operating this season, thank you to you guys very much. You guys are in my heart always, and I'm always here if you need me.
Yeah, well, we appreciate you coming on doing that. Sorry, I was reading something from one of our guys on the chat. It caught me as I was watching 90 Racing make a pass there on the broadcast out of the corner of my eye. He was saying taking it into the wall on the sim is a lot less costly. We reiterate that sentiment, and yeah, it is a lot less costly. It hurts in the wallet and the body more when it's in person. But so Jason, we don't want to take up too much of your time. Let you get back down there with the Rad Air boys and girls. So where can the viewership follow you, and if somebody wants to get a hold of you about helping your program, how do they do it?
You can reach out to me through Facebook. We're on there. It's page is Jason Deal Racing. We're on Facebook and Instagram. Those are the two main places where I'm at. We also have TikTok as well, same tag, Jason Deal Racing.
Okay. And if somebody's interested in sponsoring or partnering with your program, how do they get a hold of you?
KLR Management Group.
Okay.
You and Tanya Bannock.
Awesome. Well, we'll go ahead and throw that in there for them. If they want to get a hold of them, they can reach out to Tanya if they're interested. So real quick, what's your plan for 26 outside of finishing up with Pittsburgh this year, and where possibly will they see you then? And
well, we're definitely going to try to be back on the road courses a little bit here with Champ Car. What races that we're aiming for? Of course, I'd like to do Mid-Ohio again, but I'm really wanting to do VIR and Pittsburgh again if we get a chance to. But just kind of depending on what options show up and what's out there. I'm kind of open to anything, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Other than that, we'll be at the local short tracks here in Ohio. We actually have a league called the Ace Racing League that just started up. It's a V6 class. Where we have Mustangs, Dodge Avengers, different stuff like that of V6 motors. So it's a fairly new class, but it's growing quick, and there's a lot of good drivers coming into it. We're doing a lot to try to bring people into the sport in general. So
I think we might have to get some of these left and righty boys out here and turn some roundy rounds with us.
That would be fun to see.
There we go. Awesome. All right, man. Well, we'll let you get back down there. Please give our best to the Rad Air boys and girls. Wish them luck, and we'll talk to you soon. Jason Deal, everybody, with Rad Air Racing, Stray Dog Racing, and Jason Deal Racing. So back on board with 90racing.com and their Honda.
Hey, do your menu thing. Tell them what you want for lunch.
I actually did that. I put it in there already.
Oh, okay, good.
So,
yeah, right now we've got, we'll go through the standings here and get you up to speed on what's going on out here on the racetrack. But Brew Crew Racing still shown in the lead. Team Salem Mustard has moved into second. Parts Badgers in third. There's No Z and Mazda's fourth. 90 Racing is in fifth. They pitted again, so they've had 3 pit stops, and everybody else is on either 2 or 1 pit stop. The Mustard Car and Brew Crew both just showing 1 pit stop so far, which, how can that be? I don't know. But anyway, it doesn't make much sense. Maybe our counts are off. But 90racing.com, full beans, as they say.
well, I think they're coming in on another pit stop, Paulie. I think they might be trying to stretch it a little bit, because if they stretch it out based on when they came in, because they came in right at that hour-and-a-half mark, so they're probably trying to get to about 3.5 to go, because then realistically, if they stretch it another 2 hours, then they can hammer down and not have to worry about mileage.
Yeah, and just look at this shot on Les's camera, how beautiful that sky is out here in Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
And that could be you. That could be you out here. You could be helping us out with the race, or just enjoying the race weekend from inside a race car, or helping out a team. There's just so many opportunities you can get involved in Champ Car and in racing. And Champ Car is a starter series, so this is the perfect way to get started and enjoy maximum seat time in racing.
Such a good way for drivers to get seat time. And even what Bill Riley said yesterday, it's becoming more than just a starter series with the quality of drivers that we have. I mean, we're seeing so many drivers go and run different types of races and different types of cars that it's really becoming a type of development series that's affordable for the every man and woman to come and do it, but it's also a good proving ground for those that want to move forward.
Yeah, we've got a lot of pro drivers that drive with us and enjoy that track time and enjoy the competition, so which is really cool. Hope you're enjoying everything, and if you're just signing in, welcome everybody. It's the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, presented by Parts Badger, ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. As we've reached the bottom of the hour, we'll take another commercial break and be back in just a few minutes with Brew Crew Racing leading the way. Still, over 3.5 hours remain in the event. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George and Jr. are fed up. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped them find a deal on the right parts.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Dave's twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Back on board with Bavarian Mustache Works here. We're at Mid-Ohio this weekend. Wish you were too. But you know what? If you wish you were, you can join us again next year. We should be here. Just check out the schedule when it comes out, and you can join us here for all the racing fun in Ohio on this 2.4-mile road circuit.
So Brew Crew Racing continues to lead over Team Sail and Mustard by a couple laps, and we have another guest in the booth with us, Mr. Bill Strong.
New guy.
Has graced us with his presence. How's it going over there in race control?
No. I'm learning how to. Mike Chiswick is teaching us how to do, race controlling and such, and basically just say no to everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you got that down.
Yeah, I got it down. Yeah, I passed.
No,
it's going well over there today. We've had a couple of incidents, of course, that you've seen today. But, drivers are behaving a little better than they were yesterday.
So what happened? We had Jackie made an announcement during the drivers' meeting, and it was
so basically
don't hit each other.
Yeah, basically there was a lot of door-to-door contact, some leaning and things like that, and the corner workers were told to report all this, and so we did, and throughout the day it's the most contact she's had in one of her races in a very, very long time. So I didn't think it was that bad, but I'm listening for other things, and of course then we pulled up the log, and it's like, oh wow, yeah, we need to pull this back a bit. So,
but she prides herself on clean racing, and I think especially after what happened at AMP, last year,
yeah.
I think she definitely wants clean racing because she understands that side of it.
It's not just her; it's all our race directors. We had our race director meeting this year and beginning of the year, and we said, okay, this is we have to put an end to. And if you notice, if you go to our logs, it'll list all the infractions, what we're doing, and part of that is, contact is an automatic 1-lap penalty. stay off each other. It's super easy. If you can't make a pass cleanly, then don't make it. Wait for the next turn.
Here's a good example. We're on board with TCR, and right there, he waited to make a pass. A little bit of lock up there from the car in front, one of the BMWs. I think that's the dipstick guys in the 44 car. But he waited. He presented the nose, knew he wasn't going to get there, waited, and right now he's going to get 2 of them. He's going to play 2 right here. Got 1 in the keyhole, 1 in the kink, and clears them. Did a good mirror check right there, make sure he can get to the left, and he's on his way. So, I mean, prime example there of giving room.
Exactly. And that goes back to the point of, it's hard to complete an endurance race if, your body's caved in, your wheels are rubbing on the fenders.
It makes you a little more aerodynamic, but you may not get to the end.
So then you get black flag because we see smoke,
right?
Coming from the tire.
Well, you work on the rubbing the fender in a little bit, get you a couple 310s, but in the long run, I don't think you're going to get to the end of the day.
And anybody that's ever raced against me, I know is just laughing like crazy.
Timothy's already saying he blames you. Yeah. We're working on that Chat GPT to ban Timothy. So watch your P's and Q's there, sir.
Yeah, my Chat GPT, I've named her Jenny.
Jenny.
Yeah, Jenny.
Is that Siri's cousin?
Yeah, she just sighed when I asked that, how to ban Timothy. Hey, Tim. Good to see you, man.
Thanks for tuning in, Timothy. We appreciate the dedication as we're back on board here with Mark from Brew Crew as he continues to lead C-Class and lead this race. So, Bill, we talked to Mike a little bit at VIR about the schedule, and the rules just came out, and we had John from Maxis yesterday. Everybody is on pins and needles with some of the tire rule that's going to come out, figuring out what they're going to do. Can you give us a little insight as to what direction we're looking, or are we still kind of in a holding pattern waiting to see what the final word's going to be on that tire rule?
That is the final rule. If we need to adjust the rule mid-season, we will.
Okay.
So, that's direct from Mike. It's one of those things, let's just go with it. We'll learn from it.
Okay.
And, I think it's good. It's a change. There was, I don't know, I'm old school ChampCar. I'm from back in the day of, 2010, 11, 12. And we had constant rule changes back then. But as a team owner or car builder, you just adapted to those rules. You screamed and yelled a little bit, but you just went and did it and, went racing. And I suspect that's what these guys are going to do. It's fun, though, that we get a lot of comments from drivers. Right. Not necessarily the car builders or the owners.
They love it.
But the drivers themselves. But I don't know. I know every one of our drivers, top notch, ready for Indy. But some of those tires out there make some of these guys look like heroes.
Mm-hmm.
And you take away that tire, and now they've got to really work hard at getting that car to go fast again.
The Superman cape goes away.
Yeah.
That's what you're telling me.
So that's a concern. It's like they're going to have to, they're going to have to really learn how to drive.
The car control is going to come back into it. Tire management's going to come into it.
Everything.
It's really going to put it back into the driver's hands to take care of the equipment where you can't rely on that grip all day long.
And I'm waiting for the time when a 300 tread wear tire is going to win this series. I think that would be awesome.
Yeah, it would. But you could show that you don't have to have those better tires to be competitive.
They help. Of course they help. But now that we don't have them as an option, how is that going to affect the race? Will that put a big damper on these Porsches? Because those Porsche guys out there run the super sticky tires.
Yeah.
And as such, is that their advantage? Yeah. Combined with the car itself. Now you put less sticky tires on those cars, are they going to be able to do the same thing?
We'll have to see what kind of setup changes guys.
And when I say Porsches,
make.
I mean that widely, the Porsches.
No, absolutely. Well, even some of those BMWs too. I mean, there's some tires that we know that are no longer going to be legal based on the new rule set, and it's going to change the game. I think where you see these guys and you hear some of the tires squealing and whatnot, I think you're going to have to manage that a little bit better with the new tires. You're not going to be able to beat on them as hard because they've got to last, or you're going to have to be willing to bring a second set with you, and then that just adds to a little bit of a pit stop. So I think it's going to teach a little bit of discipline. It's going to bring that back into the fray with the drivers, force them to have to take care of it a little bit more, and especially when we go to some of the facilities that are a little more abrasive, you're going to have to adjust accordingly, maybe change some setup, maybe make adjustments on track line, things of that nature.
Well, we go back to the abrasive part. Is it abrasive on these 250 tread wear plus tires, or is it only abrasive on the super sticky tires that you won't last you through 2 or 3 stints? Can they go a whole weekend on these 500 tread wear ones?
We'll have to find out when we take the green flag.
It'll be interesting.
Well, we talked to this guy from Maxxis yesterday, John. He said he can make us a tire that would last forever.
Yeah, but
I don't know how much grip I can give you, but I can make it last forever.
Well, they could do that. Yeah, they can, because we had that talk the other day with them.
Yeah.
And basically they could make a tire that does this, this, and this, but it's like, you can have cheap, you can have fast, you can have, what was the other thing? Reliable. You can only have 2.
Right, you can't have all 3, so the price goes up. Which price isn't a problem for me because I'm not paying for
racing.
them.
I know how.
It's not my problem.
When I stopped racing, I got rich.
So why do we have no issue here? I asked them how many compounds, what can you come up with when you're working with a rubber plant, a rubber tree? So we don't really use the rubber trees that much. Everything's pretty much synthetic, so it doesn't matter. Sky's the limit. It's all science.
Mixing beakers of stuff.
He said all the guys in the labs there just well, we can do this, but it is a balancing act because you want to do various things, and then you try to be affordable. You mentioned, but then you want to give them what they want, but at the same time, well, then my cost is going to go through because I got to use a different ingredient, let's say.
Right.
So it's kind of pick your poison in that sense. So
I don't have a Champ Car rule on cost.
I want colored smoky burnout tires.
Ooh, that would be cool.
Remember those?
Yep.
Yeah, like gender reveal.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly. God, that'd be awesome. But yeah, it's.
Is it a Civic?
We could. Yes. Porsches have to run. Whatever Porsche colors are silver.
There you go.
Yeah, and BMW's red. So we could tell who left the burnout.
Absolutely. So what do you think of the racing this year? I mean, we've seen a lot of competitive. Because you follow a lot of this stuff, and you've been with the series for a long time.
He doesn't pay much attention.
Well, he pays attention on occasion.
I have been to every race this season. I did every race last season with the exception of one, which is not every race, I guess.
Right.
Actually, 2, because I didn't go to Road America. I went to.
You're still not getting your perfect attendance. You missed one.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it was a son's wedding or something.
Well, okay. So those important things.
Yeah.
That's all right.
But yeah, I've done. I think we counted up the other day 509 races with Champ Car.
Wow.
So it's the racing this year has been awesome. It's been very competitive. The new teams coming up have been doing really well. It's the reliability issues that we still have to work on with some of the teams. I know next year we haven't really announced it yet, but like with Daytona, there is going to be qualifying for Daytona. You're going to have to do previous races with Champ Car.
Okay.
It's not just going to be, hey, I want to go race in Champ Car. Let me build a car and let me go to Daytona.
Okay.
No, because that caused so many issues the last couple of years.
You don't say.
So,
You don't say. We haven't.
Code 35, we haven't even gone
We've
green
never
yet.
seen Code 35s at Daytona. We never see Code 35s at Daytona.
Well, they don't do the hot pull thing. So,
no.
We're going to really put a push on teams understanding what those, on the guardrails or the fencing where they have the orange tips on them, what those mean. You know what they mean?
That's where you go in.
That's, for some of them, it means where you try to aim for.
Yeah.
But
I never have those problems. So
I've never had to use
care
one. My
about
car
them.
stayed on track
all the time.
But also, if you need to use it, jokingly aside, what he's talking about is at the end of guardrails at Daytona, there's orange markings, and that indicates a break in the Armco barrier where you can get off of the racetrack and be able to get out of harm's way where you can get back to your garage area and not have to get pulled in.
Right.
And then we don't have to go under code 35 at Daytona. And then, so that's something.
And it's not just Daytona. And I'm pointing out the window here. Outside of our window.
I'm short. I can only see so far. And
we have a little section here that's painted.
I'm trying to watch the monitor because our next race's sponsor's up here, and I don't want to get yelled at and in trouble. I'm trying to watch and make sure she knows I'm paying attention.
Yeah, race right. Good group of people. Oh, and they're standing right behind
That's
me.
why. That's why I said it without turning around, Bill. Way to just throw me under the bus there. That felt good.
Yeah.
So what I was, well, I know you do. It's great. So what I was saying is, I pulled this up before we got to Mid Ohio this weekend, and I changed it to reflect yesterday. Look at the winners, the diversity in A through B through C, and these are all the overall winners this year in all the races that we've had. I mean, C class leads the way with 10 wins, but D class has a couple wins, B class, A class. It is not the C class domination and some of it that we've seen in years past. And I mean, Salem leads the way with 4, but I mean, Eddie Vedder, Rockwell, Nozian Mazda, Black Sarcoma, and then there's a number of teams that have picked off a few wins this year in the overall that we don't normally hear from. So, I mean, what do you think about that?
Yeah, it's just great to see different types of cars winning these races, and seeing the D class cars is kind of up there. I want to see more B class Opel GTs out there, but that's a different subject.
Well, we know where that's where, but we know that's where your heart's at.
You know, even a Volkswagen Bug, I'd like to see one of those up there one time. But it is good, and one of the things that I really pushed for this year was to trophy out to the top 3 in each category.
That's really, I think, ramped up people wanting to get on the podium, and well deserved too.
It's tough. I mean, it's you know, it's an added cost, but it was one we were able to absorb, and it makes our racers happy because they get something out of it. You know, they get to. It's fun listening to the guys on podium that have never been on the podium.
Yeah.
And they get out there, and I think that kind of once makes them okay. Now we got to shoot for second. Now we got to shoot for first in class, and I think that's how you're going to get this development of. Now we're going to get different leaders up there. And we go in cycles. So we've been here 15, 18 years, whatever it is. We've seen this cycle of what kind of cars are winning and losing, and winning.
You kind of go through those ebb and flows of one year
teams,
it's more, right. One year it's this team, another year it's it. But while one team's on top dominating, the others are finding ways to catch up, and then they switch and go back and forth.
Which is really cool.
Which is what you want in racing.
Yep. You don't want a complete domination of something. And it goes back to the tires. I think the tires are going to seriously limit the Boxsters. It's going to allow other cars to catch up. Maybe the Miatas, it may affect them as well. You know, they've got to choose the right tire. I've heard or read on the internet how, you know, social media, how we've worked really hard at getting our Miata to work on such and such a tire, and well, now it's, I don't know, Paul. When we started in Trump Car, it was just you threw some tires on the car and went racing, and then somebody said Derezas, those I can last a whole year with 3 sets of tires. So it was, you know, it's different. Yeah. And then with these super fast tires, it was just like who had the money to spend to buy them. And so.
Yeah, I mean with my Roadster, it was just the Hoosiers were all I could get for that wheel.
Yeah.
That was
the Opel's like that too. You could only get the 13-inch tire or 13-inch wheel on that thing. I was like, great, I have tires to go racing. I'm not worried about the compound. It's a slick. Yeah,
I'm good. We'll work it out.
But the competitiveness has come into this series that it's like they're looking for every single little.
I know.
Little advantage.
So real quick, I just got an update from Silver Martini to 57. Speaking of Miatas, driver change. Jan Kasperbauer is in behind the wheel about 5 or 6 laps ago. So if you're following Silver Martini Racing, they're back on track. New driver and hammer down.
Cool.
Yeah. So the bicycle. What you got?
So I was going to look at yesterday. Where is it? 90 Racing.
Yes.
90 Racing yesterday up on the podium again. We haven't seen them in a little bit. And, seeing that little Honda up there on their Maxxis tires, that's such a good combination. And, people discount they discount some of these tires that aren't really the name brand. And the Maxxis has done quite well in some of these cars. You know, there's others as well that have done well. So, but, you know, I see guys commenting about, you know, the cost to test. I don't know. I just, as a team owner, I would just go out there and pick a tire.
Yeah. Try
well,
it.
there is a solution for that. There's this cool thing called Hooked on Driving Mid-Atlantic where you can go get a set of tires and go test it out for a day and figure it out before you go racing.
Yeah.
We had a gentleman on here at VIR, Mr. Devin Bain, that might be a good avenue for you to do that before you go racing.
Even if you're in this region here, they have their test days here as well. So
exactly.
You know, but
there's avenues around the country, folks. You just got to do your research and find them.
And we're getting ready to go to Harris Hill, and that's another good track to test at as well. Very simple track looking at the map, but when you actually get your car on it, it's, wow, this is pretty technical, and it's fat. I mean, it's, to me, Harris Hill is much like Nelson Ledges. Very fast track, very fun to drive.
But very bull ring-ish based on what you have, where you like real close racing, and, you know, you got to watch where you're going, things like that.
Yeah, don't get off track because you could start a forest fire. Really dry down there in Texas. Yeah, we had a race one year that it's like as soon as the guy went off track, a fire.
Oh, no.
You could see the trail of flames. It was pretty wild. Yeah. It was so dry. But
yeah, that's scary stuff.
Yeah, it was. Well, we did have a car burn. He stopped on the grass, and it's like, yeah.
So what's your, obviously you guys are working really, really hard to continue to make the series great and do a lot of good things. So moving forward, we're all on pins and needles for 26, looking forward to that schedule. What are you looking forward to in 26? What is the series continuing to look at? And, I mean, what's the 3 to 5 year plan in your mind for Champ Car?
Tell us stuff that Mike doesn't want you to tell us.
Pretty much.
Bill's on vacation. Bill's vacation to Europe.
Okay.
I don't know. We have some exciting tracks coming up. I can't tell you which ones. We're waiting. I think we're very close. I think we're one track away. We're waiting for a written contract for a race that we've asked to run, and they've wanted us to run it, but handshake agreement will be wanted in writing. So that's going to be super exciting. Just take my word for it.
Fair enough.
Something that what used to happen at this track in the 80s, and it's going to be a fun event.
Okay.
You know, I know we've tried to get Indianapolis multiple years now. Indy's schedule keeps changing. They keep adding things. So for us in the OEs are doing a lot of testing at Indianapolis. So for us to find a date that works for us and works for Indianapolis is really hard. Now we're working on 27 for that one to try and find a date that works. You also have, you know, some other tracks in the Southwest, or I don't know what Texas is. What's Texas? Southwest?
Well, it's kind of a combination.
What is Texas considered? We've been talking about this all day. That's not Midwest. What is Texas considered?
Southwest?
It's like its own region, right?
Southeast West.
Okay.
It's Southeast West. So
we know it's all bigger in Texas. We just want to know what we classify it as.
So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So it's the never-ending state. But anyway, go ahead.
So we're looking at, you know, at least 3, maybe 4 races in the Texas region, the Southeast West region, and at multiple tracks.
Yeah.
Where you have to wait, but Paulie's over there just laughing, waiting for me to say it. I can't say it yet because I actually have.
You're allowed to make a faux pas. We won't tell Mike.
Mike has not shown me the schedule for a reason, but I know what's on it.
We won't. You've seen something. We won't tell Mike if you tell us.
You know, I know we're doing multiple events in Virginia.
Timothy won't tell Mike if you tell him.
No, we're doing multiple events in Virginia.
Okay.
We're looking at some more races up north at different places. So it's going to be an exciting season. It's going to be a big change.
Cool.
And I know we got stuck in not a rut, but, you know, basically going to the same places. But a lot of it was we were so focused on getting the company back into a position to be, you know, a company. And I think we've done really, really well at that. And
real quick, Bill. Brew Crew is on pit road. Arjun had just popped behind the wheel, taken over from Mark. He's back on pit road. Not sure what's going on here. He's having he's having an uncomfortable conversation with Jimmy. That's never good.
They've dropped down to 7th place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see Jimmy talking on his radio now. We're a little behind in real life, but it's.
Yeah, I saw it on the screen here. I'm like, uh-oh. I thought maybe maybe came in to check a tire, check something. The hand motion from Arjun, I'm like, yep, I think.
What did I do?
Yep, pretty much like, what did I do, Jimmy? I didn't do it.
Could it say anything on the logs there? She's
I don't
typing.
know. We haven't seen yet.
She's typing.
Pit lane speeding. Oh, not good.
That's bad.
That's what it is. So they're sending him through. It's a drive-through.
Not a race.
It might not have been him. Might have been somebody else that did it.
But not the end of the day.
Or it could have seriously. It could have been the driver that did it. That came in.
Yeah.
And he just has to serve the penalty.
Yeah.
So we don't.
That's my favorite way of doing it.
Yeah.
Blame somebody else.
Yeah. That's a way to do it.
But again, you can recover from it, but it's going to put you in a little bit of a hole. So Arjun's going to have to dig deep here, take a deep breath, keep his head about him, and start up in recovery mode. And he can do it. He's a solid driver. So,
well, go ahead. We should go to commercial here, Bill.
Oh.
But thanks for coming over and talking to us. You can hang out and come over later.
I'll do that.
Once we get done talking to Patricia.
Let me think of any other secret things I can't tell you.
Okay.
We won't tell Mike. Just tell us.
We could talk about.
He's listening, right?
We could talk about how cool your bike is compared
well, we
to
know
Troy's.
he's at church right now.
But he listens at church.
Right. Well, don't
he has a little headphone in.
Okay.
And,
he's got too much class to watch this.
He's.
We won't tell him.
My fearless leader. He just does that. On that note.
Awesome. All right. Well, we should probably pay some bills, Paulie.
Off to commercial we go. We'll be back in just a few, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Lots of race happenings and action remaining in today's race. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast Gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Team Salem Mustard, shocker, has overtaken this race for the lead. 90racing.com has moved into second place as Brew Crew has tumbled to 7th after serving a penalty for speeding on pit lane. There's no Z in Mazda, in third place. Marathon TLM 4th, sent from the Gourds, is in 5th place as Parts Badger in the 630, shown in the pits along with Animal Speedworks and the EC car of 17107. So we have another guest joining us here in the booth. She kind of looks familiar.
She does. We've had her up here a time or two, and you might recognize the voice, Miss Patricia Van Sickle. How are you?
Good, good. How are you guys doing?
Doing well. Just another day, another race, and
I didn't recognize you without your driver's suit on.
Yeah, I'm not going over the wall as much as I can help it this weekend.
Just taking it easy?
During fueling. I mean, I guess I did go over the wall with wheels, but yeah, whatever.
Doing more administrative stuff. We're on the race right entry this weekend.
Yeah, I think so. I wear all the hats is the joke.
Okay.
I do pretty much whatever.
So you look more like professional. Are you
Thank
hospitality,
you. Thank
like
you.
entertaining?
It just depends. It literally depends on the moment.
Well, speaking of the hospitality kind of thing, there's something kind of cool coming up. You guys have been competitors in Champ Car for a little while now, but you're getting ready to do a first for your operation. You want to tell everybody a little bit about it? I know we've talked a touch, but can you elaborate?
Yeah, we are. We're sponsoring the race in 3 weeks at Harris Hill. It is the Gauntlet. Come and Take It, presented by Race Right. Come and Take It is a play on the Cannon flag. Anybody who knows Texas history, the Come and Take It history. So we're going to see who comes and takes the trophy.
Takes it, yeah.
Well, it seems like there's a pretty healthy entry list on there, but it sounds like there may be room for more, right?
Yeah, I do think. I think what's the cap on that? 40 or 45? Maybe we're at 30 now.
You're about
so
3/4 of the way there.
If you haven't signed up now, now's your chance.
You can.
Yeah. Then sign up.
Then sign up.
Obviously, you guys are going to be part of that out there as well, and it looks like Black Flag Sarcoma, another overall winner this year, is going to be part of that as well. You guys have gotten a class win this year, I believe.
Yeah.
Was it NCM? You guys got the class victory there?
We took second at NCM class, but we did take we took first in class at Watkins Glen.
At Watkins Glen, that's what it was.
that was a great weekend.
Absolutely.
It was a great weekend.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
So are you and Pat pretty excited? It's got to be a big step for your company to get to do that. It's a
Yeah.
good promotion. Plus, I mean, with you guys being based out of there, I mean, that's home. It's got to be special.
It is. It's really special. We've been hanging out at Harris Hill for a long time, and opening our shop there last year has been really, really great. It's basically a dream come true. So we're excited about just helping Champ Car. That we've had a lot of fun in Champ Car. We've been racing Champ Car since 2019 with our kind of other team, family team, and
Z-Car Power.
Yeah. This is just, it was really cool. We didn't know this was even a thing we could do until recently, and when we found that out, we're like, oh yeah, let's do it. So
same driver duo this weekend with Andy and Dale.
Yep.
Looked like Dale was having a little bit of a hard time during his stint we saw on the broadcast. He's playing a little bit with one of the cars in front of him.
Yeah, there was some maneuvering that had to take place, but I'm trying to think. We had the
The TLM guys.
They were in front of us, and then Parts Badger went by, and they punched a hole, and then Dale just jumped in right behind them and went for it.
It was good.
It was beautiful.
We caught it live here on the broadcast, and we followed it for a little while.
That's great, yeah.
We talked about kind of using picks and racing to get through, and he did a good job at just being patient, but you could see him in there just messing with the guy like, come on, I got your number.
Yeah, no, it's great. And Dale and Andy are awesome. They just drive the heck out of the car, and it's really fun to watch, and we love that as a team, just watching, and that's the excitement for them is the drive, and then the excitement for us is in the car, in the build, and the pit stops, and the strategy, all of that kind of stuff. So it's just a blast. We have a lot of fun doing this.
I mean, you guys have been doing this for a little while, and you seem like you just have fun. Andy and Dale, I remember we were putting cameras out at Watkins Glen that weekend. You guys won. Looks like we might have a local yellow down there in 9 and 10.
Yeah, there's a car stopped off the racetrack in turn 10.
Uh-oh.
And it's car 538.
K2 Autosport. Those guys have had a rough weekend. They started out strong, So
that stinks.
Well, if they need
to get them going here.
Well, if they need any degreaser, that's the team to talk to. So
they're over in turn 9.
They are. But yeah, Andy and Dale have done a phenomenal job this year. We've gotten to see a lot of it thanks to your feed on ChampCar.Live. So what's next for your organization outside of the racing? I mean, you guys are constantly growing. You're in Harris Hill right now. What's the maybe 3 to 5 year plan for you guys?
Yeah, we've added a team member to at our track at home. So he's been with us about 6 weeks now. So we're getting him trained up, and then we have the race coming up at home, so we'll be able to do a good training there with him. And then I mean we're hoping to grow. I would love to be at another track as well in the future. Multiple locations. That would be fantastic.
With as big as Texas is, are you guys looking possibly at some other tracks there in the state that might be an option, or maybe a state that's neighboring?
I think in Texas would be cool because it's a big state, as we were just talking about, and so distance definitely plays into that.
Right.
Outside of that, as we add more crew members, I would love to support additional cars in the future as well. If you look actually for the next one, so Dale and Andy's sons, Max and Alex, are racing in Minions, Race Right Minions.
Okay.
And then Ray Frank's going to join us
really?
as well. So
that'd be fun.
We're stoked about that. So that race, we'll have our 2 cars there. And then we have a ton of friends and family there, so that'll be a busy weekend for us, just all over the place.
So a lot of hosting of people that are going to come and watch and
for sure
hang out, and I'm sure a lot of people want to come help you guys out and get go for victories that weekend. But it's just got to be fun to experience it with you guys doing that as an inaugural race sponsor. So as far as the race side, you guys are looking to expand on that. So what is left for you outside of Harris Hill for 2025?
Yeah, so we're going to Road America in October, and then we're hoping to get an invite to the National Championship again this year, so VIR. And then, that wraps it up for the year. We have our Challenge Series at home that we do. That's a monthly thing, so lots of racing with that. And then next year, we're just waiting for the calendar to come out for next year, but we're planning to run a similar number of races.
And you guys have done about 7 to 8 races this year, maybe a little more, give or take a few?
We did MCM, Watkins Glen, Harris Hill, the one we just did, Ozarks,
and then the second Harris Hill if they go back.
This one, second Harris Hill. So that'll be, 8?
Yep, okay. So about 7 or 8 races.
Yeah.
Are there any tracks that, while we know we haven't seen the schedule yet, are there any tracks that you haven't been to yet that are on the schedule now that maybe you guys are looking at maybe rotating it going to?
That I don't know. I know that if Champ Car goes to the West Coast again next year, we're very much wanting to those.
Because that would be a good opportunity for you guys to maybe get some business on the West Coast, and then obviously I'm sure the drivers
and just have fun.
Absolutely. There's always that too.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. So that will be cool. Just for us, for Patrick and myself and Jake, this is our first time coming to all of these tracks this year. So this year's just been a blast to be able to see all the things. And Dale and Andy have done these. They've been here. They came here last year. They've been to all the tracks that we're doing this year already with their previous racing. So
it's new for you guys to be out here. Yeah.
And it's cool to see how other tracks work, because we've seen Harris Hill for a long time, but every track is so different in the way that the tracks are run and that kind of thing. So
the
it's really
bathrooms,
neat.
The bathrooms are wildly
The bathrooms,
different.
yes. I can tell you who has the best bathrooms.
It's probably a different place.
It just depends. You have to find one here that the door closes on.
Big catch right there by Andy coming through keyhole. Was digging in. He was just gotten by the Rad Air Neon there and then got in the brake zone. And as the track's getting hotter today, have you noticed the ambient kind of going up a little bit? Yeah, I bet the track's starting to get slick because we're 12:17 Eastern here, a little under 3 hours to go. The track's probably getting a little slick. He's been out there a little bit.
Yeah.
What do you think about the food out here? Where'd you guys stay? Did you stay?
We got an Airbnb. We're literally 1 mile from the track. We could hear when we got here Thursday. They were doing something here at the track. We could hear the cars on the track. It was it's fantastic. I'm not going to tell you where it is because if we come back, we're going to rent it again.
Wait a minute.
So
mean.
Yeah,
that's great.
But we went into Mansfield.
Yeah.
We went to a place called Hudson and Essex.
Yeah.
Which was an old Hudson car dealership. That place was great. It was in the place is cool. We ate downstairs in the basement. It's like brick, just really cool historic building.
Fun.
Yeah.
And everything here is beautiful. Very I didn't know what to expect. I'm from Indiana originally, and so my expectations of Ohio were kind of but all the houses are gorgeous, all the properties are gorgeous. Everybody's have nice mow lines on their yards. It's just it's very well kept around here. So
yeah. There's some really great restaurants in Mansfield. Where are we staying exactly? Is that in
we
Mansfield?
are staying. No, well, I guess it qualifies Mansfield, maybe like Mansfield proper.
So they got a golf course, the place called the Black Dog Tavern, and it's really great. And then the other place is a Dutch restaurant. It's kind of like it's beautiful in there, and they've got this big smorgasbord thing. It's really good. So there's some really great places to eat here.
Yeah.
Well, I was looking for a place for tonight, so I'm gonna write that down.
Go into the Mansfield,
Go to Dirt Dutchman. It was really
Dirt
good.
Dutchman. I call it Dirt Commissar. I don't know why, but it's really good. And I spent like $45 on pastries and cookies because my wife made me. And I bought a whole cherry pie. What was I thinking? What was her idea? But anyway,
Thanksgiving's coming up.
When did you buy it? What day?
Yesterday.
Oh, you had the whole weekend to
Don't
eat
get
it.
any ideas. It's locked in my car.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, you guys could come do that. You guys could come do that tonight if you wanted to.
Yeah,
Definitely.
it was really highly recommended. We've done it the last couple nights, and we took a friend there last night, and it was really good. But we don't want to hold you too much as we're getting close to the end of the race. We know you need to get back down there and take care of your people.
Yeah.
So where, just as a reminder for anybody that didn't tune in at Watkins Glen or up at NCM when we had you, where can they find you on the internet? How can they get involved? And if they need trackside service, how do they coordinate that with you?
Yep, you can find us at www.race-right.com. You can find us on Instagram at race_right, RITE. And we actually have our full live feed from today, and then we have full live feeds from Watkins Glen on our YouTube channel at race_right.
So pretty much can use that same username on most of the channels.
Yes, it's the same username on the socials. It is race-right for the website.
Okay.
There's a bike timing company, I believe, also called Race Right. So they had the monopoly on the Instagram.
So if you see two wheels, that's not them.
Yeah, no, we are not bikes. We are cars. And then, if you want to get in touch with us, our website, we have a contact us page. info@race-right.com is our email address. Anything you want to ask us about, we do have an in-house dyno, and we do have a remote tuner. So we do tuning. We do specific track setup, on cars, all that kind of stuff.
I need a tuner for my WRX, though. It's hard to find people that can dyno four-wheel drive.
You know what? Ours is only rear rollers, so.
It's because you're not weird.
Yeah.
It's odd. You got to take these cars to a special place to have them dynoed.
You do.
Most places don't have something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I lived out west, because you're not really west, you're kind of. Did we decide what Texas was?
It's South Central.
South Central.
Okay.
Thank you.
But we've been racking our brains for the last 3
hours. Mountain time and Central time, right? Depending on where you draw the line.
Mountain time only in El Paso, I believe. So it's a very, very small portion of our state.
Got it.
But most of us are Central.
That far eastern tip toward New Mexico.
Very far east,
yeah. Well, I'm glad we got that ironed out because it was really bothering me.
All right. Well, we'll go ahead and let you go. Patricia, thank you so much for coming up. Thank you for sponsoring the race.
Yeah, we are stoked.
And good luck the rest of today, okay?
Thank
Great.
you.
Thanks. Take care. So, let me go back and look at the standings here. There we go. 9:43. Team Salem leading the race in the mustard car. They won yesterday, and they're in the pits with that car, actually. They won yesterday with the other car, the sister car, the ketchup car, which has been retired. The 90racing.com Honda is in second place right now. Their camera's not working at the moment.
So you're saying it's Groundhog Day up in the front?
Is that what I'm saying?
I think that's what you're saying. Just swap a 2 for a 3. And with 90 Racing running second and Nosy and Mazda, I think it's Groundhog Day again, folks. Where's Bill Murray?
Okay. Now it took me a minute. It took me a minute. Now I'm up to speed with you. Yeah, so it's 90 Racing, Nosy and Mazda, Sent from the Gourds, Marathon TLM, Cone Crushers, Bavarian Mustache Works in 7th, Brew Crews in 8th. I know they were leading earlier, but now they're in 8th. Race Right Silver Bullet shown in 9th, Parts Badger in 10th, because we have an EC car in the mix, and their EC cars are exception class. Cars are not eligible for podium position, so they will be removed. Those entries will be removed and placed in their own thing later. Parts Badger 630, shown in the pits right now.
Paulie, why don't you, I know that always tends to be a question. You're pretty good at going over that, how they get determined by the class. We haven't talked about that much this weekend.
Okay, we'll go over that. Yeah, if you folks are sort of new to the series, you're not sure what this whole class thing is all about, it's separated mainly by engine displacement. So we have A, B, C, D, EC, and F class cars. So the A class cars are the engine displacement of 1.91 liters and under. So this is where a lot of the older Miatas fall into play. So those 4 cylinders. Then at B class are all the cars with engine displacement between 1.92 and 2.4 liters. C class cars are cars with an engine displacement between 2.41 and 3.91. So this is where a lot of the BMWs fall into play, and that's why we have so many C class cars. because of that engine displacement.
Paulie, not to cut you off really quickly, we'll get back to that in a second. Team Salem Mustard is on pit road for their pit stop, which hands the lead to There's No ZN Mazda, and it looks like they may have surpassed 90 Racing. I'm not sure if 90 Racing is just coming off of pit road, but just wanted to give you a quick change there.
Yeah, I know I mentioned that they were in the pits, but let's see what's the story here. No ZN Mazda leads. And it doesn't look like... oh, yeah. Looks like 90 Racing had a 3-minute lap time there last time through, so there may be some pit stop play there. D-Class cars are what I call the American Iron cars. These are the bigger displacement engines, 3.92 and up, like our friends in the Pontiac here is likely a D-Class car. And then we have the F-Class cars, which are cars with a total, as raced, VPI of 300 points or less. And the idea, the concept between the concept of the F-Class cars was we want to give teams that are just getting started with their cars, with their builds, an opportunity to run and feel as though they can compete at least within their own class. Maybe the cars aren't as combed out and topped off with all the tricks that some of the other cars can. So the F-Class was really developed for them. And then the EC class, as I mentioned, are the exception class cars. Those are cars that operate outside of what we call the rule book. So for the most part, are cars that don't qualify to be within any of the other classes. Now, it does get, someone asked, I saw on a thread once in the forum, like, can you pick your own class? And someone said, no, you can't pick your own class. It's picked for you by displacement. Well, to some degree you can, to some degree you can't. The truth is you can actually pick your own class. For instance, with EC to, say, a C-class car, you may have to take a lot of extra laps to get into C-class. But that's where things get a little bit, upon your discretion. You can say, well, I don't really fit within the rule books, but I really don't. I'd like to be in C-class, but they would make me take like 90 laps or something. I'm not going to do that. So I'm just going to run EC. So that's the rundown. You can find more information about all of these classes. There are some other exceptions and things that fit in that can cause you to bump up in class, like adding a turbocharger to your car, that kind of thing. 2.3.5 that's the location, the address in the rule book. You can find the Champ Car rule book on the Champ Car website, www.champcar.org. How'd I do it?
Phenomenal. Knocked it out of the park again.
Okay. I know I've answered everybody's questions.
Well, we always get it a lot of weekends.
And Timothy said, and cameras are a curse. They are not a curse. That's right. Cameras are not a curse. Right.
That's going to be our mantra moving forward for the rest of the year. Cameras are not a curse.
Cameras are not a curse, and fish are not food. They're friends.
So, nice outbraking maneuver right there. A little bit of smoke and dirt up through. Looks like we got a car off.
Oh, yeah.
It turned 5 here just off the left of the racetrack.
Oops.
Can't really tell what car it is.
If we only had like something like a race control log that would give us information. Oh, wait a minute. We do have that.
Looks like
it's car number 5. And, although I don't... No, it's turn 5, car 23, Glenn Racing.
Yep.
And, he's already... By the time I got it figured out...
Yep, while you were giving the update there,
done.
He grabbed a gear and was rolling.
We're past all of that. We've moved on, folks. So, fortunately, no caution as a result of that.
So, back on board here with Brew Crew. Arjun still at the wheel, working on recovery. They've made it back up to 7th. They're about 24 seconds and change back of Bavarian Mustache Works. So, let's take a look at, out of curiosity, let's take a look at Arjun's lap times versus who's in the 662 at this point to give you an indication of if he's closing up on him, because he's kind of in recovery mode after that speeding penalty hiccup.
After you do that, we're going to take a break.
Well, it's probably going to take me a minute, so why don't we go ahead and pay some bills, and I can look it up while we're doing that.
And then we'll be back in just a few. So, quick stop to the fridge, to the restroom. Come right back. We've got plenty of more racing on tap here today, folks. Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. AutoZone.
Welcome back, ChampCar.Live. Look at those skies. It's beautiful out there. Wish you folks were with us this beautiful Sunday out here in Ohio. It's Lexington, I'm told. And yeah, good point dropped, Gear. We were talking about points and classification of cars, and you pointed out it's Rule 4.7 provides a ton of free upgrades to a car for any class. So, good point. I should add that to my notes. It's like, hey, by the way, visit 4.7.
Well, now we know.
Yeah, well done.
So, one thing, Trash Panda guys, just want to pass this along. CJ, one of our guests from earlier, Courtney Cassell, wanted to meet you guys and pass along a thank you. So, if you get a chance, find her on social media, reach out. She wanted to thank you for the donation and just the kind words. We just wanted to pay that forward. She asked if we'd, wasn't sure if you guys were here this weekend, so just want to make sure you knew that it was much appreciated. So back on board here with Parts Badger in Fast Lane at 414, still having a decent day. It's been a little bit of a trying weekend for them at points. Looks like they've kind of fallen down the order a little bit. They're still third in the B class. So on the bottom step of that podium, but they are in 17th overall in the 414 car. The sister car is in 11th overall. There's a couple ECs mixed in if you look in the order. Speaking of that, real quick, let's give you a rundown of where everybody's at. So right now there's no Z in Mazda with the pit cycle with Sale and Mustard coming in for more fuel and tires and a pit stop. Drop them down to 4th, but that puts no Z in Mazda up front and leading the B class. 90 Racing continues to lead the A class and is probably on pace, if nothing happens, for another class victory today. But they're second. And then sent from the gourds, the Canadians have worked themselves up into the lead of C class currently with Team Sale and Mustard behind. And then it's a gaggle of C cars with Cone Crushers, Bavarian Mustache Works, Brew Crew Racing in 7th. Arjun still trying to play catch up after that speeding penalty that the team incurred. And then Race Right, we just had Patricia Van Sickle up here, second in the A class and 8th in the overall. 901 Motorsports, we just saw their tent there with the Memphis Record Pressing, Frank Renault and that team. And then Stroke and Checks Racing, the 191, the winner earlier this year. It was at VIR. They won the VIR South race overall. They are in the top 10. And then for the EC class, Goldie still looking strong so far. They lead the EC class over Velocity Motorsports Club by 2 laps. And then let's scroll down and check on our D class guys. The American Express team, they have not maxed out their credit card yet. They're still in front. And then the F class guys, Tag Racing has a few laps, has about a 14 lap lead over Loose Lugs. But again, long way to go, and we saw what happened yesterday. They had a good race going, and then things happened, so it's not over yet, and that is not a big margin to have to overcome with a lot of time left to go.
It really isn't. We've seen races change dramatically in the last 15 minutes of a race.
Absolutely.
But and that's part of what makes the endurance racing game so valuable and why people want to win them, and how difficult it is to win, and when you do make those wins, why it matters so much, because it is so difficult. It is so difficult to win a race, and just getting near the podium, just finishing the race is such a big accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, these races, we talked about this at VIR. We talked about this at other broadcasts as we're watching Arjun and Brew Crew work through turn 1. There's different agendas. Teams come out here to win in class, or do both, either podium, depending on where you're at in your program. Some teams just want to finish the race, especially if they're newer, getting acclimated to Champ Car competition. As we have a car off in turn 5.
Is that the 944?
I believe it is, Paulie.
It looks like he slid off the racetrack there. The classic came over the hill too fast. But there's some smoke there too, Kyle.
Yeah, not sure if he's got a mechanical going on. I don't see any fluid up at the top of 5 because it looks like he kind of rolled off to the side there. He's trying to get it going, but there's a lot of smoke flying out of the back of that car, isn't it, Paulie?
Yeah, and I'm betting it's not a grass fire. As green as that grass is, I'm betting that there really is something going on with that motor. That car.
Yeah, hopefully we'll have to get less on it.
Now he's left the camera shot, so he must be still drifting down, but you can see a lot of smoke there from the back of that car. So that's one of the tricks about coming up over that brow there. That's one of the first places I ever lost control of a car was I just came over there too fast. Didn't get to the brakes, and when I crested the hill, I had the car. I was trying to turn. The car was kind of sideways, but I'd lost all this weight, and I just didn't have any grip, and she slid right off the track.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough section. I mean, the car you're on the edge of control going through there even in a normal situation, and it's just any little movement sometimes can cause you to do a little agricultural racing unnecessarily.
Well, we talked about it, earlier, and what we discussed was actually heading up on that turn. You want to brake pretty early, really, because you really do want to turn in and get to that curbing so you can power down the hill. So it looks like there's a crew on site. And look at that E30 lean at number 3. Almost picks the tire up off the ground as it bends into turn number 6. So this truck is turning back a little bit. It's kind of funny. It almost looks like they just got back in the truck and they're going to leave him there. But no, somebody got out. Wes down there talking to that's Troy Trulio. Oh, he found a bolt. It looks like maybe a suspension bolt or a carriage bolt.
That
big.
Looks kind of important.
Big heavy bolts they're there for a reason, and it holds the car together.
So, Paulie, we've been talking about the consistency portion this weekend.
Yes.
And we've been wanting to talk about that. So I was looking through some of our top 5 here, and obviously it's going to slow down a little bit with the local yellow in that area. But I was looking at the last couple of times here with between 90 Racing and Team Salins. From lap 125 to 128, Team Salins was a 40.5, 41 flat, 40.88, and then obviously a 42.34. And they just ran last lap on 29 a 40.32, as it looks like we may be going to a yellow.
Yeah.
We might end up having to go to 35 here. But then in 125 for 90 Racing, it was a 39.5, 38.4, 38.71, 41.51, probably slowing down for that yellow, 42.8. But the consistency there, these two cars have consistently been in the 38 to, I'd say, 42 range, pending traffic. And they just tend to match each other. And that consistency, I think, is what's led to them being so successful over the last couple of days.
And then different race cars.
Right.
It's kind of crazy how they can have the same lap times.
One is a front-wheel drive Honda. The other one is a rear-wheel drive Porsche. And then you've got, there's no Z in Mazda. And then the Gords, same kind of thing. They've been consistently between 41s and 45s with those two cars. And you've got both rear-wheel drive cars, but the Gords have a BMW, and then obviously the Mazda guys with there's no Z in Mazda. So, but just the consistency of some of these laps. Mind you, when they catch a little bit of traffic, that does hinder your progress, but in that range is impressive to see that, and I think that's why it's been, those minor mistakes, it takes so long to recover from it.
Now they can see, speaking of coverage, I saw that they pulled a fire extinguisher out of the truck, maybe to cover that stricken Porsche with some foam. Hopefully that car is not supporting a flame. I know there was a lot of smoke coming from behind that car.
So as we're still under a code 35 here for that stalled Porsche out there between turns 5 and 6.
Yeah, it looks like Parts Badger coming into the pits again, Kyle. One of those Parts Badger machines. And while the 414 hasn't been doing that good, the 630 hasn't been doing too bad. I have to go back and look at the standings here and make sure I'm not misspeaking.
Right around the top 10 or 12 most of the day. They were up toward the front earlier, but it looks like they've come into their pit stall. Looks like they're going under the
11th.
hood.
Yeah.
Now they did have what was it, a radiator issue? They had some leak or some things leaking out this morning, got on the tires. We were on board with them when it happened, and they had a big moment coming up through Madness and up into 9. But it looks like they've gotten it fixed, but it looks like they may just be taking advantage of this caution to check it out and make sure everything's okay. There doesn't seem to be a lot of urgency from what I can tell. Guy outside came over the wall, just kind of checking over the car, but they are focused under the hood at least, so we'll have to see if Les can get us a line on what's going down over there.
Yeah, Les has been down in the pits all day long, bringing us the race happenings, and so he's been doing a fantastic job, of course. And I don't know, it might be kind of lonely for him. So give him a high five, give him a wave, send him some claps, and
make sure he's always smiling.
He's always smiling, yeah.
Was just in and out. They were checking some stuff, so open hood, check the oil, check the hood. They were gone.
So we're getting an update from Les here. We have radio communication with him, and we greatly appreciate that. Thanks for all the hard work you do, man. We appreciate it, and you're a great teammate.
Yeah, he said that Parts Badger had come in, and they were just checking something on the car. So not real sure, but that's the story we're getting down there, so they are just looking at it.
Well, not a bad time to do it. I mean, you're under code 35. I mean, they're on the same lap right now as 901 and stroking checks.
Yeah.
I mean, one spot over the course of a code 35 is not going to really cost you a lot of time. Better to be able to take care of it under caution at a slower pace, get it addressed if there's an issue, because then if they need to step up the pace toward the end, they can do that.
Yeah, sometimes, that's the way a team will approach a problem. If you have some, it's like, well, we'll wait till we have a caution. We'll bring it and take a look at it, that kind of thing. See if you can hobble through, and then we can always bring it under caution and take a look at it. So maybe your brake pedal's getting kind of long, or something feels a little loose in the steering. We want to look at it, but let's just wait till if you're okay, let's keep you out there for now, and then we'll bring it in.
So we're back on board here with Race Right. We just had Patricia Van Sickle up in here. It was our last guest here, but Andy back at the wheel and just checking on those gloves. And a lot of time under caution, you'll see them moving their hands around. What you'll do is you'll move your hands and just stretch them out a little bit. Make sure, keep the blood flowing through your fingers and arms. That's
a pretty car on the inside.
That really is. That's very
immaculately
clean.
Prepared Camaro there. Or as Bill would say, Pontiac.
Yeah.
He can never get him right.
So that is the 847 car. Looking into find it. I know those guys. Drawing a blank today. I'm having a lot of. There we go. Team oversteered.
You don't have any rest.
I don't have a lot of rest. It's been a long weekend. They are in 15th in the overall right now, and they are, I want to say, about 9th in the C class. So having a solid day for those guys. Looks like it's business as usual. Just getting the driver put some fuel in it for another run here, as we are now slowly approaching 2 hours to go. We are just under 2.5 hours to go.
I lost my front straight cam. Darn it. Oh, it came back.
There we go.
Thank you, Lord.
So, alrighty. Good to know we got that back. That's a good shot.
Yeah. If it decides to go away, I'll go down there and reset it.
But it's been an interesting race so far, and a lot of the same players we saw yesterday. And this caution is actually going to help 90 Racing and there's no Z and Mazda a little bit, because now, I mean, you're not in the window yet where you can do this on one more, make this your last stop, because we're over the 2 hour mark. But it's going to give 90 Racing and the Gords and Nosy and Mazda a little bit of wiggle room to play with to stay ahead of Mustard and maybe kind of increase that gap a little bit. So we'll have to see. Looks like they've gotten the Porsche. It's on the rollback. So
yeah, our wounded soldier is being brought back to the barracks, and on the 2 hour thing, that's a champ car rule. We are not allowed to have a driver in the car for more than 2 hours, lest you suffer a penalty. So the idea is
if you pit before 2 hours before the end of the race, well, you're going to have to pit again. You know, if you could somehow push it past that 2 hours, to go, well, then you wouldn't have to pit again. If you can make it on fuel, you're good to go for the rest of the race.
Well, one other factor you have to keep put into that as well is your closing driver. Usually a lot of teams will put your fastest shoe in the seat, and going faster is great, but it also burns more fuel. So you want to make sure that you pit, giving that driver enough time to make up time if need be, but also if he's going to push it harder where you're going to burn and consume a little bit more, you got to make sure you give him room to work with to where he's not having to play a conservation mode with, 10, 15 minutes to go.
I never really understood the idea of putting the fastest guy in at the end, which, I've been a party to that. It seems like it wouldn't make any difference, but it does for some reason. It's like there's something about the mentality, just like in running. I used to be in high school. I was a runner, and when we'd run, like a baton, 4-leg, you always put the fastest guy in at the end. I guess it's because everybody else is going to do that, and so you'll put that guy in, and if he's chasing the fastest guys, he's going to run a little bit harder. As we're back to caution here, and soon to go green at Mid-Ohio. The left cam. You see that big 20-mile-per-hour speed limit. I know what was going on down there, that conversation. I guarantee you, I can premonitionize the conversation goes something like this, because they have a button. They have a lot of cool electric gadgets inside the Brew Crew car. They got a button that they can hold that will hold the speed limit for them, and they also have flagtronics. And I know what he was telling them is like, look, I was holding the button. I have flagtronics to tell me how fast I'm going. I've been doing the same thing all weekend long, and now you guys are telling me I'm going too fast? And Jimmy's like, look, I don't know what you're holding or looking at. All I know is you're going too fast. You're penalized. Go on out.
My radar gun doesn't lie.
I don't know what to tell you.
It was properly calibrated.
But I guarantee you that was the conversation.
Probably. But either way, they're
or
back
your money
running.
back.
They're back running. Brew Crew in 7th in the overall right now, 5th in C class. So still a solid day for these guys. I know they could smell that victory, but they're not done yet. I mean, we still got a lot of racing to go. 2 hours and 24 minutes is a long time.
Yeah, that's longer than a lot of the races. I mean, when I started racing in the SCCA, your races were somewhere between a half an hour to 40 minutes long, maybe. So we're doing several races, length races. You know what I'm saying. Never mind.
Several sprint races over and over again.
Camaro got a little twisty coming through the carousel there, back onto the front straight. Looks like he got it gathered up.
So looking at the gap right now, there's no Z, and Mazda has about 36.2 seconds over 90 racing. So we'll have to keep an eye. The best lap for no Z right now is a 40.1. Best lap for 90 so far, I think, is FTD on the day is 37.5. So definitely fast cars up front, but again, not always the fastest car that wins the race.
Yeah, we've seen that in spades.
And it looks like Sent from the Gourds have worked themselves onto
almost took it off the track there.
Good recovery right there.
And there's a wide swath of pea gravel out there in the keyhole once you get out too far, so you would get stuck, and then, then you got to deal with that. Fortunately, he keeps it on the track. There's almost always a little bit of rolled up rubber to the outside of these corners, which makes it even more slick when you get out there. But a lot of guys are driving this corner like a diamond, so there's part of that section that's not too bad.
Well, and it's slick when you get on it. It's, they call it, dirty or the, out of the groove, and you just get in all that junk and get it on your tires. The next thing you know, it's like being on an ice skating rink.
Yeah, Drop Gear says, have you been unjustly stopped by a Champ Car official? You may be entitled to compensation. That's great.
Now you realize we put that in there. Arjun's going to go find a lawyer in Atlanta, and it's going to turn into a commercial.
It should turn into a funny commercial.
It should turn into something.
Great.
Yeah. But either way, he's in recovery mode, and looks like he's just business as usual for these guys in their BMW. But while 90 Racing has now taken over the lead here, not sure. I haven't seen I don't see the Z guys in the pits, but if so, 90 caught those guys in really, really quickly.
Yeah, their camera's gone down, so I haven't been able to watch them. But yeah, they have moved into the leading according to our standings here.
So I just saw the No Z guys go by our booth here on the front straightaway. So while we get a moment, let's kind of go back into the pack a little bit and talk about a few guys. So Team Oversteer, we were talking about those guys in the Camaro. They're only 23.7 seconds behind MDR. Our buddy Dave Kisick, he's running this weekend in Kissick. That's right. I've got to learn to say that properly. Kissick. He is driving in the 831 with MDR this weekend, but Team Oversteer is working on chasing those guys down, and that's for position in C-Class and in the overall, and that's for 15th on the racetrack.
It's a 4 off and continue for the Parts Badger number 414, Kyle.
Okay.
And we'll go through the different classes here. I'll show you visually on the pylon.
Whoa.
Oh, no, he's tires off on Parts Badger. He's already been noted as having 4 off and continued. When given a pit lane warning, you got to be careful. You really need to call that driver and say, look, man, just keep it on the blacktop.
Paulie, these cars are built very similar, and Roy, if I remember correctly, the 414 was almost, an identical to the 630. Any chance maybe that issue that was happening to the 630 at one point, maybe happening to the 414, may have a little bit of residue on the tires?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe something what you said too. You sometimes you're used to the car doing really well earlier in the day with grip, and when that grip goes away, you try to force the car back to that state of grip sometimes to get a little more time out of it, and the physics just aren't there. It just isn't going to do that. The track has gotten more slippery with the sun.
Yeah, I mean, we've been on the track for over 4.5 hours, racing really, really hard. These tires, if they're the same tires they started on, have been through a number of pit cycles. So, I mean, that really does play a factor. And as the ambient goes up, and we talked to Patricia about this a little bit, they're starting to see guys sliding around a little bit. So probably just have to back that driver off a little bit and back up those brake zones and figure out a way to still be fast here. We'll see if he can work his way. Yep, he makes it by the American Express. The Grand Funk Prix there, your D-Class leader. And when you get off track and you get junk on your tires, it takes a lap or so to really fully get all that stuff off there, Paulie.
Yeah, it sure can.
It's because when you get on those sticky tires, that stuff does not want to come off sometimes.
Right. Sometimes you'll see guys using some kind of not a chisel, but a putty knife to scrape the rubber off. It can get into that rubber and stick in there, and it unfortunately picks up a lot of grit. There's a lot of little stones and just sand that ends up out there, and unfortunately also some sharp objects. So you really want to stay out of there.
Yeah. So digging back in the pack a little bit farther, so some more C-Class cars, big battle here. Hammerheads Racing is only 28.3 seconds behind Rad Air Paul, the 975. And I had seen before, I'm waiting on Dipstick Racing to come back around, which is behind Hammerheads. They were only about 23 or 24 seconds behind there, so that's shaping up to be a pretty good battle. Probably, I want to say, for about the low 20s. There's a bunch of ECs mixed in with open throttle. Goldie still leading the way here. But there's some good battles back there. Actually, 25 seconds now, 25.3. The last lap for Dipstick was a 156. Last lap for Hammerheads was a 154. And then last lap for Rad Air was a 149. So they're all within that, high 40s, low to mid 50s in that range. I mean, they're all on the same lap, and one hiccup, and that could turn into a heck of a three-car battle. Behind that a little bit, Crown Victorious is only about 14 and change behind MMR, and these times are pretty good here. Last lap for Crown Victorious was a 149 and change. Same for MMR, so pretty even, only within tenths of a second. So we'll have to keep an eye on that battle as we can.
Yep, 90racing.com holds the fastest lap time of the event, a 1:37.500. They even kept it nice and round for the OCDers out there. Show-offs.
I know.
Nobody likes a show-off, you know?
Wow, that gap just jumped substantially down, Paulie. Now it's only 12.4 seconds, a 1:47.7 for Crown Victorious in the Ford there, and a 49.5 by MMR. That's going to be one of our closest battles here on the racetrack soon. Not sure where they're at. I don't think we have a camera in either one of those cars.
Well, I used to have something for MMR, but I'll see if I can find something. I'll put my best people on it.
Guys, if you're listening and you got a camera, shoot it over to us. We'd love to show Champ Car Nation that battle on the racetrack, because it's looking to be a good one. And Cargo Racing going a little bit farther up into the 30s there. They're only about 16 and a half behind Hill House. And with a 1:43.1 last lap to a 1:50, or now, excuse me, a 49.3 for Hill House Racing. So it sounds like Cargo is chomping at the bit, making time up there.
No, doesn't look like there's anything on their feed. They were sending a feed yesterday to myraces.live, and don't see it today.
Back on board here with Arjun with Brew Crew as he just navigates out of turn 1. Headed down to the keyhole up the hill. Last lap, 43.98. No change in position either overall or in class. Let's take a look at his last lap time here. It was a 43.98. He's only about 36 and change behind Bavarian. It was a 40, actually pretty close, about a second in difference, a 42.92 for Bavarian last lap. So, best lap today for Brew Crew was a 39.5, 41.6 for Bavarian.
Yeah, Bavarian seems to be holding on for the time being against the hard-charging Brew Crew Racing. But up the front of the pack, Nosy and Mazda has just overtaken 90racing.com for the lead of the race. This thing ain't over yet, folks. Lots of racing remains here on Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Welcome to Parts Badger, where we want to be your online machine shop. Through our online platform, we connect our global manufacturing capacity to your fingertips. You can request a quote, place an order, manage your parts, and even share that information with a colleague right online. If you prefer, you can work with our experienced team of sales representatives who are supported by our design engineers and project managers as well. Whether your project's big or small, simple or complex, Parts Badger can get it done. See if we can help your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And then there were 2 hours remaining. Actually, a little over 2 hours remaining in today's race here, which will finish up the weekend here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course for the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio, presented by Parts Badger.
Of course, 2 hours to go in the weekend, and now we can say it clearly without fumbling.
Yeah.
Either way, we appreciate Roy and everybody from Parts Badger, and if you need any CNC machining experts or anybody to help you with your engineering in your development, give them a call.
Yeah, they're heading down the front straightaway now in the 630 as we look to go on board in the 414. They've had a much better day today than they did yesterday. Granted, the 414s had some trouble, but the 630 doing a little bit better. I'm sure they would have liked to be up at the pointy end. Currently shown in 11th place right now. 2nd place in B class. with Nosy and Mazda leading the B class. 90racing.com, your overall leader. So swapping places back and forth is Nosy and 90 Racing, but 90 Racing now showing in the lead of the race. Sent from the Gourds in third. Team Salem Mustard in fourth. Cone Crushers is fifth. Bavarian Mustache Works in sixth place. Brew Crew in seventh, shown back about 46 seconds. And then it's Race Right, Silver Bullet, 901 Motorsport in the number 901. Stroke and Checks Racing, that's another good name for the team. That's the top 10 right there, folks. GVU, just another mechanical today. So they are out of that EC class running. Open Throttle Racing right now leading EC. Looks like they're a couple laps up over the competition. That Velocity Motorworks Club. So again, 90 Racing holding the lap record so far. The fastest lap time of the day, as we call it, the FTD. As they come into the pits, yes, my long distance supervision telling me they've come into the pits. And they've stopped at pit in. Oh, they're getting a shove.
Uh-oh.
They're getting a shove from pit in.
I wonder if they're having a hard time keeping that thing running. Trying to pop the clutch on.
Yes, they are. They are, Kyle. And there's only so much pit in can do. We're not going to run the car all the way down to the pits. And their pit box, they're just going to get pushed to the side, unfortunately.
Oh, man.
The leader of the race, and we talked about that, and we've seen it so many times. Complexion of this race can change dramatically right towards the end of the race. It's
and you can see the 90 guys sprinting down pit road to get that car.
Yeah, and there's nothing that can be done here. This is just gut-wrenching for that team. They cannot believe their luck.
And the crappy part about this, folks, is it doesn't seem like it from our cameras. That is a steep hill when you're pushing a race car. They're trying to push him back because he's begging them to try to do it again. He wants to try to pop the clutch and try to get it running. 901 Motorsport just came into the pit, so they told him hold off. They're trying to push him down to see if he can pop it.
They're rolling him backwards, but you're right, Kyle. This pit lane is, as we showed you, the elevation change coming down the front straight of the pits is the same. It's an uphill battle. So if you can imagine trying to push the car just to get it go fast enough to dump the clutch and start it, is a challenge to begin with, let alone pushing
Trying
uphill.
Again. Here we go. He pops it.
Can they do it? We need some music.
Wait, almost got it that time. Hold that thing almost all the way down and dump that clutch. Oh. See, now that's just... See, now you're just giving people like PTSD from Price is Right. It's like watching it's like watching a little mountain climber go over. Is he going to go over the top of the hill or not?
Yeah, we still got people running down pit road here trying to get to them.
You know, there's somebody that's probably watched that and you probably just got them twitching now because they're picturing the Bob Barker days of watching that guy go over the mountain.
I had threatened to have that music playing every time we went to caution. I was told, no, don't do that.
We do have a very good viewership at this point. So.
No doubt due to my charm.
You have a way with words.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm just going to take it as a compliment.
This is gut-wrenching for these 90 guys. They have had such a fast car all weekend.
Yeah, they've tried so hard this weekend, and they've come so close to winning this race.
Yeah, they're still trying. They're pushing it up pit road around some of the pit stalls. They're trying to get it running.
Put this down. It's starting to hurt my arm holding it up like that. Sorry. We can get it swung around the other side, we will. But
no luck so far. The car still sits. They've asked some of Mike Gorman's guys. I think that's Robbie Brogan, and some of them, and Charlie Crilly and others from over there. They're going to try to help push the car. These guys are not one to give up on it yet. I think they had him cycle it a little bit. Now they're trying to do it in reverse, where he pops it and see if he can get it running. No luck. Tough break for those guys.
That's crazy. You know, they had that little problem with the hood hinges earlier, and they came in, set it, work their way back up to the lead of the race. Kyle, they had a real shot at it.
I know they did, and I hate it for these guys. They work so hard, and they pride themselves on good equipment, reliable equipment, and they have had that little black cloud over them all weekend. I hate it for Andrew Johnson and those guys.
Yeah.
And, just such a good group. They're so dedicated to Champ Car, and
he had said, I spend 20 hours a week working on this thing in my garage.
But, and that shows you any given day, nothing is a guarantee in this series, and nothing is a guarantee when it comes to racing with this stuff. So, you definitely have to be mindful of that. So we're still green here. So, unfortunately, for 90 Racing, that kind of is going to start taking them out of contention. But that leaps up, sent from the gourds. The Canadian guys are within one lap of there's no Z in Mazda, and that also gives them, at this point, the C-Class lead over Team Salem Mustard. 90 Racing still leading A-Class at this point, but if they can't get that thing running, Race Right Silver Bullet is right there to pounce. Safety truck is coming out.
Andrew's
Looks like
down there.
Yep, they're trying to get it started.
Andrew was driving the car. He's out of the car with the helmet off. I don't know. I presume then he probably kind of coasted into pit in and picked up the timer, but knew that, they were in trouble.
Yeah.
Whether that they simply ran out of fuel. Do you think they just ran out of fuel?
I wonder.
When was the last time they stopped?
I don't know. We'll have to go back in our notes and look. But I wonder if they're having that same problem where they've starved it a little bit. And I wonder if they're having a pickup problem or something, or maybe something with the filter. Or, fuel pickup or something. I wonder if it's gotten any junk in there. Or just something weird. Maybe it's heat related where they can't get it, where it just shuts off at low RPMs. I'm not sure.
Well, Nosy and Mazda is now taking over the spoils here. They're now in the lead of this race with a real shot at taking the win here over Sent from the Gourds. This is really amazing. Team Salem Mustard there in third place. Nosy and Mazda may come out the victor in this whole thing. Okay, so we're hearing that the 90 car is actually going to be towed back to the garage. So it might be day done for them altogether.
A90 behind the wall.
Cap Glass is letting us know they're going behind the wall.
So they're going to go diagnose it and see what they can figure out, and then hopefully it might just be, it's a shame for them, but hopefully it's something minor that they can get reattached and maybe they can at least get back into the fight. But we are getting ready. They're on the same lap. When Race Right comes by the line this time and they're coming by our booth now, that will presumably give those guys the A-Class race lead and move them up into 7th in the overall. So lead change in A-Class. Yes, Race Right Silver Bullet is now your A-Class leader and 7th in this race in the overall position. Talk about what could be an early birthday present for,
Yeah.
These guys.
Yeah, they just started, some of them just started coming to this racetrack, these different tracks out east here, and
whoa, big catch
come out
right
here
there.
and get a win. That would be really special.
Now they've got a pretty healthy advantage over the next car behind them, which is Sennhauser, by about 6 laps. And I saw a little bit of catch and release there with the wheel. If I was them, I might want to just ease him off just a little bit, take care of those tires.
Bring it home.
Yeah, just bring it home at this point. We don't know if 90 Racing, we're hoping they get back into the fight because we don't want to see our friends and competitors fall out. But, they've got about a 6-lap margin at this point over Sennhauser Racing, who is the 3rd in A-Class and is on deck to possibly move up into 2nd. So...
If your team was dissed by dropping gear on this broadcast, you may be entitled to compensation. It's like, I'm not dissing anyone. I'm just asking the question. Our faithful broadcasters, that's us, that's you and me.
That's
Our
us,
faithful
okay.
broadcasters pointed out the fastest car often doesn't win the race.
Yeah, well, proof of it right there. But, I mean, they're not completely out of it yet. I mean...
Yeah, it's a shame.
So still on board here with Race Right as they're having to navigate some traffic. Gaggle of Miatas right here with, looks like that's TLM, about 3 cars up in front. And this is a challenging part here, folks. So as we're on board, this is the line you kind of want to run. You want to take a bit of a wide turn in, but when you're in traffic like this, you kind of have to find what works as they're trying to get by one of the BMWs, or might be one of the Hondas there. And then the should have bought a Civic guys in the 20.
The teams Oversteer and Open Throttle Racing number 65 were both penalized 1 lap for car-to-car contact over in turn 8. And then car 191, a stroke in checks, was black flagged for pit lane speeding.
Oh no! And they were one of our top 10 cars. They're in 12th right now in the overall, and I believe about 7th or 8th in the C class.
And we have even more news coming in for Oversteer.
No flag.
A spin and continue after the contact is. Oh, they had a 4-off and continue is what's listed there. Over in turn number 11. So at the very least, they're going to receive a warning on that.
So there's Race Right trying to work by the Marathon, the TLM car. Oh, little bit. Oh, there you go. Pushed out a touch wide. They've been making that TLM BMW wide today, Paulie. 727, Hurry and Trade Racing guys. It's one of our B-class cars. Just gets by Race Right. That's not for position or anything on the racetrack. The 727's down the order a bit, but they are also in a fight to try to catch Legitimate Racing, who's kind of been on and off pit road and with some issues here and there. They're trying to surpass them. They're only a lap behind those guys for 30, I want to say about 30. It'll show as 37th, but there's a number of ECs in front. So probably closer to about 30th place. Like we tell you, there's always battles going on the racetrack. It may not be in contention for the overall, but there's always something these guys are shooting for. We are now inside of 2 hours to go to the finish. So now, Paulie, we're inside of 2 hours. So do you potentially look at coming in? Do you short pit a little bit and risk a 35 with some of the craziness that's been going on? Or do you stretch it a little bit? Putting your shoe in at the end. Does he have enough time to catch up? What do you think we'll see here? I mean, I know a lot of teams try to get to that 2 hour mark.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're inside the window.
The trick is, and I've been with teams that have done this different ways, but the better teams, what they tend to do is, when I say the better finishing teams, tend to stretch as far as they possibly can, hoping for a caution to get in and get whatever they need to get done under the caution. Even if it's just a driver change, they try to do that under the caution. Otherwise, they'll leave you out. Unless, of course, your lap times are so aborable, they're better off pitting under green to get the fast guy in and just get him out there to get those laps done, like you said, rather than waiting any longer. Let's get the fast guy out there. Let him get a chance to gather all that up and maybe even get some advantage. So, yeah, if they don't have to pit for fuel, it's just a driver change, they can push it all the way out to that. They're going to want to push it all the way out to those 2 hours to maybe take advantage of a caution. But, like we've said earlier, there's never any guarantees on when these cautions are going to drop or if they will. And this race really hasn't had that many compared to some of the other events we've been at this year.
Yeah. And that strategy, I mean, you take a risk either way, stretching it, trying to hope for a caution to get to that 2 hours. But on the flip side of that, if you were to come in now, and we talked about this, you may put a fast guy in and you might be able to do about an hour 50 on fuel, probably an hour 45 by the time you get back out there with the 5 minutes. But if you got a guy that's really pushing it and burning more fuel, what if you only end up doing an hour 40?
Yeah.
And then 5 minutes to go, you come in, essentially your race is done at that point.
Right.
Because you're going to have to sit if you put a drop of fuel in it, you're going to have to sit.
Yep.
So it's kind of, where do you get, which side of the coin do you lay on?
Yeah. Kind of an odd shot down there. Looking at turn 4, it looks like there's a gigantic cloud overhead. So it looks like from the camera you're just driving into darkness. It's kind of odd down there. But yeah, if you've been unjustly penalized by a lot, well, it's funny, but it's not really. I mean, you wouldn't be unjustly penalized if you broke the rules. The rules say that if you have contact, you get penalized. So you know the rules.
Today have been laid out. It was laid out in the drivers' meeting this morning. Things happen. It's racing. We've all been on both sides of the coin with that. It's frustrating, but
both sides meaning we've gotten away with stuff we never should have got away from,
and we've
gotten nailed for stuff that probably wasn't our fault.
Right, and it's just kind of one of those. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I mean, they set a precedent this morning. They had to take care of what's been going on,
And to your point, why not review? There is no footage to review. That's the problem. We don't have track cameras at every corner for the officials to access and review. And unfortunately, what we saw yesterday was that the corner workers were saying, I didn't see it. I just looked, I heard something, and cars were spinning. And so the officials have nothing to go on as to who to blame. And so one thought was, I'm just going to bring them both in, or I'm just going to penalize them. What are we going to do? So the decision was made to penalize both. Now, you can agree with it or disagree with it, but it's the rule across the board for everybody. And one of the things, we talked about this at dinner, and the viewpoint that I carried was, look, if you put yourself in that situation, so you know how to keep yourself clean, stay out of trouble. You put yourself in that situation, you get hit. I understand someone can come out of nowhere and get into your car, but when it's pretty rare that you get hit. I mean, I think I've been hit maybe twice in 38 years of racing. So look, if you're just careful out there and patient, instead of going in, pushing your car into a group of 4 or 5, pick them off one at a time, back up a little bit. You tend to stay out of trouble. We have drivers that tend to stay out of trouble. We have drivers that tend to get into trouble. And some of them, at least one of them I'm aware of that got penalized today, is one of those teams we talked about yesterday that tends to get into trouble. I'm not going to name any names. So, look, if you stay out of trouble, you'll be fine. But, yeah, like you said, Kyle, sometimes you get nailed for stuff that probably wasn't your fault, but then there's a whole lot of other stuff you get away with you probably should have gotten nailed for. So that's the way it is at this track. We get to pit race. Every corner is covered.
There we go. All right.
So
I saw our A-class race leader. Looked like Andy was having a hard time getting that steering wheel off there.
Yeah, Bavarian, that's Ben there leaning in, talking to the driver. But looks like they're back to business as usual, getting that driver set up to get them on their way.
So seeing a few more cars coming down pit road. It looks like the 831 car, MDR Motorsports, is on pit road. Looks like it's just fuel. The Dipstick Racing guys have the right front off, are in their pit stall. It looks like it may be something suspension related. Looks like they're checking something. Driver's still in the car. So if you follow Dipstick Racing, looks like they may be replacing something. The 538 car, the K2 Autosport guys, our buddies from the that can get you a deal on degreaser. They're coming in for a pit stop. So with all this action going on, Team Salem Mustard has worked themselves up into the lead of this race and leading the C-Class. So, and Sent from the Gourds is now, Brew Crew just looks like they've passed them. but I'm not sure if the gourds are on pit road or not.
Yeah, good question.
And it looks like they are. There's a number of them on pit road. No Z was in the pits. Sent from the Gourds, Comb Crushers, Race Right, FDR, Bavarian. Yep, it looks like this may be the final stop for some of these teams.
Yeah, this may be what you were talking about, Kyle, where they've reached the point where they do have to pit.
Yep.
I mean, it just needs to happen now. We've taken this out as far as we can go. Now's the time. So here we are. With just about an hour and 45 minutes left, this should be the final pit stop of the day for these teams. So you've been with us this long, folks. As Doc would say, you might as well stick around to the end. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Welcome to Parts Badger, where we want to be your online machine shop. Through our online platform, we connect our global manufacturing capacity to your fingertips. You can request a quote, place an order, manage your parts, and even share that information with a colleague right online. If you prefer, you can work with our experienced team of sales representatives who are supported by our design engineers and project managers as well. Whether your project's big or small, simple or complex, Parts Badger can get it done. See if we can help your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
So welcome back to Champ Car Live. Guess who's leading the race now? Team Salem Mustard. They've got 2 pit stops in, so no Z and Mazda has pitted, and that puts Brew Crew Racing in 2nd place, even after that penalty. But they're down 2 laps from the Team Salem Mustard Boxster.
But the question is, has Brew Crew pitted for the final time today? I don't think they've been in for their last pit stop.
Well, and here's the thing about Team Salem. They probably need to pit too.
I believe so.
They haven't been penalized or anything. They kept out. That car stayed out of trouble. So,
well, that was something that I hadn't gotten to, and I'm glad you mentioned it. Can Brew Crew, the fact that they're up in contention now and they're gaining time, can they have a clean pit stop? Can Arjun make sure he doesn't speed coming in? And can the driver getting in make sure he doesn't speed coming off pit road and not make things worse for themselves? They have a shot and they're within striking distance, so we'll have to see. Last lap time was a 46.99. I think Arjun was dealing with a little bit of traffic there, so we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, I'm gun shy of saying anything isn't possible at this point because so much can change in such a short period of time. So,
but Salem
hard to say.
Isn't immune to problems. Look at the sister car. The 942 won yesterday and fell out early in this race. So anything can happen with an hour 39 minutes to go here at Mid-Ohio for the Fast Parts Grand Prix, presented by Parts Badger.
Yeah, we really can't say, but you know that it'd be a clean sweep for Salen's if they can pick up the win today with the Mustard car.
I did notice this. I had talked about in the EC class, open throttle was 2 laps up on velocity. They've increased that to 4, and Race Right took over the race lead in A class, and they are 4 laps up on your 24-hour class winner, Williams Racing Group. So we'll have to keep an eye on those because, yes, 4 laps sounds like an eternity, but look what happened in F class yesterday with those guys where they were up by a decent margin, and all of a sudden, mechanical woes, they lost it to loose lugs.
Yeah. So it looks like 90racing.com may have retired from the race. So that takes them out of contention for the 2nd day in a row. It's so frustrating. You got to feel for those guys. Well, at least I do.
Well, it's frustrating because they work so hard and they've tried to do their best to make sure that they had a shot to win. And unfortunately, they just fell victim again.
Bill Strong, no way.
Oh my gosh, am I in the wrong office again?
No, you're not.
This happens when you get older. You tend to forget where you're supposed to be at.
Sir, do you know where you are? Do you
Where's
need
your?
I need medical
I love
attention.
Watkins Glen. This
Where's
is such
your,
a great track.
Where's your life alert necklace?
No kidding. Hey, so if you guys noticed, we had a whole bunch of speeding on pit lane.
Yeah.
Do you know how we catch those guys? It used to be we had a guy down at pit out or somewhere along pit lane with a speed gun, right?
Okay.
You know that little Flagtronics thing you have on your dash?
Yeah.
You mean the same one that can nab you for going over 35 with the virtual pace car?
That exactly is the same thing. So we now have actual pit lane logging that lets us know that, hey, this guy has exceeded the speed limit. Not just once, maybe twice or 3 times on pit lane.
Okay.
And it gives us a top speed that they hit, and that's what we do. We use that, and everybody was behaving super well yesterday, and today this morning we started out with a couple, but it's like this afternoon, it's like all of a sudden everybody decided to do a 40 miles, 25 to 40 miles an hour on pit lane.
But wait a minute, I have an idea. What if it's not them? What if their driving is identical? Maybe the satellites. How long has it been since the GPS satellites were calibrated?
Is there a sunburst thing going on?
Well, it was a full moon last night.
It wasn't me. It was a solar flare.
And then the passing under yellows.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
That definitely wasn't me.
So, and where we're seeing them is the places that don't have flaggers, because it's hard to get flaggers. It's really hard to get flaggers. So not all of our flag stations are manned this weekend. That's why we told everybody, watch your Flagtronics. And that's when we're seeing,
So you're saying the computer doesn't lie? Computer doesn't lie?
It doesn't need to. It just takes the facts and gives it to us, and boom.
Just like me. I give you the facts.
Yeah, and you're wearing an Indianapolis hat here at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, but you think you're at Watkins Glen, so that about fits for our broadcast. That's about it.
So really, guys over 50 shouldn't be doing this?
No, we shouldn't. No, or 60.
You're so confused.
I forgot. You guys are young. Kyle's like 30.
Something like that. 30. Like 35 going on 65.
And Les, where is Les? That kid has
I don't know, he's roaming
so much energy.
He's roaming around somewhere.
It's just like I see him here.
He's always
I see him
smiling.
there. Oh my God, yes.
Always smiling.
He's probably editing video. That's what he does. He spends a lot of time on pit road, and then he'll go back. He'll make like a flash video and set it up on YouTube or Facebook or both, or Instagram. Now he's going to be setting him up on Instagram for us to let people know what we do. It's a lot of fun.
I saw somebody post up that we needed more younger people to do our videos and stuff, and we got one.
Yeah,
it's kind of young.
Yeah,
he's youngish.
I'm 39.
He's a young 39.
He's 39.
He said he's a young 39. He's listening in.
Oh yeah, yeah. I didn't know that. I got to be careful what I say. Such a good-looking young man.
He'll throw some shade back at you. That's all I'll tell
Compared
you.
to Bill, he is a young.
Everybody's young. So except for Mike Coleman. He's kind of old.
The senator? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you brought your bicycle this weekend?
Yeah, we went bike riding yesterday. Troy took me up a mountain.
Do you crash at like every race you go to? On your bike? Did you crash this time?
No, did not. Troy was impressed. Troy was amazed that I didn't crash.
Crashed at VIR in the parking lot.
So what he would do?
No, it was Watkins Glen.
No, at Watkins Glen,
Your
where I had my
caught on
this you don't ever. This is a bike story that you never tell people. So I'm only going to tell you guys.
Okay.
So I had the roof rack on the car with my bike on the roof.
Oh, okay.
And I had been going out of underneath the grandstands all weekend
without
with
any
no
problems.
Issues. And
no issues.
When we were leaving I loaded up the car and everything. I pulled out, and I guess I hit the upright.
Okay,
with my bike.
Oh,
the bike's okay. It was the bike thing that the bike stand or whatever, the holder on the roof that got bent.
Oh, okay.
And wrecked and whatever. But I made a. I will never put my bikes back on the roof. So.
Paulie, our D-Class leader, if you go back to that shot, sorry to interrupt you, Bill.
No, it's all right. We talk about the race.
The American Express car is off the pace. They have about an 8-lap lead right now over legitimate racing, but they are very, very slow compared to what they've been doing. It looks like the driver's holding the car up in first gear or third. I mean, they're running at a very slow pace right now. We'll see if they come to pit road.
Man, everybody's passing them in the carrot. Yeah, they're bringing it in.
Yep.
I
hear something
I heard
knocking.
something banging, yeah.
There he is right there.
We'll have to see what happened here. I don't see anything obvious on the body work. I don't know if he got into anything. Yeah.
Be them squeaky brakes.
Does not sound good.
That's just a sound effect, though. That's
what's left of the differential transmission.
That's just for TV.
So who's got a nicer bike, you or Troy?
Troy's is a little lighter. Mine's a more heavy duty because Troy's been riding for 2 or 3 years now.
Yeah.
So he spent some bank to get he's a lot lighter, and smaller.
And he's rich.
No, he's really small. He's only like 5'3".
Okay.
So he didn't need a big bike.
Right.
He could have just gone to Walmart and got the kids section bike, but
get him a tricycle.
Yeah. They don't fit on the single track very well.
So you guys are doing mountain biking, and you told me yesterday not a good idea to listen to a podcast while you're mountain biking.
No, don't do that.
Because you're trying to think.
I would do it on a I mostly gravel bike.
So
I bought another gravel bike.
You've wrecked on the gravel in front of your house. How many wrecks have you had? Have you lost track?
I forgot about that. Yeah.
So I know you tore up your ribs.
I broke a rib.
What about your shoulder?
Shoulder's better.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was more of that was other stuff.
Okay.
It was I got into wrestling. No, I'm kidding.
So is that something you've always been into, or did somebody encourage you to get into it?
I started biking back in the 80s, well, 70s. I did triathlons and stuff, or team triathlons. I didn't do a full triathlon. Team triathlon, and then I did what do you call that? Road bike. My friend Frank Kratzer, I was in the Air Force with. He's friends with Greg LeMond, and they used to race on a Reno bike team at one point, and they got me into biking, and it was one of those Air Force things that, were you in the military?
I was not.
Oh, well, when you're in the military, everybody knows everybody. Frank used to tell us he knew Greg LeMond, and we're like, yeah, okay, sure. Back in the 80s, we'd do these dinners once a week. When moonlighting was on, we'd all go over and watch moonlighting. We'd pick a house, and he said, hey, man, I got some friends coming over. And sure enough, there's LeMond and Davis Finney came over. And it was probably one of the most fun nights I've ever had. LeMond had just won his, I think, second Tour de France. And it was fun. It was really neat. And we're all still friends.
That's cool.
So, but yeah, that guy did that. And then I started mountain biking in the 90s. And because that was the thing to do when you're newly single and you got to figure out what you're going to do with your life. And I thought, this would be a 30-year-old mountain biker.
Meet chicks, though.
Yeah. No, but yeah. That was the idea.
Not in a good way.
There was no chicks there. It was
check
all
out my Schwinn.
They run.
Yeah. But yeah, I did that for a while, and a bunch of years, and then I, got out of that, and racing took over my life. So, and then Troy got me back into it again because I was getting fat. He said, "Nothing against fat people."
But you seem like you enjoy it. You seem like since you started. Well, no, you
have you ever been on a bike?
I enjoy the story.
Well, you seem like you enjoy it because I remember we came out at we were headed to Watkins Glen Sunday morning for the Sunday race for the 7-hour, and we asked you how your ride went, and the smile on your face, and you just seemed so relaxed and happy, and you just seemed like it allowed you to decompress. It takes the track stress away, so it just seems like it's something you're enjoying. Is where I'm going with it.
Yeah, and Troy started working with us. I think he saw that it's just not. My watch is ringing for some reason.
Don't lie. That's your life alert.
Yeah, my life. It's true. My heart rate just went up. Now, Troy saw the stress that I was under. You think, wait, this is what everybody loves. Why is there stress working in racing? But it's just like any job, racing. You're just doing a lot. And he told me to get on the bike. And when my wife and I got bikes and we started riding. And I honestly tell you, I did not think about my day job at all.
Good for you.
And this is my day job. So did not think about it. And it is a relief until you're like halfway through your ride and your boss, Mike Chiswick, calls you and I got a watch with a phone in it. Doesn't always work right, but for the most part it does. And that's when he calls me. He's on his way home from work. I'm out on a bike ride.
So after your wife crashed, and broke her collarbone
Oh, yeah,
or
she
whatever.
broke her collarbone. That was the wedding week.
So then
Oh,
that was her
70% got
foray
married?
back
Oh.
towards bike riding. Is she done with the bikes?
No, we do
She
it every
still
day.
does it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, where we went yesterday, we went to some state park near here, Monahan or
Mohegan.
Mohegan.
I think
yeah.
my wife
lives.
She used to live in Medina.
Pretty
She was there
badass
for 3 or 4
little
years.
mountain bike
She was
track.
saying it was pretty cool. Yeah.
And then, but we noticed a rails to trail, the B&O Richland B&O Trail, and my wife and I are doing really long distance.
Oh, the
stuff
Baltimore
now.
Ohio Railway Trail. Yeah.
So I'm like, my wife said, "Oh, that's 18 miles long, and we could do that and back." I said, "Well, next time we come up here, let's bring the bikes up, and we'll stay here a couple days, and we'll do the trail."
Cool. But
yeah, we're going to be doing 100. I'm going to be doing it. Not we. She won't do it, but I am going to be doing a 150-mile bike ride in Nebraska, or bike race in Nebraska next spring.
Okay.
So we're going to start training for that here soon.
Is it like a seniors thing?
No, they have a senior class.
I was going to say, because even Isle of Man TT has a senior class, starts at age 50. I'm like, what?
But I'll tell you what, those 50-year-olds, just like racers,
don't knock those older folks on bikes. My grandparents live in the villages.
Well, they will
down in Florida.
They will
and
kick your
those
butt.
folks, they ride 40, 50 miles a day.
Yeah.
And there's some of them, 70, 80 years old, but and you wouldn't think it when you see them.
Yeah. And you would be amazed at how many of our racers
out of shape at 35.
How many of our racers get on bikes?
Well, the training and the fitness for it.
Yeah.
Look at a lot of the pro guys that do that kind of stuff too.
What's his name? F1 guy. Everybody likes him because of his mustache or something.
Piastri.
Graham Hill?
Who?
Graham Hill?
No, he's a newer guy. He's going to be driving for the U.S.
Bottas?
team. Bottas.
Oh, okay.
He's a canyon racer. I ride canyon bikes. So
Okay.
he's a canyon racer. So, yeah, pretty cool. The links with racing and biking.
So
it is dangerous, though.
Well, yeah, especially I've got a friend.
You can fall down in your
For some
driveway.
people more than others.
No, I actually have a friend back home. I went to school with her daughters, and I've known her and her husband for a long time. And she took a nasty spill, almost got hit by a car, and she was riding locally where we're at in Maryland, and it kept her off the bike for a few weeks. It scares you.
Well, you're used to wearing a helmet in racing. You're really not used to wearing the really tight clothes that are required for riding bikes. But I'm over that now.
There you go.
Yeah, but it's fun. It's a good exercise. Keeps me sane.
That doesn't keep you young?
I'm sorry?
Doesn't keep you young?
No, it makes you older, let me tell you.
I keep him young.
He does. No, Paulie's done. Paul has done one hell of a job at taking what we started out years ago to where it was, and then 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago or whatever, he has taken it and grown it and expanded it. And what do you have, 420 cameras out here?
Yeah, ridiculous.
It's
ridiculous
421 to be exact.
But really, I think it's been like how they built computers. You start out with something small, and Bill and I just kept layering this. Let's try this. Let's try this. Let's try this. Over the years, 9 years now, Bill and I really built this thing up gradually over time, and we still work on it. I still go to him and say, "Hey, this is what's going on. What do you think?"
Well, we just updated a server. And of course, it wasn't our choice.
No, it was blessed upon us. Like, we changed your server.
Now we spent 2 or 3 days trying to figure out why the heck aren't these cameras working.
Yeah.
And we still have some tweaks. I was watching it a little earlier, and it's one of those things that we're going to get these cameras much better, but it's going to take a little bit of time.
Mm-hmm.
But you're able to do so many more cameras now, and that's what makes, I think, it really nice, because we did have some issues with adding huge amounts of cameras. So
we've gotten a lot of compliments from a lot of our viewership. Yeah. They seem to enjoy some of the angles that we're finding.
The blind ones.
Shots. Yeah, it's really cool. And they just like some of the that too. They like, I can't see anything.
And then this guy Kyle, he just won't stop talking.
I know
about the race.
He doesn't shut up.
Man.
He's annoying.
But yeah, the feedback I get has been pretty wild.
They'll have to find
it. Yeah, and I want to let folks know that I don't have much to do with this anymore, because I get emails all the time. I forward them to Paul, but I get emails all the time about how I'm making the show better. But it's like, no, this is Paul Veltum, Kyle, and Lester. You guys have rocked this show, and I thank you very much. You're making us look really good, and
thanks.
We'll give you a hat when you leave today.
All right. I was hoping for a pizza party, man. I'll take a hat.
That's money, man.
Yeah.
That's true money. And folks, thank you for watching these guys, and give us feedback. We love feedback, and as long as it's good.
Any bad stuff, send to Bill. Any of the good stuff, send to me.
Yeah. So
but we appreciate all of you guys.
You know, we're trying to make Champ Car better. We try to change, try to make it better everywhere we go. And
we're very trying.
Right now, we're just really our focus now, and I don't know, we didn't talk about it earlier, but our website, we're in a redesign stage for the actual homepage and the extra pages. We're going to trim things down. There's a lot of stuff I've added over the years that I thought was really cool for like 5 minutes, and nobody ever hits it anymore. So
you try things out, see how it goes.
Yeah. So we're gonna. What was that?
I didn't catch it.
So we're waiting. We heard something. It looks like Brew Crew may be. Les just wants a hug and a thank you.
Yes, yes.
Looks like Brew Crew Racing, real quick, is on pit road. This might be their final pit stop of the day.
Yeah, we're completely well, I shouldn't say complete. Right now, we're working on a complete redo of our registration system. Our registration system was, as Andrea puts it, built on a napkin, designed on a napkin back in 2012 and 2013, somewhere around there. And it has been the rock for our company for a long time, but we're redesigning the core of it, which will allow us to do a lot more with it. It'll help our staff with reporting, with just everything. And hopefully we can make it a lot easier for folks to register, transfer captainships, and, things like, just the regular stuff we want to do. So, but at first, you're going to see a redesign, but it still has the same way of operating until we start putting... We basically had to rebuild the core.
Gotcha.
And then once that core is done, then we can start tweaking and bending and molding it into what we want.
Okay. Just continue to grow.
Great.
And, looking in here, Paulie, this may not be a standard pit stop. It looks like there's a crew guy in there looking around some of the electrical portions. Another look, he's looking at something.
Yeah, driver's not getting out, and that would be a fresh driver in. So
yeah, I think that's Mark back in there because it's the. Let me take a look here. I know their name. Kate sent it to me earlier.
So we can boost the audio here and see if we can hear.
It says Derek.
Pombo. Oh. So Mark and Matt Pombo are the drivers. They were telling me about it, the brothers. So I think the yellow helmet is Mark. So they're looking at something. But Paulie, another mechanical for Brew Crew, and they were in the top 3.
And again, it's right at the end of the race. Yeah, I'm sure they've noticed that seems to keep happening.
That black cloud continues.
Yeah, and I saw 90 Racing. They were doing really well, and they end up having their electrical issues. And
unbelievable.
Brew Crew, they made some mistakes. They passed it under yellow, and they got hit with that. Speeding on pit road, they got hit with that. So, yeah, it's just it's those little things that'll bite you.
So one of our crew guys, Charlie Crilly for Open Throttle, he's a friend of mine, ARCA crew guy as well, but usually works with Gorman. I rode a bike around Iowa Speedway once, so he understands the bike connection. He's taking a week off this week. He's home in Jacksonville, Florida, and he wants to say thank you for the broadcast.
Yeah, some nice little mountain bike tracks down there.
Yeah. So we're trying to get a little bit more clarification. Les is down there trying to help us figure it out.
Well, Les said that looks like they're trying to reprogram something. So
something with the ECU possibly.
Some kind of science stuff.
Yeah.
Science problems.
Something that
problems
is
with
beyond
science.
my comprehension.
Yeah.
Bunch of cars on pit road. Is that the new Z and Mazda guys right there?
Yeah.
That's our leader now. Or
second.
Salins
is back out front. Mustard.
You just watch them. They just wait and they wait.
and they
wait.
Yeah. You hear Jaws music when they're around. And then you got to give a call to Sent from the Gourds, too. The Canadian guys have been up in the top 5 all day. Cone Crushers, Bavarians hung around. Race Right, I mean, just talk about laying back in the weeds. 90 Racing had the problem that they had, and all of a sudden now they're leading the A-Class, and they're 6th in the overall.
So I was explaining today to one of our viewers about this rule today about both cars, if they have contact, both of them being penalized a lap. And he said, I'm not sure I agree with that. And I said, well, there's another Champ Car rule that says any Champ Car rules you have to like, too.
Yes, you have to. Yeah, there's no
and he's like, oh, darn it, I foiled again.
No, it's
So we should petition for all Champ Car rules to be liked.
you got to stay off. And if you have video that proved, hey, it was you, and I think we had that happen today. Somebody had video, and it was okay. It was that person's fault.
Yeah. Well, they said something too about what you don't have cameras at every corner. The track doesn't. Like, no, not all tracks.
No.
Unless you want to donate some.
And we take the in-car cameras. It's not a requirement to have one, but hey, probably a good idea to help prove your point. And we saw one of Cone Crushers. Cone Crushers got shoved off to the side, but there was impact, or not impact. There was a side-to-side, and we looked at the video. And sure enough, it was not their fault. And we not only do we look at the video from that point, we also look at it from a previous lap just to see if there wasn't anything going on earlier.
Anything that led up to it. So
if I'm a crappy driver, you're going to find out because you look at the rest of it too. No.
I mean, and it'll affect you going to Daytona. It could.
It's like F1. It's going to follow me from race to race.
But to where he's going with it, big, whoa, big catch right there. Nice hands, Mark. I know it says, maybe that's Derek, but
it says Derek.
Yeah, well, it had Mark up there earlier. I didn't know if that was actually Mark in the car. So,
any Derek, they're usually pretty good drivers.
Yeah. If this is the same, I wonder if he's still having an issue with it. Looks like probably just trying to make sure he didn't code brown himself after that one.
Could be something wrong. He might be calling in right now.
He might be.
So it looks like they are, in future Champ Car. They come into the pits, and they've picked up a timer, and they're rolling down pit road. I know Bill loves it when I say that, too.
Rolling down pit road.
But I got to take a break. Sorry, we'll come back to your point here, because I know you just don't get enough opportunity to talk. So we're going to stay with us, folks. We'll be right back here on ChampCar.Live.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped to over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George and Junior are fed up. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps them find a deal on the right parts.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Dave's Twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Well, the time is ticking down here, Kyle, and I think we had a point that we wanted to make. We were talking about penalties before we left for the break.
Well, actually, I'm going to let Bill elaborate on that because he was very heavily involved with former race director Chelsea Vickery in the development of this. Bill, why don't you explain it a little more? You guys that's kind of your baby.
I want to say a couple of years ago, but it could have been last week. Who knows? But it was we'd done a race, and we went to NCM, and one of the issues we had was it was going to be a wet morning, and she was tired of us tearing up tracks. So she implemented the first 4 off, which I think at the time was if you get 4 off, you got to come in. And we talked to you. For the next 4 off, you got to get out of the car. But we've tweaked it since. Car control. That was the big thing, is control these cars. There were guys just sending it everywhere they shouldn't send it.
A lot of overdriving,
a
lot of unnecessary moves being made. Yeah.
And so you can reset in iRacing, but you can't reset in real life. So, and it worked. It worked in a big way. So that got us into, well, how about contact? How can we help control contact? What if we do, we were doing at one point, hey, let's bring the drivers in, let's talk to them, then send them on their way if they haven't, but the problem was that, okay, it wasn't Joe Blow's fault, but it was Bob's. Joe Blow had been talked to. How do we give him back his time? We couldn't. You can't in our timing and scoring system. You can't give back the time. You'd have to give back a lap, or however long they were down there. But that could change the outcome of the race because you're not being exact. So it's like, why don't we do this? Why don't we contact? We just penalize both cars 1 lap. Right. And if they can prove that it wasn't me, which is by talking to us later, the crew chief, or even showing us video, then, or the corner workers, then, or even proving the corner workers that they might have seen or heard something wrong or whatever, and it does happen, then they would be able to give the lap back much easier. So. Right. And make it more fair. So, and it's worked out really well. And the side benefit of that is it has seriously cut down our car-to-car contact.
Notice that over the
Not
last
yesterday.
Well, we'll blame the full moon on that one yesterday and a little bit of today with some of the crazy penalties.
We have gone races without contacts, which we never talk about. We always knock on wood. Because as soon as you say something, we're going to have massive contacts, and I should not have said anything today about it.
Well, you knocked on wood, but to your point there, Nelson last year, I remember Jackie was race director for that weekend, and I mean we didn't have the largest field at Nelson for that doubleheader weekend, but I remember I think one of the races went straight green, and they were doing a couple local yellows. But I don't think we had a code 35 the one day. So
again, this is something we never talked about. Right. Yeah, that was a VAR. That was another one of VAR.
The whole thing.
Yep.
And we've had those. Now, if it was, there was that big joke about if Chelsea had a race, it was just pandemonium, and and Dana would get a race, or Jackie would get a race, or Andy would get a race, and nothing would happen.
Oh, that Road Atlanta race 4 years ago with Dana, I have never seen him look closer to Barney Purple when he came down pit road and gave us all the riot act. But when you tear up 6 cars coming to the green flag, it kind of makes you look a little foolish. And I remember that race very, very well.
Yeah, I remember Doc's reaction to all that. Because wasn't his car involved in some of that at one point?
I
don't remember.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. I think his was one of the BMWs stuffed in the barrier up there under the Fox Bridge.
Oh, Doc would get so mad. They'd put brand new tires on the car and then go into turn 1 and lock them up and flat spot them.
Yeah, and you just hear about it alongside the beer cans opening.
Couldn't stand it.
You know, he started drinking, his car wasn't doing well.
Not how this was supposed to go.
Yeah.
So it was a nice wave there by Dale, waving to the car, saying thank you. Gave him room getting to the inside. But just to that, what you're saying.
The other side benefit of showing the video, we have a really good collection of videos of what not to do and what to do. And we had one a couple of weeks ago. I won't say what track, but
I'm not part of those, am I?
As the driver was spun by another car, he's going backwards. And
footballing
gives him gives him
the double number one.
Double number ones. It was so epic. We now use it for our screensavers in the tower.
That's cool. That's awesome. Oh, that's awesome.
I know everybody wants to see it, but I'm not going to show it. I'll let the owner do that. But it was so freaking epic.
That's cool.
Both hands off the wheel, fingers up in the air, going backwards.
That's when you just don't care at that point.
Yeah.
So
you just
funny.
want to get your point across.
And the other car's right in front of him, so the guy had to see it. It was.
Well, we had.
I'm not saying do this. Don't.
No. But we had Dale in here earlier in the race from Race Right, and he was battling with TLM, and I guess TLM was giving him a hard time trying to get by, and all of a sudden you're just seeing this with the finger and just playing with him, doing this, messing with him in the mirror, and it's like that was the polite finger to use for it, and he was getting his point across. 3 laps later, finally gets by, but yeah.
Troy and I used to do that all the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'd bump him, he'd bump me, get under his wing at Charlotte.
And then you both get penalty.
And then, but you take the arrow off his back wing, and that would really screw it up. And we're going into turn 3, and he's like, "Get off me! Get off me!"
And back, probably then with the character then before they resurfaced.
Oh yeah,
Charlotte's just a little bumpy here and there.
It was pretty hefty. Then he hit the tunnel at turn 3, and it went to shove the car up the wall.
I was testing an ARCA car for Andy Hillenberg.
Speaking of Charlotte, sorry. Just keep going.
Okay, all right.
We're going to Charlotte next year, guys.
Okay, there you go, guys. So Mike's not listening. It's all right. He couldn't hear anything.
A-class.
So, I remember
we've
going
been trying. I don't know if we got it or yet.
Yeah, Sennheiser has passed Williams Racing Group for second place in A-Class, and I know that because Late to Apex Performance told me in the chat, and I read it.
I think Williams got hit with a speeding call earlier, or passing under. I don't know what it was, but it got hit with something. One of their cars did.
Okay. They're on the same
All
lap.
I could think of is Mr. Williams walking up to me. He's an older gentleman, but he looks like he can kick my butt, and
There's no Zia Mazda, Parts Badger, top 3 there.
That's the funnest part for
B-class.
me, going right up against that wall as you go around there.
Yeah, this is such a fun place to drive, and you come up over the hill here going into 12, and you really got to get the car pointed. You got to get it turned in early, and then you want to shoot off the corner. We miss having that bump, that launch a little bit, but you still try to find that reference point, get off of 13, and then you want to get a good run headed to the bridge. Brake a little early, roll it in. Like right here, he's right up behind the box there.
The first time that Champ Car raced here, I ran here with my yellow MR2, and it was such a blast. None of us had ever ran. Well, I only had one driver that had raced here before, and maybe 2. But I'm the lead guy. We got here. They wouldn't allow us to walk the track. No test day. You're going out cold. And I got a great video of me coming around the 11-12 here when I was 9th in line, and the green flag dropped. And by the time I got to turn 2, forget his name, Enger Tires was in front of me. I'd passed the whole field going down the front straight except for him, and before turn 2 I'd passed him, but I didn't know where I was going, so I was really lost. I was seriously lost. And he like weighed me around him and showed me the track for a lap or two, and then we just went by and took it. But ultimately, our bank won that because, of course, what happens to an MR2? The wheels fall off, which it did right here in front of us in the tower. So,
also, if you drive an MR2, if you're teamed with certain people, my first Champ Car race, you tell your co-driver, this was before they redid Charlotte for the current configuration on the Roval, you tell your driver it's 95 degrees, don't jump in the throttle coming off of the infield to get up on the banking. And then your co-driver jumps in the throttle and ends up taking the whole right side off the car and has that beautiful Charlotte color paint on your right side of your MR2.
Yeah, I had the yellow MR2, and I was going up there, and it's like, okay, I'm just going to let the car drift there, and we'll be good. We'll bounce off it. That's not a soft wall.
No.
It said soft wall in the literature. It hurt.
Yeah, it may absorb a little bit, but it still hurts.
But this is such a fun track here. It's not as easy. Now, I really want to know the difference. I love to talk to some of these racers after the event to find out the China Beach. I guess they reconfigured the banking.
The difference, how much grip you have versus the 4 degrees versus the 2 that's there now.
And really see how much because that was such a. I knew going in that you got to be careful here because if you're not, you're going to get airborne. You're going to do some funny things.
It looks like a lot of the cars just kind of ease off now, but I mean, we've seen a number of cars have issues down there, and I mean, some of it has probably been a little bit of contact and other issues, but we've seen a lot of cars get sideways getting in there, so I'm wondering if maybe just having that lapse of forgetting I don't have as much to lean on as I used to, because 2 degrees doesn't sound like a lot, but it can be a lot.
Well, going back to VIR with the Oak Tree redesign, and we had done thousands and thousands of laps around that track over since it opened when that's my home track.
Right.
Not I did thousands, but I did hundreds and hundreds of laps there. And just trying to relearn Oak Tree after the tree came down was huge. I mean,
you lose your reference.
Everything is different.
John Wittenauer says it's MR2 drink time.
There we go.
Every time you say.
And I see Cone Crushers out there, not in an MR2. Cone Crushers is in a Porsche Boxster. And I talked to him yesterday after the race, and they did pretty well. They finished, I think, top 10.
Yeah.
And he said, we've got a lot to work on this car. It's the first race for it. They are a Porsche shop. Speaking of which, here they come right here. Beautiful looking car, the 917, painted up in the Porsche blue or teal of some sort.
I told Polly it kind of has a little bit of a Jackie X flavor to it.
Yep. But they're a Porsche. They are true and true Porsche guys. And they've got a Porsche. They do international autos or auto repair.
It's Ben Dasher and those guys, I believe, right?
No, Ben is the
Okay.
MR2 guy. They've kind of parted ways. Ben's kind of gone off to do his own thing, and Cone Crushers always ran their own Porsche 944.
Okay.
And did quite well in the series. Did well with the MR2 as well. They will drive the wheels literally off the car.
Scott and Rich can drive. Yes, they can.
And Rich has the hair, right?
I believe so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rich is awesome. He also owns an Indy car.
That doesn't surprise me.
A true Indy car. He's got friends. Yeah, it's a great. If you ever get a chance to talk with him or interview him, ask him to tell the story of how he acquired an Indy car. It's absolutely hilarious. Yeah.
So you can buy them. You can buy those old Dallara chassis, and usually they run these Oldsmobile engines in them. V8s.
I think that's one of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, here's the Salen's car coming down into pit lane. Comes to a stop.
Wonder if this is planned or not.
They've done everything by the book today in that car.
They're up by about 2 laps on. There's no Z in Mazda, which is your leading B-class car as well. But this, folks, is a race for the overall here.
Yeah, and this is exactly what they did with the catch-up car yesterday. Just an immaculate race from end to end.
Sent from the Gourds is in third. So C-Class has 4 of the top 5 spots. Sent from the Gourds in their BMW. Cone Crushers, who we just spoke about, in their Boxster in 4th. Bavarian Mustache Works, nice recovery, up to 5th. Race Right, your leading A-Class cars, in 6th. 901 Motorsport, so another 3 BMWs after this. 901 Motorsport, Last Minute Racing in 7th and 8th, and then Stroke and Checks in 9th. 2 EC cars in the mix, only separated by 1 lap. Goldie is had to come in for some work.
Shots.
Yep.
Lex.
Yeah, nice job, man. Those are cool. 1 lap up on Velocity Motorsports Club, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. They're about 4 seconds faster a lap right now, so we'll have to keep an eye and see if they can make it up. And then to round out your top 10 is Sennhauser Racing, the 2nd place car in A. And then a little bit farther down the order, American Express is up by 6 laps over Legitimate Racing, but they've had a few issues. We'll have to see if they can hang on. The 575 is one of our camera cars. And then don't want to forget about our F-Class guys. Loose Lugs has now taken the lead back over from Tag. I guess they had some more issues. And right now, Loose Lugs looks like they may be on their way to an F-Class victory for the 2nd day in a row. Bill, you were pointing out
just the dropping of 90 Racing.
Loose Lugs is in the garage, according to their
they're getting
camera.
ready to lose 2 more spots because you got Crown Victorious and Dipstick are on the same lap as them.
Yeah, see, they're in the garage right now, according to their live camera.
Oh, man.
But it was kind of cool to see 90 Racing back yesterday as they finished 2nd. They could have had that. They could have, would have, should have had that first if it wasn't for the oil cap not being put back on the car.
Yeah.
But and Salem said they had us up until they came in for that stop to fix it.
Salem's changing tires.
Salem's is changing tires.
Yep.
Okay. So it sounds like they'll be putting some fresh rubber on to tackle the last 55
Is that the
minutes
car
here.
that's on pit lane? That
Yes,
guy right
that
there?
is. Yep, the mustard car is on pit lane. Unfortunately, the 942 had an early failure in this race. Yep, there go. The fueling's done, so there go the guys changing tires. See if they're changing
we had a
right. So,
we had a rule change. I've got some great video of these guys. They used to go over the wall with air guns, and there was like 3 guys, 5 guys.
I missed that.
It was really cool.
I missed that.
I
Hearing
do
the air guns on pit lane, but there was a group that didn't want that, and I think it took away some of the the sound and the feel of pit lane, but hey,
for all the teams,
it's equalized.
I was
going to
say, but for the teams that can't necessarily afford or have the means,
so
to
now
get
we
that
just go out and buy these $600 electric hammer guns, and
money's no object.
It isn't.
Champ Car.
It isn't.
Bring on the $1,000 tires.
Well, we talked about only allowing them to use the 4-ways, and Ray says no, because in dirt track land they would put huge weights on those things, and if you did it wrong, you'd break your arm. But you could get a tire out. You could change a tire just as quick with an air gun as you could a 4-way.
Oh, I see.
So yeah.
I could see shins and knees and everything getting broken on pit road trying to do those.
And somebody'd go out there and buy one of those cheap foreign when you do that, it breaks in half, and all you have is a stick sticking out.
So the Gorge just went by us here in the booth. They just went through the Parts Badger sandwich there. But nice job navigating through both those cars.
It's always cool to see tire changes. Hopefully with the new tire rule coming up, we won't see as many tire changes. It's these longer wearing tires. I miss those days because the only time we'd ever change a tire in Champ Car back in the day was when a tire went down, you hit something, or somebody hit you, or it fell off into the field.
Right.
Did you ever flat spot a tire and drive it to the point where it was better? Like, is that possible?
We didn't. Well, I do remember at Laguna Seca, I brought some used tires, and I guess it was out of balance or whatever, and Tommy's yelling at me on the radio that's bouncing all over the place, and then I get this, don't worry, I fixed it, I'm coming in now. And he comes in, and we pull the wheel off, and it's like, what the heck? There was a good baseball-sized hole in the tire. Like, you could stick your hand through the wire into the wheel. So it was like, yeah, he fixed it.
So I just got an update from a little bit ago from Federhund. Courtney CJ just got a hold of me and said they've been having some issues. They've been in and out of the paddock a little bit, but they're back running. So she wanted to let us know because I think she's the finishing driver.
Now
so
they were the ones that went off early in the race, right?
Yes, early in the race. They got caught. They ended up catching the fence.
Yeah.
And then ended up in the kitty
So
litter.
what happened on that? Because when I looked at it, it looked like a money shift. Because it was right when he shifted.
We didn't really get clarification. I didn't ask Sean. I figured I was like, let's not bring that up. And
but
I didn't
the
ask.
rear came around on him, like right when he shifted. But it could have been braking too.
Well, I mean, that is a high. We've talked about that all weekend. That's a high-speed brake zone. He might have wheel hopped. I mean, that does happen down there under heavy braking.
And being from Arizona, it's not like they have everyday practice here. So, yeah.
Well, and I think this is their first time at Mid-Ohio.
Right.
So, and it was cooler this morning than yesterday, and they're probably not used to
being cool because it's always 120 in Arizona.
And depending, they may not have as much experience in those situations either.
Loose lugs heading out back onto the racetrack.
But I mean, they've made a pretty decent recovery. Let's see where they're at. I know
back in pit lane here with
following
Wes.
them a little bit.
The 770 getting serviced.
Beautiful looking car, perfect racing color.
Bill in the yellow.
Got to have a black top though. Yeah.
It's like I like yellow, but now I can't buy a yellow car for myself because then all I can see is Bill grinning.
It's like I can't buy green.
I can't buy a yellow car.
Stupid green car my buddy owns, which we'll be racing at, or he'll be. I don't know if I'm going to race it, but it will be at Pittsburgh.
Oh, okay.
The biohazard car. Yeah, it's going to run at an EC, and I think he's only going to run it. He may only be running it by himself.
Oh, really?
Or me. I don't know. He did say something to me. That usually means he wants money.
Kyle will drive it.
I'm all right. Oh, looks like we got the team oversteer is trying to get a push up the hill. That's a heavy car.
That's a heavy car.
Yeah.
But it's a V6, so it's not that heavy.
Yeah, good point.
Isn't it? It's
weird that Team Oversteer got pegged for car-to-car contact. I thought that was kind of ironic with the team name.
So there's no Z, and Mazda has taken the lead. Team Salem Mustard came in for their final stop of the day. They put fuel in. They put 4 fresh tires on it. Well, possibly 4 newer tires they put on it. Didn't look like stickers. They might just be a set of scuffs. So 37.3 last time behind No Z and Mazda, but with some fresh for Mr. Feelgoods.
You know what stinks about having to push a car up the pit lane at Mid-Ohio?
It's up.
It's up.
We were watching the 90 guys try to push that car and get it. I think they actually, Bill, they tried to do a reverse, dump the clutch to get it started.
Easiest way to jump start a car. And Jackie was like, they're pushing it backwards. I'm like, well, yeah, because it's the easiest way to push start a car. Haven't you ever push start a car? So, yeah, we see a lot of guys on pit lane that really have no clue how to jump start a car, or push start a car. Because most kids don't do it anymore.
No.
It's because
most of them don't
automatic.
drive sticks anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a driver that way as we pushed him all the way down Watkins Glen
pit road.
Yeah, pit road, yelling at him how to do it. He couldn't do it. So I told his dad, I said, you need to teach this kid how to push start it.
Yeah, just put it in second gear, put on the clutch second gear, halfway down on the throttle, give it a little momentum, drop the clutch.
The worst one is when they have it in reverse by accident. On accident.
God.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I mean, I didn't say he did it that time, but there may have been one driver that put it in reverse. But it's a tough thing, and we saw this at the start of the race yesterday. I'm not going to point out the cars, but as we're starting the race, there were some teams that had a hard time getting their car out of the pit stall because I'm pretty certain that a lot of these guys don't drive a stick shift every single day.
I don't think they do.
And you got to remember how to do it. And it's tough. It's not, it's getting that timing just right or getting the throttle just right. And it was like, stall.
Well, and everyone's different because, I mean, you may get in a BMW versus a Mazda or something, and the clutches are different feels.
The VW with their weird little clutches.
Right. But some clutches are heavier than others. So, I mean, up TLM's coming to pit
the marathon car on pit lane. And
so that makes a difference, too, because then it tells you how much you have to really rev up. Some cars you can just ease off the clutch and it'll start to roll. And if you don't know that or have that ingrained or have a good feel for your car, it takes you longer to pick that up. And then if you haven't driven since yesterday and you're on information overload, you probably forget.
Yep. And it's tough. It is tough. It is. Remember that.
Yeah.
They're smoking a little bit there out the tailpipe.
Yeah, that's never
number 3.
Yeah, blue smoke is never good out of the tailpipe. So real quick, while we're waiting to find out what happened to Marathon, our buddy Les is down there getting shot.
And the hood's being opened.
Last lap by Team Salem Mustard with some fresh meat on the car, 139.6 to a 142.99 by There's No Z and Mazda. Last time by the line, it was 30.3 seconds.
Yeah. 412 being released.
The 3 car there, the crew chief just threw his hands up and
It looks like we'll have to see if they.
There's oil all over the ground over there, so it looks like they may be going behind the wall.
And TLM, their car's heading down pit road, but they may be going into the cutout to lead the race.
They left oil on the ground, so the team is now putting the kitty litter on the ground to clean it up.
It stinks for those guys. They were having a solid day too. Top 10 for a majority of the race. Had fallen down the order a little bit.
Can't tell from the fence.
I wonder if they had lost a cylinder and it might have just beaten itself to
I think they did.
And Les just lifted his finger. You saw that. It was a big swath of oil. So it looks like the TLM car is done. So Bill, thanks for coming and talking to us. He stepped away to go finish this race over in race control with just about 47 minutes left. So we're going to take a quick break as we reach the bottom of the hour, and we'll be back in just a moment with another guest. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast Gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back to Champ Car Live here at the Fast Parts Grand Prix at Mid-Ohio, presented by Parts Badger. He is Paulie Veltum. I am Kyle Lockrow. Less is more, Lester Epps, giving you all the shots and scenes and everything on pit road. We have a guest with us here in the booth, Mr. Mikey True. How are you, buddy?
Great, I'm great. Good to see two of my favorite presenters in club racing.
We appreciate that. Real quick, we'll get to you in a second here, Mikey. We got a close battle for the lead here we're trying to monitor. There's no Z, and Mazda has taken the lead after Team Salen's final pit stop, where they put some tires on. Right now, they're up by 19.7 seconds over Team Salen Mustard, and they have last lap was a 141.5. Team Salen was a 139.95, so about a second and a half difference in lap time. We'll have to closely monitor that. B-class leader is No Z. C-class leader is Team Salen. A-class leader, Race Right Silver Bullet. EC leader is Open Throttle Goldie. Your F-class leader is the Loose Lugs guys. And our D-class leader right now is American Express in the Grand Funk Prix. C-class holds down 4 of the top 5 spots in the overall with Team Salen Mustard, Sent from the Gourds, Cone Crushers, and Bavarian Mustache Works. Your lone A-class car, Race Right, in 6th. 901 Motorsport in 7th. Last Minute Racing in 8th. Stroke and Checks in 9th. And then Sennhauser Racing has broken into the top 10, so I misspoke. There was an EC mixed in there. 2 A-class cars into the top 10. So, Paulie, we're inside, about 40 minutes to go. The gap is slowly closing. There's about a 2-second difference last lap between the two leaders. What do we have to expect here? Do you think there's No Z and Mazda can hold off the Team Salen guys?
Absolutely, they can do it. Absolutely, they can do it. That's probably one of the cool things about endurance road racing is just about anybody has a chance to win a race. So you should be able to feel like when you drive out of the pit road, you've got a shot at it.
Absolutely. Mikey, you've been out there. You were in Faux 30 this weekend for Mike Gorman with the Ragtag group with Open Throttle. A little bit of a trying day, you said. It's been one thing after the other, huh?
Yeah, I mean, today we just had one of them days, you know. I think first lap of the race, our ECU had some issues, so we had to come in and do Control-Alt-Delete on that. And then after that, we had a shock blow up. Our front right blew up, and so both of those got replaced, and now we have 2 stock front shocks on on coilover reared. So that's going to be a really fun driving car that I had to deal with today.
So who's in the car to take it to the checker?
Chris Qualters is actually.
Good shoe.
Yeah, he's a really good driver. He actually races in the Lucas School with formula cars and stuff. So
okay,
yeah, it's good.
So it's got to be a little bit of a different transition for him coming over with some of these bigger BMWs.
Yeah, I mean, he's used to the mid-engine stuff, like the Porsches and stuff. But I mean, he's doing well in the BMWs. My other co-driver as well, Francis Hugh, and he's driving NPO1s usually, and so this is kind of, you know, just a team that we like to mess around with in this BMW. And so, yeah, plus we're in EC anyway, right? So yesterday we had a little bit of better luck second in class, right behind GBU, Good, Bad, Ugly. So
right.
Yeah, not too bad.
Real quick, so the gap is now down to 14.47 seconds. Last lap by Team Salem Mustard was a 1:39.02 to the 1:42.16 by No Z and Mazda. Those guys are pushing as hard as they can, but Paulie, that gap keeps closing in. They are creeping ever closer. We'll have to just continue to keep an eye on that. I mean, hopefully maybe we can try to find them on the racetrack here, and we can kind of start getting an idea of where they are in relation to each other. So, Mikey, it's been a really good weekend so far. We really haven't dealt with any rain other than some light rain during the early morning hours yesterday. And looks like American Express is having some issues here, Paulie.
I will go to that.
Looks like they're just trying to creep around, maybe. They have a decent lead. They have about looking at the wrong thing here. Apologize for that, folks. They have about a 6-lap lead over Legitimate Racing. So I think at this point they're just trying to nurse that puppy home. There we go. It looks like it got back up to speed. Maybe they were just trying to creep through that section there.
Yeah, it sounds like they're using everything they got there.
Yeah. Still hearing that knocking we heard about an hour ago from them a little bit.
Might be some backfiring or something going on there. Definitely didn't sound very healthy when they brought it into the pits.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a stutter.
So keeping an eye back to that lead, down to 12.3 seconds, closed in some more. Lap times are a little more comparable, about 1.8 seconds in the difference. No Z and Mazda still about a low 42 average, about average time. Team Salem with those fresh Mr. Feelgoods at a 40.18, so it's down to 12.3. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Only 2 cars on the lead lap at this point. Sent from the Gourds is a lap behind those guys. Those guys have put in one heck of a race this weekend. Congratulations to those guys. So if they can hang on, it looks like there may be some more hardware heading back to O Canada. And then Bavarian Mustache Works is trying to chase down. They're about a lap behind Cone Crushers. And then Race Right still hangs on to that A-class lead. They have a pretty healthy 5-lap advantage over Sennhauser. But a good race for both those teams. I know the Sennhauser team didn't have what they wanted, at VIR, but it looks like this weekend they've had a little bit more of a successful outing. Then Parts Badger with the 414 is in 11th. Not the day that they've wanted, but I would say after yesterday, 11th is a much more deserved improvement there. Now the gap this time, folks, I just checked it. They both hit the line. 42.7 to a 41.9 with Team Salem. It's down to 11.5. So far, Team No Z is still holding their own at this point. It was inside of a second difference. We'll have to continue to keep an eye on that.
Why don't you go ahead and talk to our guest? I'll keep an eye on the gaps.
All righty. So, Mikey, usually we've seen you primarily with the Atlanta Speedworks guys. I know Todd's kind of scheduled back a little bit. He's focusing on some other business interests that he's got. But you tend to find a ride and jump in. And how's it been driving with Mike this weekend?
Mike's been great. Mike Gorman, he runs Open Throttle Racing, and so yeah, it's been great to run with them. I've actually driven with them once last year, and that was a really good experience as well. Drove one of their Miatas at the overnight race, and we were fighting for the win in F class, but just had a few issues, and so it slipped away from us. But yeah, I was hoping we could get that win in EC, but the good, bad, and the ugly, they are some fast guys. And Bill Riley knows how to build a really good car.
He knows how to build a car. He's got a little experience. We talked to him yesterday, and his days, back in Grand Am and American Le Mans and all the stuff that Bill's done, and now since they've, since IMSA's kind of come back together, I mean, Bill just still has successful programs and all the different things he runs in. It's impressive to continue to watch. But so what's on tap for you for the rest of 2025?
I really want to do a couple more races, and especially the national championship, but we'll see how that goes. New Year's race is always my favorite as well. But I was going to talk about the field, and I love how we see A-class and B-class cars in that top 10, and not just one class dominating it all. But
well, let's talk about that, because I met you about a year and a half ago when we co-drove at Daytona together. You were in the 996. I was in the 718 for Todd. But I've known you a little while now, and I've raced against you a number of times. And we talked to Bill Strong about this a little bit. Give us your take. I mean, you're currently still running and actively running different rides, more so than I am. What do you think about the competition level compared to where it was a couple years ago?
Oh, I absolutely think that it's tighter than it's ever been. All the classing, just how they build the cars, everything's a lot tighter between every class, right? And of course, you'll have an outlier EC that kind of just runs through the field, but you know that's not the case with most EC cars, right? Sometimes you don't even see ECs in the top 10 or the top 20, right?
It really depends on the track you're going to. I mean, there's some cars, like here, you'll notice, I mean, right now we got a Mazda out front leading overall with a Boxster trying to chase it down. And it really, you know, do you see the variance in it? I feel like at this point, any manufacturer, if it's a well-prepped car with an experienced team and a good driver lineup, can win these things anymore.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, I think going back to, like what you said, right, throwing brand new tires on a car, that's going to make a huge difference, right? And speaking of tires, I think this new tire rule next year is going to be very interesting. So, you know, the allowed tires, all that stuff, I think, you know, bringing that up, I'm just happy my primary sponsor, XComp Tires, is going to be on that allowed list. Yeah. And so I'm happy about that.
That's got to be a nice benefit. So, all right, so we got a race for the lead coming up here, and I don't want to cut you short. I'm going to let you get down there and be with your team for the finish. So how can they find you? Where can, you know, if somebody wants to get a hold of you and help your race program, how do they do it?
Sure, yeah. They could find me on Instagram at Mikey True. And also, you know, we have a shop down in Southern California called True Performance Motorsport, and our Instagram is TPM Parts.
All right, so it's TRIEU, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, for once I actually got it right. So I threw that in the chat for everybody, so make sure you give Mikey a follow, a like, let him know, and make sure you check out TPM Parts, big supporter. And so one last question, what is on tap for you for 26? Will we see you back in Champ Car?
Oh, definitely. I think Champ Car is my favorite series. I've raced in AER, you know, like other series as well, and you know, I really like Champ Car just because of the competition. Everybody's super friendly here. But on top of that, you know, you have everybody from beginners all the way to pro teams, right? So yeah, we learn a lot in every step of what we do, and just being here and, you know, seeing the same faces and seeing you guys. Like I said, you two are some of my favorites, and I really, really like seeing you guys. And I would say, you know, for Sprint Series, probably Grid Life, but you know, they have a little bit more production money, right?
Right.
But I mean, I love what you guys do. Les out there on the pit wall, and you guys just have like all the information out there and spitting it out on the live feed. And so, yeah, I hope that you guys continue doing this, and we'll be able to see you guys all the time.
Oh, looks like we got a car spun out here in the keyhole, Paulie.
Yeah, and then it looks like he kind of kept going.
Okay, I guess he got rolling. So, Mikey, thanks for coming up and joining us, buddy. It's always good to see you. And
Thank you, Paul.
Real quick, where will we see you next?
Hopefully the New Year's race.
All right,
for sure.
Perfect. So we'll look forward to seeing you at Sebring. Mikey True, everybody, thank you so much, man. Good luck, and please, hopefully, if everything works out, we'll see you New Year's.
Sounds good.
All right, so that gap between Team Salins and No Z, just over 6 seconds, as the Porsche team continuing trying to chase down the No Z in Mazda. Is that a red car, or is it yellow, or what color is that?
I believe it's a red car. I believe it's the red 383.
So they're trying to chase down that Mazda Miata.
Just coming by our booth
for
right now.
A win. There you can see the gap as they came through turn 11 there. And yeah, we've got a debris flag on the backside of the racetrack. So it looks like we do have the contact over on turn 2. I believe it's going to be a contact call on that, as we have a car being towed, and it looks like it might be the AI car. that's being pulled by a tow vehicle, a rescue vehicle, through turns 11 and 12 as we speak.
Paulie, I did just notice the lap times. That time, Nosy and Mazda was actually almost 2 seconds quicker, so they put a bit of a gap on Team Salem Mustard.
Yeah, they really changed this up over 8 seconds now, so something happened there, obviously, that the Mazda got some advantage there. As the BMW, that stricken BMW is being pulled.
That's a tough break for those guys. That was the car that Mikey was driving. They have had a very tough weekend, but I'm sure Mike Gorman and his guys will get it back to the shop in Jacksonville and get it ready for the next one.
Why not?
So we're inside of 30 minutes to go. We are watching this lead for the race, the overall win, very, very carefully. Like we said, Nosy stretched out the lead a little bit over Team Salem, but Team Salem has those four Mr. Feelgoods, Paulie. Will those tires come into play, do you think?
Sure, and I would like to point out to Timothy, we do not have a car camera in the AI car that was stricken.
Yeah.
Just want to point that out. Yeah, I mean, they're making tire changes, and they probably brought plenty of fresh rubber to supply 2 cars, and they're down to 1 car. So we can bet that what they replaced on the car would have been good rubber. So they should be in good shape till the end of the race, which is
big gain that time.
Not that far back, about 26 minutes rather, till the end of the race unofficially.
4.8 seconds separates these guys. 139.8 for Team Salem Mustard to a 43.1. That's almost 4
they
seconds.
really lopped off a bunch of time on that last lap.
Yeah.
And probably that caution is what's causing this accordion effect as the Z car comes by, and there's the Porsche. Yeah, they are very close together now.
It has definitely been an eventful race, and now catching them is one thing.
Oh no, the Pontiac. It looks like maybe lost a tire or something. Maybe I don't know if it was oil. We saw a huge plume of smoke coming from the Pontiac.
I wonder if it might have just expired. No, maybe not. Or maybe still under power.
Oh, and big smoke coming down through turn 6.
That looked like a big brake lockup right there.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's a tire that let go, and it's bad. Unsafe entry into the pits for car 614. Smoking. There's all kinds of stuff going on right now. And we're just waiting to catch 71 Pontiac drive through the grass. Looks like an engine failure, Timothy. Yeah, could be. There's a heavy smoke.
614 car, that's MMR Racing. Those guys have had a bit of a trying day. They're up 9 spots in the overall, but they're 6th in the A class. So let's see here. Hopefully they can continue. It looks like they're smoking a little bit, so that means race control's watching it. Hopefully they can get to the finish. They have a healthy gap over the next car in class, and they're 2 laps up over Brew Crew. Looks like they're both.
Yeah, they've pulled it off the racetrack and they've parked it in the grass. Grand Funk Prix.
There you go. Yep, the safety team has been dispatched here. They're going to go out there and rescue our Grand Funk Prix buddies.
Yeah, they pulled it off in 6, so just past our camera view over there in 6.
That time, Paulie, down to 2.8 seconds is the gap between Team Salem and No Z Mazda. Just under 24 minutes to go. There's Team Salem right there. Coming through the carousel. Is that coming through the carousel? They might have already gotten through it. Nope,
Keep
there we
an
go.
eye
There's
out
your
for
race
'em.
leader, and that's your second place car that just came by on the screen. So right now, no cars separating the two of them. So pretty much the Team Salem guys are reeling in the Mazda.
There's your gap to the lead, and still a caution flag being thrown over in that corner. Got an emergency vehicle on the track going to pick up the Grand Prix.
Now, one thing you have to be careful about, too, in both teams, both leading teams will have to do this. You have to slow down to a safer speed through those sections, and you cannot pass. So that does give the No Z and Mazda guys a little bit of help, but neither one of them can do anything to help to hurt themselves. They got to make sure they don't do anything to cause a problem. It looks like Salins has gotten almost to their bumper now.
Yeah, they're right on top of them there as they climb the hill for turn 5.
They head down to 5, or out of 5 into 6, then toward Madness. So once they get out of that section, we'll have to see if the Z guys can pull away or if this is the opportunity Team Salem is looking for.
Yeah, this could be the pass for the lead here on this lap as they're cycling around the final corners for another lap here at Mid-Ohio.
There's the two. Salen's at the bumper, a car length difference at this point as they exit the carousel and come back toward the start-finish line.
Here they come. Going for the pass. He's right behind him, Kyle, as he heads into turn number 1 once again. And that time by, there's Nosy and Mazda manages to hold him off.
Only 0.3 of a second separate the top two. We'll have to see what it looks like when they get to the keyhole here.
Oh, it looks like he's gotten by. It looks like Team Salem has taken the lead of the race. We'll go on to our view here, and hopefully the flagman doesn't cover our view, but there's the Porsche.
Salem.
Yeah, it looks like they got by, Kyle.
But it looks like Team Z is right at the bumper, so maybe they can stick right with them and use some of this traffic up here to their advantage and maybe be able to sneak back by them.
Yeah, possibly.
Z is right at the bumper. The yellow is still out, so there's no passing through there. Looks like Z is hanging onto that bumper tight. They come down toward Madness. Now we're over at turn 11. Salins has gotten a little bit of a gap there by added a couple car lengths to that.
Oh, then they're wide here through this part of the track.
Salen's got held up by a little bit of traffic there. Z looked like they were able to close in, got within about a car length and a half. As they come under the start-finish line here on your screen, they're to the right. Salen's then
There's
Z
the
behind them.
change for position. Team Salem has now taken the lead of this race away from their Nosy in Mazda. Sent from the Gourds in 3rd. Cone Crushers is in 4th. And Bavarian Mustache Works in 5th.
Inside of 20 minutes to go now.
We'll head back over to the backstretch here and see if we can pick them up.
PCR going by. Looks like Silver Martini, MDR.
I think I missed him.
Velocity, it looks like the Velocity guys. Goldie, Triple Throttle.
So they're now heading
There's Team
through
Z.
turn 9.
Just went up the hill there.
And there's the Pontiac being towed under caution.
So Salins has gotten a little bit of a gap here.
Yep.
It looks like they were able to stretch it out a little bit. Here they come through the carousel, working by a BMW there. Probably put about 15 plus car lengths on Z at this point. We'll check the gap at the line. See Salins goes by. Z just hits the line. Looks like it's going to be about 4.1 seconds. So Salins has stretched it out a little bit. About a 4-second difference in lap time there. Z ran a 44.6 to Salins 40.9. And it's not over yet, though, folks. Anything can happen. Sometimes it has not been good to be a leader today, so we'll have to keep an eye and see what happens. So Z has to keep pushing. It's frustrating to watch that thing pull away, but you've got to stay after it, because if something happens, you've got to be there to capitalize on it, as they finally both dispensed of some of the lap traffic, so that hopefully will allow Z to kind of hone in and keep that Porsche Boxster in sight. But on the flip side of that, Team Salin, they can't think they've got this guaranteed. Their sister car had issues, and regardless of the amount of laps and experience they've got to keep their noses clean too, and not do anything foolish to take themselves out of contention.
And there's Team Salin coming through turn 11 now, headed towards the carousel. And Team Salin used to having a comfortable lead of over a lap or so on the field. Not today.
No, I mean, it's only up to 6.3 seconds. Z is still within striking distance at this point. 40.4 last lap for the Salins guys, 42.6 for Z. So, I mean, they're not pulling away. I think Salins is getting held up in some of this traffic, because there's still races going on for positions and various points on this racetrack.
Yep, they're headed towards the keyhole now. On the pro course this weekend, both days, no bus stop. Hey, Bill. Or Billy. Yeah, Billy's saying not always, Paul. We don't always have a nice, comfortable gap. Sometimes it's a nail biter right down to the end.
Well, Daytona last year was prime example of that between Salins and Premium Dudes. That was a fight that went on for 30 minutes and came within inches at that start-finish line. That had everybody in Champ Car Nation on pins and needles.
Pins and needles.
About 15 minutes and change to go here. Team Salins has about a 6.3 second lead. We'll have to check the gap this time by at the line.
Yep, here they're coming through 11.
And we're catching leader coming through the carousel here. Not the car there. It's the, well, we might have, nope, there it is. Fourth car back on screen there. Coming through. Now there's 4 lap cars in front. Let's see how well Salins can dispense of these guys, and if the traffic will move over. It looks like one of the BMWs, the should have bought a Civic guys, got out of the way. So nice job, nice courteous move by those guys. Z's getting a little bit of a fight here for a few BMWs, but it looks like they may be able to clear them into one. Not a big difference that time, Paulie. 42.1 to a 42.7, only 6.9 seconds. Salins is not getting away that easily. Billy, you got any fingernails left?
And they do have a lot of traffic that they're having to work through. Now it's somewhat clear sailing. He just has one car and then a nice gap up ahead of themselves. So, and he moves out for the pass on that car as they head down into turn 4.
We just saw Z go by there into the brake zone. dispensing of another Miata right there.
Yeah, this will clean up his trajectory here for a while. There's a decent gap, it looks like, ahead.
There's your second place car, the OZ and Mazda guys. Comes Salins into the carousel one more time. Headed back to that start-finish line to put another lap in the books here at Mid-Ohio.
Kyle, you did such a fine job of calling the end of the race yesterday. You want to do it again today?
You know what, Paulie? I want to let you do it. We got 2 races. Why don't we let you do it?
Okay. Well, Team Salins is coming down here to the to start another lap, and I don't know if I got ahead of them or behind them.
They're definitely putting some times down here. 41.7 last time to a 44.2. It's up to 9.4 seconds. It looks like Salins might have gotten held up that previous lap by some traffic, might have just wanted to be a little bit cautious, and it looks like they're starting to leg it out a little bit.
Team Salins put on a masterful show here yesterday with the catch-up car. It's my personal favorite Team Salins car. And won the race. It didn't come easy, of course. A lot of pressure from 90racing.com, and they even mentioned after the race, one of the team members said, they basically had us. I mean, if they hadn't broken, we would not have been able to win that race. But that's, Kyle, that's part of endurance racing, isn't it?
It's never over till it's over. You can never assume you've got anything. Mechanicals happen. Things happen on the racetrack. You always have to stay on your game. You want to make sure you stay clean, make sure you do a good job, and go and put your best foot forward. But it takes a village to do this.
About 10 minutes remain in the competition today. Team Salin going for a clean sweep here at Mid-Ohio.
And this isn't the first time we've seen them do this, Paulie. And just this year, actually. I mean, there are Daytona winners, and this will give them, if they can hold this off, and the 11th win on a C-Class car in the overall this year. That will give Team Salin 5 wins overall if they can hang on. And that will give them 2 weekend sweeps on the year, where they did this again at what is their second home track, well, at least for the Salin family, up at Watkins Glen in New York in upstate. So kind of a cool thing for them to do, to take Mid-Ohio potentially as a sweep, and Watkins Glen, because I believe the Nanamakers are from the Ohio area, if I'm not mistaken.
And really, I really didn't see them being able to do this today, especially after the catch-up car broke. You know, they were trying to overcome that MOV, but there was too much good competition up front. 90racing.com was looking great, and just didn't see them being able to bring the mustard car up. They've really kind of been struggling to get up to the front of the field today, but they did get that Porsche Boxster brought up to the front. Some circumstances ahead, and they drove a clean race.
Yeah, they've done a really good job, but they've had this where they would go out and dominate races. They've kind of pulled back a little bit at some venues they visited with us this year as they come through turn 11 once again, headed back to the carousel and then to complete another. But what they do is they tend to lay back, and I think they figured out if they kind of lay back in the weeds a little bit and save some stuff and then kind of show up with a few hours to go, I really think that it makes a difference in the way they attack the race. I mean, they've done this at various levels. They've done this at the top levels of IMSA competition when they were very heavily in the Grand Am era.
I think they're getting the hang of it, if you ask me.
I think they are too. They've done this a time or two, and it's starting to show. But I think they're working a strategy that works for them with a 41.98 last lap compared to a 45.6 for Team Z. But no, you got to commend them on the job they've done. The gap's up to about 16 seconds. So if they can hang on here for another about 8 or 9 minutes, they're going to enjoy another victory and another C-Class victory too.
And a great day of motor racing at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series.
Oh, it's been a phenomenal race. It was a little hectic yesterday with some on-track activity, but I think the competitors and the teams got the message that was laid out at the drivers' meeting this morning. Everybody's been pretty good about minimizing the contact. Obviously, you're never going to have a clean day fully in racing, but I think we've had a good weekend here and really phenomenal weather all weekend long, too.
Yeah, Looks like the Pontiac is behind the wall, and so they're looking at that car, but it doesn't look like they're going to be coming back out anytime soon. Very Mustache Works still out there turning laps. Team Salem Mustard leads the way today.
Okay. Billy, thanks for the clarification. I guess Nelson is technically their home track, but I guess you could consider this their second home with Nelson not being on the schedule, unfortunately, this year. But thank you for clarifying that. I know that they're from Ohio, so I'm sure regardless, this has got to be a nice weekend at home.
And since you're watching, Billy, will you confirm, was yesterday Team Salem's 10th win in ChampCar? I know we were close to it. I remember Will saying something about 9 wins, maybe at WGI, or somewhere. So,
well, if not yesterday, it may end up being today. But real quick, Paulie, while Billy's waiting to confirm that for us, we got to talk about that Legitimate Racing and their Ford Mustang has taken the lead in the D-Class over American Express after their issues. They're both still on the racetrack, but it looks like if everything works out, Legitimate Racing may be going home with the D-Class victory today. But we'll have to see. There's still 7 minutes to go, and there's not a ton of laps in between them, so anything can happen.
Anything can happen, folks. You got to stay with us here.
Yep. Back on board with Race Right, your A-Class leading car, and these guys have had a really good day. 7th in the overall. They've just continued to get better and better, this duo of Andy and Dale behind the wheel. They're just very smooth, and they take care of the equipment, which is really what's led to them having the success that they've had. They finished 2nd at NCM. They won at Watkins Glen. Now they're in line to win here. I mean, just the smooth driving and the consistency, Paulie, we've talked about really pays dividends for these guys.
Yep, Team Salem's coming down the front straightaway as we've got Les in the pits there, ready for anything that might come his way. Just moments away from the finish of this race. He's standing near the flag stand, it looks like.
And Les, you've done a great job as always. So everybody, please give Les some love on the broadcast. And if you're in the pits, make sure you give him a high five and smile at him and wish him well. He really does a great job giving us everything that we need here for the broadcast, and just always a positive attitude. So Les, another phenomenal weekend in the pits, buddy. You've done it again.
And a special thank you to Roy and the whole Parts Badger Fast Parts crew for sponsoring this race this weekend and making it that much more possible for us to get out here and do what we love, for all of us, all the teams and all of the staff to come out and just enjoy a nice race weekend.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you, Roy. Thank you to all the Parts Badger guys for sponsoring this weekend and just, you know, making Champ Car such a good home. And cool thing too, Paulie, this will be cool for the Race Rat guys if they pull this off with them going into their event here in a few weeks at Harris Hill. So, but good racing by everybody today. A lot of good battles on the racetrack, and just Mikey talked about this. A lot of people, Bill Strong brought it up. The competition level is so big here, and the gap is closing where one little mistake can take you out of contention and even cost you a top 5 sometimes at this point.
Comes Team sailing down. Looks like it's not one to go that time by. There they go by, heading through the keyhole. And so they'll come onto the backstretch once again and possibly pick up that one to go this time by. Nice. Hear that Porsche Boxster roaring down the backstretch. As they'll head up through turns 5 and 6. this low section of the track. Actually, there's quite a bit of fog back here this morning when I was getting the cameras running.
Little ambiance this morning while you're on track, Paulie?
I sent a message to the race director, said, there's some fog back here, just so you know. But, of course, once we got started today, all that was long gone. Next broadcast is going to be at Pit Race.
Yep, we look forward to seeing that and being there and covering all the action there in good old West Pittsburgh, not too far from Mid-Ohio, ironically.
Looks like some smoke off in the distance here on our camera. To the left, there may be some dramas back there as we're getting ready to finish this race. There's the 1 to go being given to Salins here at Mid-Ohio. And there's an emergency vehicle out as well. So there is a white flag being displayed for the teams to alert them of that. And Billy's saying he's going to be at Pit Race.
Well, we look forward to seeing you there, Billy.
Cars come rushing down through here. It should be the final lap for Team Salins. And the rest of the field, they've put on a masterful show here again today. And yesterday, it was just a flawless race yesterday for the ketchup car. Unfortunately, they had to retire that car today. But today, the ketchup car, rounding turn 11 for the last time today, has run a flawless race with Team Salin. And they have once again overcome all of the odds as they come through, turn the carousel here for the final time, back onto the front straightaway. And there it is, as they come down the front straightaway, the checkered flag flies high for Team Salin. A clean sweep for Team Salin as they take the overall win here at the Fast Parts Mid-Ohio Grand Prix, presented by Parts Badger at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Team Salin Mustard takes the win, winning C-Class. B-Class going to There's No Z in Mazda, finishing just 18 seconds behind the overall winner. A-Class going to Race Right Silver Bullet in the number 21. EC going to Open Throttle Racing in the number 69. Parts Badger Fastlane is going to take second in B-Class. And I'm looking for our lead F-Class car. Looks like it's Loose Lugs Racing taking F-Class this weekend. And D-Class going to Legitimate Racing in their 98 Ford. I believe I got that right. That's all unofficial, of course. So Team Salin taking the overall win 2 days in a row. Congratulations to Team Salin and all the Salin's crew on a race really well run, Kyle.
No, absolutely. A great job by Team Salins. Great job by everybody out here. I do want to give a special congratulations to the Open Throttle guys, Scott Robotham and my buddy Camp T. First wins in Champ Car ever for these guys.
Wow.
So I want to give them that same courtesy that people were paying me at VIR, and really happy for those guys. He's a KLR driver that we represent. So congratulations, buddy. The first of many.
Yeah, it's a really special event for them this weekend. And like you said, plenty of opportunity to come back and do it again and improve and grow as a driver and as a competitor. It's been a really good weekend.
It really has.
We've really had a great time.
Yep, congratulations to Salins. That's a big accomplishment. I mean, to take Watkins Glen, Daytona, and Mid-Ohio, that's 3 premier tracks, and to essentially sweep those in the same year, that says a lot about the strength of their program.
Les standing there in the pits as the winners will come in. And here they come down pit road. There's our overall winner, Team Salen's, the mustard car as they call it. They have a mustard car and a ketchup car here this weekend. And there's the number 630 of Parts Badger coming by.
Want to give a call to the There's No Z and Mazda guys. Great job trying to hold those guys off, and great job
amazing.
Trying to stay there with them. I mean, that was a tough thing to do, and I want to commend you guys. You drove a great race, but I mean, great job to everybody. I mean, sent from the gourds with another good finish, 2 podiums this weekend. Cone Crushers, those guys put on another good show for us, and Bavarian, Ben and Evan just continue to impress every time. And Frank's guys, 901 got up to 6th, so. And congrats to Race Right on their A-Class victory.
I see, the Rad Air guys coming down from the track as well, and obviously a hard-fought weekend for that team, but they managed to bring one of them home.
Yeah, I think the 974 today ended up being the victim of some mechanical woes, but I know their tenacity and grit in that operation, they were able to get another one to the finish, so good job, guys.
And the cars are just slowly coming into the pits now as they'll line up. Some of them will go to the to impound, as it's called, and that's not a bad thing. It's actually, you want to be impounded here in motorsports. That means you're in the top finishers and most likely going to receive a trophy. So the rest of the competitors will be told they can go behind the wall and go to their haulers.
We just saw there on the screen on Les's camera, that's the F-Class car. That's sweet for the F-Class for the Loose Lugs guys this weekend. So great job staying after it, and another good weekend for Dodge Neons.
yeah, they had to. They put a lot of work into that car this weekend. We saw them in the pits more than once working on that car. So great effort, guys, and as you can see, it pays off. Well done.
Thank you real quick to Parts Badger. Thank you to AutoZone for continuing to help ChampCar.Live. TireRack.com for supporting the series. Thank you to Discovery Parts, Frozen Rotors. Thank you to Hawk Performance. Thank you to Krispy Kreme. Thank you to 9 Lives Racing, Sentinel, Better Call. Thank you to, Parts Badger. Thank you to everybody, Flagtronics, everybody that makes Champ Car go round. We really appreciate it. Flying Wrench Motorsports, you guys really do. We greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, and thank you to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course for welcoming us back again this year. Look forward to coming back again. And we did a show here last year, and the good news is they decided not to press charges. So it looks like we'll have a chance to come back if we keep our nose clean. We'll be back again next year.
Hopefully so. Hopefully they'll invite us back. But thank you to Green Savory. Good luck on your venture. They got a new, with NASCAR trucks going to St. Petersburg, which is an event that they host down there, and they control the St. Pete Grand Prix next year. So good luck on that. I know that's kind of a cool thing. I'm partial to the stock car stuff, so I want to wish you guys well with that venture.
I want to say thank you to Bill Riley and all of the other guests that came up this weekend and spent some time with us. We got to talk to a lot of really fascinating people and get their story and various levels of growth and where they're at in their profession and in their hobby. So really great as the Team Salen's beginning to celebrate yet another victory, this time at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. So with that, that's going to do it for us this weekend, folks. Thanks for joining us. For Kyle Lockrow and Les Epps, I'm Paul Veltum. We'll see you next time, folks. Take care.
Bye.